Do you want me to start from the top?
Okay, you can start, Shavani. Yeah.
From the top? From the introduction?
Yeah. From the introduction, yes.
Okay, let me share my screen first. Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Microsoft Certified Trainer Summit 2021. For the first time ever, we got the opportunity to host this magnificent event in Sri Lanka, and we have more than 20 informative sessions lined up for all of you joining here today. Time here in Sri Lanka is 9:07 on a bright Saturday morning, and I know that we have people joining from across different time zones witnessing this event. My name is Shavani De Silva, and I'll be your host throughout this summit and taking you through the day's procedures. This summit is going to be held for a period of 2 days, starting from today, and we have an amazing lineup of Microsoft MCTs, MVPs, Microsoft employees, and technical experts from around the world who will be sharing their knowledge with us today and tomorrow. The aim of this summit is to enrich the upcoming IT community, not only exclusive to the IT professionals and students, but also the entire future of Sri Lankan IT industry. For the first time ever, this summit is organized in Sri Lanka by the TechNet Leaders community, spearheaded by one of our very own MVPs, Viknaraj Manohara, who's the MCT regional lead for Sri Lankan region. Supporting him in this task is his amazing team of members from the TechNet Leaders community, the Vice President Hajshana, and also our Treasurer Fahad, who helped us handle the logistics of having this virtual summit. Before we start off, since this is an online streaming session, if you have any questions or clarifications to clear out while the session in progress, please type them into the comment section and we'll make sure the answers are available on our website after the session. Okay, having our introductions and formalities out of the way, let's dive into the summit. Let me invite our very first speaker, very first presenter for the day and for the summit. Joining us all the way from Singapore is Dileepa Rajapaksha, who's a Microsoft MVP in developer technology. And the topic of his session today is remote working with Windows Virtual Desktop. So without further ado, let me invite Dileepa on our virtual stage. Dileepa, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Shavani. Yep, so let's get started. And I think you guys can hear me. So let me share my screen. Okay. All right. Can you see my screen, guys? Just a quick check.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Yes.
All right.
We can.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are joining from. So I'm Dileepa Rajapaksha, joining from Singapore right now. So basically, today we're gonna discuss about a very relevant subject, maybe a very relevant topic nowadays. So how you can work remotely using remote working features available in Azure, especially like Windows Virtual Desktop. So in this session, what I'm going to discuss is actually how you can transform your organization for a remote working culture using remote desktop infrastructure using Windows Virtual Desktop. So I'm Dileepa Rajapaksha, as introduced. I'm Microsoft MVP and MCT, and also I'm working here as a technical specialist at a company called Ripe. And then other than that, I'm also Microsoft certified trainer as well as a certified architect. So you can follow me from Twitter on @DS Rajapaksha. And if you have any questions or any doubts, you can just tweet me, or maybe you can go to my LinkedIn and send me a message right after the session if you have anything. So today's agenda that we're going to discuss is actually how we're going to, dive into the Windows Virtual Desktop, because we don't have much time. I'll be giving you within 30 minutes. So we'll give you a kind of a brief understanding what is Windows Virtual Desktop. and how it is actually working, right? So, and why we actually need Windows Virtual Desktop, what are the requirements and prerequisites, and couple of use case scenarios, and basically the cost of Windows Virtual Desktop, a kind of a sample calculation. So what is Windows Virtual Desktop? So virtual desktop, as name suggests, what is Windows Virtual Desktop? It is kind of a virtual computer, right? So that's sitting behind your machine, right? So basically what we can say in other terms, the desktop machine running on the cloud. So you can say basically everything running on the cloud if your desktop machine is also running on the cloud, because what will happen, your desktop machine is actually offloaded to the cloud infrastructure will be used in order to facilitate all the performance, basically hardware utilizations and everything. So here in Windows Virtual Desktop we have a couple of ways to work, basically using desktop applications as well as desktops. This Windows Virtual Desktop works with the Windows multi-session environment, what you call as multi-session Windows 10, and then it is actually fully capable with the Windows 10 scalability and other stuffs. Other than that, it is fully utilized. You can fully utilize Microsoft 365 applications, and then whatever the other applications, right, inside the Windows Virtual Desktop applications and desktops. And WVD is not only available for Windows 10, so it is also available for Windows 7, but different way of implementation, and also with free extended security updates. As you know, Windows 7 is going out of support. And then other than that, we can have Windows Server. So we're gonna if you want Windows Server, that is also possible with a different protocol. And then you can manage Windows 10, Windows Server, Windows 7 desktops, as well as applications. So remember the words, we have desktops and applications. So you will understand what is the difference between desktops and apps in a couple of minutes. Okay, so if you look at this diagram, I have what I have here in my right hand side. You can see whatever the infrastructure is managed by Microsoft, that is given to you, and then whatever the things that you have control is the left hand side. So Microsoft is helping you to manage and give you all the facilities for Azure infrastructure, especially compute, storage, and networking portion. And also they're giving you all the software applications and whatever the middlewares in order to create your entire infrastructure and connect between your users. So it'll give you brokers, gateways, load balancing, diagnostic, whatever management, right, and all those stuffs. And what you do from your side, you have to subscribe and use and manage and create the desktops, right? So we have one portion here which is desktop and remote apps. So you can use full desktops or maybe remote apps. And then we have whatever the applications or whatever the operating systems. As I said, it is Windows 10 Enterprise multi-session, or maybe you can use Windows Server 2012 and Windows 10, as well as Windows 7 Enterprise full desktop. Other than that, what you can do as an organization, you can have management policies. So you can have user management, network policies, identity, and then VM scaling and policies, right? Whatever it is, and application management, whatever it is given for you to control by your side. So a lot of burden from the hardware stuff is going to offload to the Microsoft, and they are going to take care of you. Okay, why we need Windows Virtual Desktop over the Virtual Desktop? So there are a lot of reasons. This is a small set of reasons that I have came up with. It is really easy and quick and cost-effective solution where you can create desktops and applications and use data center rather than using your own like laptops or whatever, right? And then you are only paying for whatever you are using. You can shut down the machines at night, right? If you don't use, you can shut down simply. And then it is very simple, and you can work with Office 365 integrations as well as Office 365 applications like Microsoft Teams. And even you can connect it with VPN without any problem. So it is basically managed service. Microsoft is managing whatever the things for you, and you can even get high performance because the cloud is a huge thing, right? So there are a lot of compute as well as network storage. And then we have the security, right? So security is really important nowadays, right? There are a lot of issues coming here and there, right? If you look at the internet, a lot of frauds are there, spams, phishing alerts, all those are there, right? Security is the most important here. So one of the good concern about using Windows Virtual Desktop. And also compliance. So compliance is again important when it's come to some of the organizations. So there are rules like GDPR, privacy policy, regulations, defined by the governments. So when it's come to that, it's really important to make sure that the data is secure on the cloud. So the data is in the cloud is secure, but data in your machine is not secure. So that is what you have to understand. And if you look at high level how it works, this is really simple, right? This is in a high level who don't understand some of the technical stuff, right? So if you look at here, we have the Azure infrastructure, and then this is your organization maybe, right? So you have your own on-premises location, right? And there might be people who are working in office, and there might be people who are working from home, right? So think about the scenario. So here we have the data center, Southeast Asia, and then what you're going to do, you're going to create a Windows Virtual Desktop infrastructure with Dash Active Directory configuration and everything. And then we have virtual networks and everything, right? So whatever it is, and the storage and everything. So let's say we have one virtual machine running here. You can actually subdivide this virtual machine and give access to, in a multi-session environment with Windows 10 through the public internet for your users working everywhere. So whether they are working from home or whether they are working from organization, without any problem, you can actually give them access to the infrastructure level, facilities. So one of the things that you have to remember here, the facility of using BYOD, right? Bring your own device. So you can ask your employees to use their own devices without any issue. Then you can give the infrastructure with the login accounts and everything, right? So if the organization already using Office 365 packages, what will happen? They have advantage leverage as Active Directory authentication. So then they don't need to have separate accounts. They can directly use their email address to log into the entire virtual desktop infrastructure. Another thing that you have to remember, so whatever the person who is here, right? Let's say Clara. In this example, she has a kind of a mobile device. It is Android, and Windows machine can be accessed using Android devices as well. So if she has Android or iPad or whatever it is, even Raspberry Pi, right? So what we can do, we can directly access to the internet for the Windows machine running on the cloud. So those are basically called as thin cloud, right? So thin clients. So you can use a thin client here, and they can directly access the infrastructure here. All right. So this is a little bit of technical diagram that I have created. So what will happen here? The most important part is Dash Active Directory. That is the base of Windows Virtual Desktop, because that is providing you whatever the authentication requirements. And if you have Office 365, Microsoft 365, you can leverage Active Directory directly. And then if you have multi-factor authentication policies, you can leverage them as well in order to secure logins. And on top of that, we have the Active Directory domain services, which is really important to do domain join purposes, right? So it can be Active Directory domain services. So maybe you can use your on-prem domain services. And then what you have to do, you have to actually connect Active Directory domain services with Active Directory domain join to your session host. So this is the most important part, right? Where you have the infrastructure, the desktops, virtual machines, whatever it is, right? So here you have the virtual machines running on a set of host pool. And then you may have file services to share files, save files, maybe profiles, etc. So here probably you can use something called FX logic to do the mapping between profiles for the users. And then here you have the desktops, pool desktops, remote applications likewise. And then whatever it is, right, we can leverage personal host pools, pooled host pools, as well as remote application host pools. So these are the three ways that you can leverage, right? So in personal host pool, we're going to discuss about what it is. Pooled host pool, I'm going to discuss that as well. And also I'll show you how remote desktop application host pools, how we can eliminate showing the desktop instead showing the applications. All right, so this is how it's going to actually allocate. The fact that the CPU, right, most of the time what will happen, the CPU will be idle, right? Even in your machine, if you go to the taskbar, and right click and go to the task manager, you can see that CPU is underutilized all the time. Most of the time it is 80% of underutilized, right? So what we can do here in this infrastructure, we can allocate one virtual machine. So imagine that this one virtual machine is running on the cloud through the public internet or maybe the VPN. You are giving this entire virtual machine with multiple users with multiplication enabled in Windows 10. So multiple users have multiple accounts, their own accounts basically. So they will have their own profiles just like in Windows 10, and then they will leverage the entire virtual machine because it is one to many scenario, one virtual machine, many users. So this is one to many scenario where you are using single virtual machine. And then we have one-to-one scenario, right? So in the one-to-one scenario, we have multiple virtual machines that we are allocating. So we have two CPU machines here, right? You can see 1, 2, 3, and every user will get one infrastructure dedicated for them. But in the previous scenario, it is not dedicated. So it is basically shared. So this is the cost-effective solution for every organization if you want to reduce the cost, because virtual machines are really expensive when it's come to runtime. But here it is going to be very expensive, right? You have to manage a couple of machines. Still, the price will depends on your solution and the scenario and how long it is going to be run. And the other way that you can do is actually you can create a host pool where you are going to divide it to number of users and based on number of departments that you have. For an example, we have 3 departments: creative, finance, and HR. And then we have a couple of host pools. Let's say that this single virtual machine, these are single virtual machines allocated for each and every department. So creative department will need some virtual machines with GPU enabled virtual machines like GPU cards, right? And then for finance, they will need only very simple and very small machine, maybe 2 core machine, right? 2 vCPU machine. For HR also, maybe it is 4 core machine, right? And for GPU machine, they may need a little bit of high end machines like NVIDIA, N series machines, right? Virtual machines. So this is another high level way that how it actually works. Okay, so just to give you a quick glance of what it is looks like, right? So if I go to my virtual desktop client, right? This is a thin client. You can go to even Android store and download this same one, right? So because it is available, in the App Store as well. And also, if you have iPad, you can use the same, right? So you search for remote desktop, and then if you have the login and credentials, you can log in directly to your environment, right? So this is my workspace that I have given for my demo environment. I have a couple of applications here. Access, Excel, you can see these are the applications. Remember in my discussion, I mentioned that we have 3 items here: personal, host pools, pooled, and remote applications. So this is remote application portion. So we have a couple of remote applications running, as well as I have allocated one desktop machine as well. Okay, if I open up Notepad here, let me show you quickly. I'm going to double click and open Notepad. So this Notepad is going to open in actually in the cloud, right? Not in my machine. So that is the beauty about this one, right? So I have to log in for the again to credentials. Okay, why it is taking too much time? Okay, all right. Okay. Why it is not coming? Okay, let me check why I'm not getting. Think I'm using a different account. Okay, let's wait. Okay, here you go. Right. So you can see that here this desktop application, right? Now it is running on the cloud. I have reduced a little bit of uh, different theme I have applied it, right, for this application. If you look at this notepad, and if I show you my uh, actual computer, right, my local computer's notepad, this is different. You can see there's a small icon here in order to indicate that this is running on the cloud, right? So basically running on the virtual desktop environment. And other than that, you can even use whatever the other application if you want, snipping tool, whatever it is, right? You can see it is running in the cloud. You can capture, and it will actually save in the virtual machine running in the behind the scenes, right? So I have installed Visual Studio Code, whatever it is, right? Even if I open my VS Code or whatever, right? So it will basically open up in the cloud, right? So this is virtual lab running here, right? But you can see that even though it is a virtual lab, you will not feel that it is a virtual lab, right? Because it's like running in your local machine. So that is the beauty behind it, right? So even if you want to log into the desktop directly, you can connect from here. It will give you ability to directly log into the machine, right? So here I'm logging to the machine directly. So here you can see, right? So whatever it is, for an example, if I save the snipping tool item that I have got here, right, I'm going to save it as something. Let me save it somewhere. Save as, I don't know, it is not coming. Okay, let's type something here. Save as. Not sure why it's not coming, right? So anyway, so you can see the desktop is also there where you can access directly, right? So I'm not gonna use desktop for the moment, right? And the other good thing about this one is actually you can use desktop, remote desktop client web application, right? So if I go here, this is my web application. So inside the web application also you can open up all the whatever the applications you need if you want to open whatever it is. And also other good thing about this one is actually you can share your local resources. Let's say you have your local printer, mic, keyboard, and everything, right? So you can share them. And if you want to do a printout or something, right, from your virtual desktop application, you can directly print out, right, because it is connected to entire machine. Okay, so whatever it is running here, I have tried out a lot of applications, especially like Unity, right? So for game development, you can actually create kind of a machine which is having a good infrastructure like NVIDIA GeForce machines, right? So then rendering and creating games is really simple, right? You can see now the notepad is running inside the virtual machine, right? So nothing behind the scenes, right? I'm just opening only the application. If you go back, if you want to get Google Chrome, you can click here, right? It will open up the Google Chrome, right? Whatever it is running on top of the cloud. And remember that if I use Unity, right, for an example, I want to develop a game and render the game, you can use it. It is not going to use any of your resources. So if you look at the task manager, you will be able to understand nothing going to be used from your machine, right? So whatever it is running in the cloud. Okay, so that is a quick demo about it, right? So since we are running behind the scenes, I'll be giving you a quick understanding what is required to have Windows Virtual Desktop and how it is going to be cost. Okay, so these are a couple of free requirements that you need to remember, because the licensing portion is really important. So in order to qualify for the Windows Virtual Desktop, you should have operating system license called multi-session or Windows 10 Enterprise, right? So those licenses are only qualified for Windows Virtual Desktop. So what will happen if you want to get these licenses? Either you can use Microsoft 365 E3, E5, A3, A5, F3, or even Business Premium licenses, or maybe you can go for Windows E3, E5, A3, and A5 licenses. As well as if you want Windows 10, 7, you can go with the similar stuff, right? Similar licenses. And as I said, you can still use Windows Server as well. So for this one, we have to use RDA, so Remote Desktop Client Access CAL licenses, so with the software assurance. This portion is a little bit of traditional, right? So you probably heard about RDA CAL. And then other than that, other than the licensing portion, we have the infrastructure part, right, where we have to pay for the infrastructure based on usage. So you have to have virtual machines with operating system, and then the data disk drive and user profile storage, and then even networking and active directory domain services. So these are the prerequisite. Other than that, there's nothing, right? Okay, so a couple of use case scenarios for Windows Virtual Desktop application. Imagine that you need to you are working for a company, right? And your company is having kind of applications, that data kind of applications, and then the data that is really sensitive. For example, you are working for a financial institute, or maybe for a healthcare, or maybe government institute. Let's say that you are bringing your own device, or maybe you are using your own computer or laptop, right? What will happen, the data, sensitive data, will be actually, there's a potential damage that could happen because the data is really vulnerable. Let's say that whenever you are working on the desktop, there's a kind of a ransomware attack, or maybe a phishing attack came in, right? You install a kind of application without knowledge. So these things will happen because not everyone is technical, right? So non-technical people will click all these links coming to the email, and then the applications will download it and install some malware or maybe ransomware or something. Then someone from the behind the scenes will copy all the data, right? Financial data, healthcare data, which is very sensitive, and even for military and research data. So those are not going to be secure in your machine, local machine, right? So then what we can do, we can use Windows Virtual Desktop, and the data will be secure in the cloud. So no one will be harmed, right? Because even whenever it is running on the cloud, it is basically very secure because there's a central administration happen, right? No one can attack directly. So Microsoft infrastructure is giving you kind of a good security as well. And then other than that, if you have elastic workforce needs like remote working, mergers and acquisitions for your company, and also short-term employees like contractors, maybe freelancers coming into your company, right, working for a couple of months, and then contractors, partners everywhere, right? So whatever the person coming in, if they need a quick desktop, right? So what we can do, you can spin up a quick desktop in Windows Virtual Desktop and give it to them, right? Because then the data is secure, right? And then other than that, specific employees who want to bring their own devices, mobiles, and whatever it is, right? And then specialized workload like designing, engineering, game development, software development, testing, whatever it is, right? You don't need to buy a machine. Say we had a couple of clients here in Singapore who is doing game designing, right? Actually, for the game development company, they didn't buy any hardware equipments directly, right? So what they are doing, they are directly creating virtual machines and allocating them to their developers. And after they had developed and rendered and everything, they are shutting down the machine, right? So basically, that is that much of simple. And this is a kind of a sample cost breakdown for you to get an idea for a light workload, right? So light workload that I have defined here is the users who are doing basic data entry tasks such as database entry applications, command line application, browse applications, etc. So which is very light, and about 10 to 1 to 10 users. This is kind of a example estimate. We have virtual machine, storage accounts, and bandwidth. And this does not include the cost of licensing as well as accurate domain services, right? So those two components should also include, but the big ticket item for this costing is virtual machine, right, and this infrastructure. So for all these 10 users, it will be about $300 a month or something like that for them to pay, right? So it will reduce a little bit of cost, and it comes with advantage because you have good security, right? So the most important portion here in virtual desktop is the security portion, other than reducing the cost. Okay, so with that, I'm gonna conclude my session. I think you probably have questions and doubts, right? You can ask them in the chat box. I'm not sure whether you have any questions or doubts. So seems be okay. All right. So there is one question. Now, no, I need to buy expensive. Yeah. So basically, this is really a good example. You don't need to buy expensive hardware if you want to develop software application, game, whatever it is, right? And even if you want to do a film production, movie production, right, You don't need to buy a machine with GPUs and all, right? You just pin up, do the work, and they shut down, right? And then yeah, we have another. How does cost compare buying laptop? So buying laptop versus this one, I'm not going to tell you to avoid buying laptops here, right? So the one of the most important value proposition with Windows virtual desktop is actually the security part and the infrastructure part, right? If you need good infrastructure, if you compared with buying a laptop versus Windows virtual desktop, so it is going to be hard, right? Because you cannot actually compete with buying a laptop, because it is one time cost. But Windows virtual desktop is going to give you monthly cost, right? Every month you have to pay. And security is the only challenge. So basically it will solve mostly. It depends all the time, as I said. So if you have a huge organization like 1,000 employees running, right, then this is a good solution, but without buying laptops and all, right? Because if you spend 1,000 for 1,000 employees to buy laptops, it will cost more than what you are using in virtual desktop, depending on the situation, right? If you have 10 users, it doesn't cost that much, right? So yeah, it's basically the challenges that gonna solve depends on each and every use case scenarios. Based on the scenario, you have to decide whether you are going with security and cost or whatever it is, right? You have to go with the right situation. Okay, I think that all right, Amar. I think your questions answered, right? If you have any other questions regarding Windows Virtual Desktop, I'll share you my LinkedIn account and also Twitter account, right? So you can see here. You can go ahead and get and send me a message, right? All right. Yeah. With that, I think yeah, that's pretty much my it. Thank you, guys, and yeah, have a good session and enjoy.
Thank you,
Okay,
Dilip.
yeah. Thank you very much, Dilip, for that wonderful presentation. Glad to have you here as the first speaker for our summit. Now let's move on to our next presentation. So next in line, we have Asma Khalid from Pakistan, who's joining with us today to share her knowledge. So let me share my screen quickly. Okay, so Asma is going to talk about how to use OpenCV on Windows Linux subsystem. So without further ado, let me invite Asma Khalid on our virtual stage. Asma, over to you.
Hello everyone. Thank you for first giving me this opportunity to share my knowledge within a community, and I really want to hats off to you guys for arranging this big session. And let's just start the session right away without wasting any time. So shall I start it?
Yes, you go ahead, Asma. You can.
Okay. So let me share my screen. Okay. So let me introduce myself a bit before I jump right into the presentation. I'm basically currently working as a software manager here in my local organization in my country, and I have 8 years of experience. I'm a master graduate, and I'm Microsoft MVP 4 time and C# Corner MVP 5 time, and I'm the first female from Pakistan to receive these recognitions. And I'm really glad to be a part of this community and share my knowledge. So today I'm going to discuss how you can utilize OpenCV on Windows subsystem for Linux. So before I go into the OpenCV part, let me just very quickly talk about what Windows Linux subsystem is all about. So Windows Linux subsystem is basically a Linux environment provided by, the feature was provided by Microsoft. So you can directly utilize Linux subsystem entire basically Linux environment right directly into your Windows machine instead of installing any virtual boxes or dual boot just to run the operating system. You can simply, work on your Linux operating system or your Linux environment using just a command prompt utility. So in order to have this feature enabled on your machine, all you need to have is either you have need to have a Windows 10 or any version above of Windows 10, obviously if it comes. You can use it on Windows Home, Windows Professional, and Windows Enterprise as well. And you can also have this feature enabled in Windows Server 2019 or above. So if you want to use this particular feature on your Windows Server machine, then it has to be 2019 version and above. Now let me just tell you how you can, like you need to utilize this feature. You need to enable this feature on your desktop machine. I'm not going to go into the detail how you can enable. If you are interested in knowing how you can enable this feature, you can either go to my blog or you can, there are a lot of resources available on the internet how you can do that. So, or you can, go to my YouTube channel as well. So I will sharing, some videos regarding the Linux subsystem for Windows. Then after enabling this feature on your Windows operating system machine, you need to install a distribution that is relevant to you or which you basically are comfortable in working with on your Linux environment. Like it could be a Ubuntu, Debian, or Fedora. I mostly use Ubuntu. Then after you have installed your distribution, all you need to do is you need to update and upgrade your Linux subsystem before doing anything with your Linux environment. So now let's see, when your Linux subsystem environment is, all prepared, installed, and update and upgrade, then you can move on and working with, your development and whatever you want to do with your it. So let's see how you can install OpenCV on Ubuntu. So here's this particular command which you can utilize to install your OpenCV on Ubuntu. So I'm particularly using this for having a Python 3 version here. If you want to install OpenCV with Python 2 version, then you need to change this command. So next, since we are going to use OpenCV in our development project, so you need to understand that this particular feature on Windows does not directly support the graphical user interface. Like if you are, in a typical operating system or through VirtualBox, whether through dual boot, you have leverage there directly that when you run any OpenCV program, you will have that leverage to interact with the graphical user interface. However, since this particular feature is designed to be run or to be utilized just like a command prompt, there is no direct way you can interact with the GUI, graphical user interface application. So for that matter, we will going to download and you need to download and install an X server, any X server of your choice. I'm using Xmin. I'm sharing link here as well. I have already installed that, and that server needs to run on your system. It will, run on the background, and you can see that from your taskbar. So here's a bit of glimpse of what this server installation and after installation it will look like. So here's my taskbar, and you can see this X right here, which is basically showing that this server is installed and running on my machine. So basically, what happens is when we try to display something, whether image or whether a video, it will instead of directly being communicated with the graphical user interface, this server is basically which play as a graphical user interface catalyst for our Windows subsystem for Linux distribution environment. So now let's quickly see a simple, a very short C++ program, which what do is only load image from your local machine and simply display that image using your OpenCV program. So before you go to your program, you also need to make sure that you have installed the GCC compiler, so you can compile the program in C++. So here is the code. You need to ensure that the libraries you have referenced for OpenCV needs to be in this similar order, and these are the set of libraries we need to uh, import into our C++ program for just loading and displaying image. And then definitely we have our namespaces, our standard input and output, and of course OpenCV. Here's the short program. What is does that this particular piece of line will read the image when I
Asma,
when
sorry to interrupt. I
yes.
think your slides aren't moving. Okay, I
Okay,
think now
are
we
you
can
able
see.
okay, are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, we can see. Yeah, I think right now it's okay.
Okay, and
Yes, sir.
if I'm in the full screen, are you also able to see?
Yeah, put it into the full screen. So let's see whether we can see.
Okay, all right, all right. Thank you for telling me that. So, like as I'm saying that this particular piece of line, what it does is it reads your image file from your whatever path you have placed your image on, and the flag image unchanged means that I'm not manipulating any colors of the image. I just want image to be loaded as it is. Then this particular piece of line is basically where we created our window and display it in that graphical user interface, which will be then displayed through that X server. So when working with OpenCV, writing a program doesn't have much of an issue and difficult part, but compiling and executing OpenCV on C++ is a bit tricky. You need to. It's not like a simple C++ program. You cannot just simply first give the compile program and your binaries to create it, and then do that output command and your output will be shown. You need to do some set of commands before that program will actually be able to run. So here is the set of program and the order in which you can run your OpenCV C++ program. So first you need to set OpenCV installation path. Since we are using Windows Linux subsystem, so it might not by default be able to read that particular read OpenCV path from your Linux distribution. So it's better that you explicitly give that root path of your OpenCV installation to your C++ program. So this particular line that I'm highlighting is how I'm giving my OpenCV path to my basically setting my OpenCV path to my uh, program file, which I'm going to compile later on. Then next set of command that you need to give is you need to set the configuration flag for OpenCV to make some settings regarding your image and video library, so it can align what sort of libraries and flags I'm going to package configuration I'm going to use. So this is that particular command you need to execute after your setting your OpenCV installation path. Then you need to then this is basically the command which compiles your your OpenCV binary output, and it will basically create your binary output. If you okay, I think we are unable to see here because of this. Okay, let me just hide it. Okay. I think now you might be able to see the command. So the important thing here is we are when we first when we execute the first command, which is our installation path, you will notice on your disk that there is a .o, which is a dot object file which is created, which basically tells that, okay, I have prepared this object file and, set the installation path. And now when I want to create my binary output file, which actually, display out what my program is doing, I need to pass that object file to my, compiling command. And then I also need to, tell my compiler about the image codec that OpenCV uses, and then also the flags that I have previously said that OpenCV, will understand the configurations and flag and different libraries inclusion path. And then finally, dash O output means that this is basically going to be my binary output, which I will be used and see my result. So after compiling your code, you then need to run this particular command, which is export display, which is equal to colon 0. This is going to tell our OpenCV program when we execute that when you display in my image or my video, it's going to be display on my graphical user interface server, which will be running on this particular display port, which is basically the X server I'm running. So we need to execute this command then. And finally, finally for the execution, just simply type the output binary that we have created. And when you do that, you will able to see your image is loaded in the display window. This is basically the main thing. If you have questions and you want to reach out to me, you can go to my social channel. So let me give you a very quickly a live demo of this executing, displaying and loading your image using OpenCV. So let me share that screen of mine. Let me just stop. Okay, let me reshare my screen. Okay, I hope you are able to see my screen. Is my screen visible?
Not yet, Asma.
Okay, I think it has not yet been added to the screen. Are you able to see my screen now, or should I reshare it?
Please reshare. We can't still.
Okay, let me share. Okay, okay. Now are you able to see my screen?
Not yet. Vicky, can you see?
Yes,
It's
this is
coming.
the screen.
Yeah.
This is the screen.
Yes.
So
Now we can.
okay, so this is basically my Linux subsystem environment on my Windows machine. It's just like a command dot command kind of like environment. So I have already prepared all the code and image behind this. So let me execute those commands one by one to display and compile an OpenCV image file. Okay, so this is the first command which set my OpenCV installation path into my program file and create the dot object file. So when I enter, so definitely I'm using a sudo command, so it's going to ask me about my username and password. So let's okay. Now, since nothing has happened, it means my program has successfully, this command has successfully executed. Now let's, set the flags for our OpenCV. And next, let's compile our binary output. Then let's hook that X server, telling our basically program that you're going to use graphical user interface through this third-party X server, and then finally execute our output file. So I think you might not be able to see that. Let me share my screen again. If you are able to see my screen. Okay. Okay. So when I finally execute my output, this particular window will be displayed, which is basically showing the image that I want to load and display through my OpenCV. Obviously, this is a very simple piece of code which just simply loads and display the image. You can work with complex image manipulation, or if you have any video processing through OpenCV, you can do that as well. So that's about from my side. Here is my you know contact. If you want to reach out to me or you have any question, you can go to my social channel, my website. You can go to my YouTube channel, or directly contact me through my email. So that's it from my end. I think Shivani, you're mute. I'm not able to hear you.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Asma. And I cannot see any questions at the moment, but if you have questions, please do either send it in the comment box, or we can direct it to Asma and get your questions sorted, or directly you can send it to her. Okay, then thank you very much, Asma, for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you. Best of luck, and Allah Hafiz, and bye bye everyone.
Yeah,
Bye.
thank you, Asma. Thank you.
Okay, let me share my screen. So we are going to move into our next speaker, next session. So next in line we have Anupama Natarajan from joining from all the way from New Zealand, and she's a Microsoft MVP in AI and also a Microsoft MCT. So today she's going to talk about exploring natural language processing using Azure AI. So let me invite Anupama Natarajan on our virtual stage to start off her session.
Shavani, no, you can introduce our first slide. First.
Okay, we will be needing a couple of minutes until we connect her. So while waiting, let me go back. If we have late joiners, let me go back to our first slide because this is the first ever MCT Summit that we are going to have, that we are having in Sri Lanka, and we are happy to host this event as TechNet Leaders community. And so we have wide ranging of presentations today and tomorrow for all of you joining here. So keep in touch with us, and please join all the sessions so you can get lots of insight about all these Microsoft technology in different areas of technology topics. So yes, and hope you all enjoying the session so far. Let us know your comments about the summit and also about the presentations in the comment box. Your comments are very well welcome. We are happy to hear from you as attendees, because since this is our streaming platform, we can't really interact with you and we can't give a chance to talk to you. Sorry about that. But we always welcome your comments about this whole session and also about our presentations. Vicky, can we go ahead with the now? I think
Yeah, Anupama is here,
okay.
so you can.
So
Yeah.
okay, so let me introduce her again. So Anupama is here she's joining from New Zealand, and she's Microsoft MVP in AI and also Microsoft MCT. Today her topic is going to be exploring natural language processing using Azure AI. So Anupama, the virtual stage is yours. Over to you.
Great. Thanks, Shivani. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we
Yes, we
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
Okay, good. And thanks, Vignaraj, for providing me the opportunity to present at the MCT community over in Sri Lanka. So it's nice to present to the community from New Zealand. And thanks for picking the right time, because normally when you are having or attending international conferences like this, like you get a time zone like where you need to wake up 4 a.m. in the morning or 2 a.m. in the morning. But it is really nice. It's 5:30 p.m. in New Zealand. So thanks for giving me the good time slot. So welcome everyone for the Sri Lanka MCT Summit 2021. It's a great initiative, and I'm really happy to participate in this event. And the main idea behind this MCT Summit is to try and get all the MCTs across the world and showcase it to the community in Sri Lanka. And also, like, it's nice to see a lot of women speakers, because it's so hard to find a lot of women speakers in conferences. And good to see, thanks for all the organizers for trying and looking for and providing the equal amount of opportunity for women speakers to present in today's session.
Yeah, and
So
Anupama,
without
actually, we can't see you.
yes, one second, can you see
Fine.
me?
Yeah. Yes, we
Yeah.
can.
So let me share my screen. And okay, let me see which screen you can see. Cool. So you can see yourself, right? Let me put
Yes.
my
Yes.
slideshow in here. Cool. Hope you can see my screen, which is exploring natural language processing using Azure AI.
Yes.
Yes, we can see.
Cool. So today's topic I want to discuss about is exploring natural language processing using Azure AI. So Azure AI is especially artificial intelligence is a favorite topic for me, and I will explain you why it is shortly when I just explain about a bit about myself. And natural language processing, yes, if you want a question and you want to get an answer for that question, think about, like, rather than writing a piece of code or trying to explain this to someone, if you get an interface where you can just type what you want to ask, and if you get an answer immediately, that would be great, right? Like a lot of business executives would like to get the responses in such a way, so where they don't want to just go and ask for, okay, tell me what is the sales of our company for this month, or like, okay, how much revenue we generated in the last quarter, and they would like to get the answers then and there. What historically we used to do is build all those reports and try to send it to them, and what they get frustrated at, because they get three reports, and each report will show the figures in a different way. Sometimes, like, it's a one report may show higher and one report may show lower, so there is no single source of the truth, and they won't be able to get the answers that what they are looking for. So how AI is coming and breaking those or solving those issues for senior executives, and what is natural language processing? That's what we will be getting to understand from this session. So before we get into the session, a little bit about myself. I'm Anupama Natarajan. I'm a data and AI consultant. I run my own company called Pearl Innovations in Wellington, New Zealand. And I have 20 plus years of experience working in the IT industry. So I started my career as a developer, and I was born and brought up in India. So if anyone wondered about like my name and the way I look, and I was born and brought up in India. I studied there and moved over to New Zealand back in 2001. So I've been living here for the past 19 years, and I'm a Microsoft MVP for AI. And the reason for my interest around AI and natural language processing, it's all started with data because I love data. I love analyzing data. And my passion is how do I find value out of my data and expose it to my customers? Because at the end of the day, like for me, adding value for my customers is the key thing I thoroughly enjoy about. So I always look for opportunities like how can we expose data in order to provide value for customers. It can be either through analytics or visualizations using Power BI or any visualization tool, or it can be through building APIs. So because APIs are becoming another way of exposing data of an organization, which other organizations can consume. And the third opportunity now I have got with the big breakthrough of artificial intelligence is exposing your data or using the data in terms of predicting the future or doing a lot of like a process automation things. So that's where like AI is breaking through a lot of things in different organizations. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer and happy to present at this conference. And I'm a regular speaker in a lot of conferences and events. And I do organize events in the local community here in Wellington, New Zealand. If you have any questions post this session, or if you need to connect with me, or if you want to clarify something, or if you want to just discuss a few things with me, here are my social media channels and my email address. Feel free to reach out to me after this conference. And yeah, of course, happy to discuss about any topics that you would like to clarify with me, or in general about some career tips. So, the agenda for today's session, we will learn about what natural language processing is. And in particular, like I want to drill down into text analytics API. So, given the time that we have got today, I just thought I will better get into introducing text analytics API. What are the different things that you can or problems that you can solve with text analytics API? We'll look at a couple of demos related to that. And finally, I'm happy to take any questions related to the topic around natural language processing or in general anything like whether it's all about artificial intelligence or Azure AI or anything in general that you want clarifications about. So, what is natural language processing? So, if you think natural language processing, also called as NLP, mainly we use that for tasks such as finding sentiment analysis, topic deduction, language deduction, key phrase deduction, extraction, as well as document categorization. So, what does it all really mean? Like, it's all like a lot of jargons here, right? So, let us start with sentiment analysis. So, sentiment analysis is every organization, either one or the other way, they collect feedback from their customers. So, you can put your feedback on Twitter or Facebook or any social media channel, or you can have like a survey that you can ask your customers to fill to provide feedback. So this feedback can be about the company or the organization as a whole, or it can be a feedback around the product stack that you have launched or the different products that you manufacture in your company. So your users or customers will be providing you the feedback, right? So some of the times like you have to do analysis over the feedback that they have provided. So are they saying nice things about the product, or whether the feedback is so negative because they don't like the product, or is it somewhere in the neutral stage, like where like people don't say good things or people don't say bad things either. They say like okay, they provide you an average feedback. So sentiment analysis, that's what it is. So previously we used to do this manually. So there will be some sort of analyst who will be reading through each and every comment, and they will score it saying like, okay, is it a positive comment or a negative comment, or is it a neutral comment? But what we can now do with natural language processing is you have the ability to use the machine in order to read through the comments automatically, and also like detect what is the sentiment associated with that comment. Think about like if you have a Twitter handle like which has got like millions of messages coming across the world. So how much time you'll be spending going through and looking at that manually? So that's where like a AI breakthrough is going to help you, and we'll be looking at what are the different APIs that help you to assist with that. The next one is topic detection. So if you want to look at your messages like that and you want to derive some interesting topics, like what are they talking about, so you can easily scan through the messages from your Twitter channel, and you can look at like are they talking about any product specific to our organization, are they talking about any services specific to the organization. So those things can be extracted easily from there. Similarly, language detection. So what language people are discussing in, is it like predominantly the comments are coming from English or any other language? You can easily find that out based on the regional or the cultural languages that they are using. Key phrase detection. This is another one in terms of like what are the key phrases people use. So for instance, like if they put a comment like the food was so delicious and we had wonderful staff in the restaurant, so the key phrase extraction will allow you to take points like, okay, food was discussion as a point of discussion in this comment, as well as they were providing appreciation about the staff, which is the wonderful staff. So these type of key phrases will be easily extracted out of the text and given it to you. So you can easily identify like what is this comment emphasizing about. And finally, like you have got document categorization. So you can figure out like, okay, what type of documents it is talking about insurance, is it bank statements. So you can also do these type of things with natural language processing. So in a nutshell, what it allows you to do is you can automate any of these processes quite easily using the artificial intelligence. So what is really going to help you in terms of so we talked about a natural language processing, we talked about, yeah, it can do sentiment analysis like a keyword extraction and so on, but what it really helps you to do, that's what we are going to look in here. So what we have got is Text Analytics API. So Text Analytics API is a cloud-based service, so which provides natural language processing features. So we looked at the natural language processing features, but when you look at from an Azure AI perspective, Text Analytics API is the one which provides you with the features that we have been discussing. So what are the different scenarios where you can use a Text Analytics API? So as I mentioned, it's all about like the different categorization, right? Like whether you want to do keyword extraction or whether you want to do sentiment analysis, these type of scenarios where text analytics API can be really useful. So simple examples like you want to analyze survey results where there is a whole heap of survey that you have provided to your customers or your stakeholders, and they have responded to the surveys, and you want to analyze those survey responses that you got from them, and you have to present a report. So rather than, as I said, manually doing that, you can make use of the text analytics API in order to do that. Analyzing recorded inbound customer calls. So this is again another thing is not only like a written survey results, but also like any customer calls that you are receiving and that has been recorded. You can just scan through those recordings and figure out like again whether the customer was happy about something, that's why they rang the customer call, or what type of queries for which they have been ringing the call center. You can process and categorize support incidents. So this, I think everyone can relate it into in their organization. So where you can process and categorize support incidents as they're coming along in your organization. So okay, how many calls, support calls are coming to us? Is it the HR ones or is it finance ones and stuff? Monitor your product social media feeds, classic example, because every organization, whether you are in the utilities industry, health industry, public sector industry, or education industry, you'll be always launching new products and product lines, and it is always good to get some feedback from your customers. And how do you like automate the process of understanding the feedback and reacting to that? And that's where text analytics API can help you. So similarly, there is a lot of things like around classification of documents and perform opinion mining. So you can have various set of documents or messages or email messages and things. Then if you want to form an opinion based on the information that you have got, then probably like you should be able to do that. So as you can see here, like okay, the keywords, what has been done. So if there is a lot of good things as you can see on my slide, the words that has been used or the keywords that has been extracted, then you know exactly like, okay, there is a positive outcome here or a negative outcome here. So we have been talking a lot about text analytics API, and we talked about sentiment analysis and stuff. Let us quickly look at what does it really mean by in real world. Is it as simple as such as we talk about in sentiment analysis? So this is I have not built I haven't built an application or anything, but I will show it to you if you want to go ahead and build that. How do you go about doing it? But this is just a simple example where I have just jumped onto azure.microsoft.com website and jumped onto cognitive services text analytics features. So here there is a comment that has been pre-populated in this area. And what you are going to do is if I just look at the text analytics API, it has extracted the information out of this comment, and it has also figured out the language what it was used. So if you use text analytics API, when there is a comment like this has been posted into the text analytics API, the key things that you can find out is what is the language of the used in the comment. What are the key phrases? So in here, when you read through the message, some of the key things that they have been discussing is about place, online menu, like what is it's all about the food, and it's about a contoso steakhouse, like where they have been ordering steak. And then it also talked about a bit of dining, and there is a bit of complaint, and you can just see. And yeah, so it's all about just looking at some of the keywords. And what you can do is once you see the key phrases, then you can decide on how do you go about doing that. So then it gives you in terms of scoring. So here it starts doing the sentiment analysis. Going through the comment, it talks about a lot of positive things as well as about a little bit of negative things. So 86% was really positive, and then you can have is like 14% of that it has detected as negative. So especially if you read through this comment, you can see the only complaint I have is the food didn't come through fast enough. So that can be the complaint that the user had with that. But overall, like they had a positive outcome about this restaurant, and they highly recommend this restaurant. So 86% is positive attitude or positive feedback that they got out of this comment. So we all know like okay, extracting the text and analyzing the text is good, but when you want to integrate the feedback into your downstream systems, you need it in a format, and you need it in a structured format, right? So the text analytics API gives you the feedback or whatever it can extract out of the comment in a JSON format. The language detection, here you can see it has been detected as English, and each of the detection that it is doing, like whether it's a language or a key phrases or sentiment, they get a confidence score. So you'll be thinking about what is the purpose of this confidence score, so that I have highlighted here. So the purpose of this confidence score, as you can see here, so the key idea behind the confidence score is sometimes what happens is if the API is not detecting it well enough, or it is not comfortable, like saying, okay, I don't know whether I have detected it correctly, I want the end users to validate that. So the confidence score will be provided as less. So if the confidence score is less, then probably like you may need to have a different workflow process in order to just have a look at it. But if the confidence scores are good or greater, then probably like you can be comfortable saying like it has detected it correctly, so I don't have much issues with that. So long story short, what you can do is you can see the sentiment analysis on the every sentence at a sentence level. I can look here like, okay, the breakdown of your sentiment analysis. So this is classic, right? Like you can see like, okay, every sentence has seen and I have identified whether they provide a positive outcome or negative outcome. So sentence 7 is the sentence where the complaint was made, where the food didn't come fast enough, and they have identified, it says it's 100% negative sentiment. And few other things you can also see here is around the text analytics API gave you is around the named entities. So different locations, the phone number. So the cool thing is, if you can see in the brackets, it also talked about like, okay, Contoso, I detected it as an organization, and New York, I detected it as a location. chief cook, it is a person type. So it automatically detected these things and added in the metadata it provided, because this will help you saying, oh, okay, there is a phone number, and you can do like downstream automated processing in different ways. And by entities, it's the personally identifiable information. So if there are any entities in there where you can uniquely or identify a person, sometimes it's for privacy reasons you shouldn't be exposing, right? So this data, what you can do is you can make it anonymous or something so that it is not publicly it's exposed here. So cool things is around the amount of information that you can get out of text analytics for a simple paragraph like this. That is the key thing here. So that's one thing I would be happy in terms of like, okay, the amount of information I can get, and also the do the sentiment analysis. And if I think about, I have millions of comments coming through, I can automate this process and quite easily I can get the information. So just to give you another example of the flavor of text analytics, here this is the website which is AI demo. So if you have to work on any AI related examples, you have a website called aidemos.microsoft.com. So sometimes like you have to explain it to your stakeholders, right? Like they want to have a play with that. So why are you recommending cognitive services or any other thing? So Microsoft have got this website called aidemos.microsoft.com, which will allow you to go and try any of these demos and in an interactive fashion. So here we are going to look at our text analytics demo. So you can type any message. It can be, if you don't type, you can use the sample message here, or you can type your own message, or take a message from Twitter or Facebook and you can put it over here. You can ask it to analyze. So now this is going to analyze this, and it is going to provide me the sentiment and the key phrases. So here the sentiment is neutral, and then what I'm getting here is the key phrases has been highlighted here, like Saturn, planet, solar system, the gas giant, Jupiter, average radius and stuff. Some of the key information is highlighted. The next is I'm asking it to do the entity linking. So the entity linking has been probably linked here. So this is what it says. The keys, these are some of the key entities it can think of, like a solar system, Saturn, Sun, Earth, or these are some of the entities that it can identify from here. Think about like if you put a comment here, and then if you have to extract any relevant information from Wikipedia or some other Bing search, so you want to search about these keywords. There you go. So what it does is like you searched all the key entities in your message, and then you also like provided the ability to say like, okay, go and search about this key entities on Wikipedia and or Bing and give me the response about that. So now I can go and read about these key things like, okay, what is Jupiter and what does the solar system mean? And so simple things are like a one line of information. Now I have got turned it into more enriched version. So classic example where you can use these type of things is like when a person puts a comment about your product line, automatically you can link it through your website's product line, and you can see like, okay, so what are they talking about, and have we got something wrong about the product line? So the comparison can be easily done side by side on the website itself. So this is how like the text analytics and the power of AI that you can use on a simple message that you get from your end users from any of the social media channels. So we looked at like how do we do these things through the cool demos that we had. But normally you will be thinking about, okay, this is looking cool, and Pama, like how do I integrate this in my applications? So it depends on how do you go about doing that. Microsoft provides all the APIs, like the text, all the cognitive services APIs, and text analytics API is one of the cognitive services API. You can easily like use provision a cognitive service like called text analytics on Azure and start leveraging the APIs in your applications. Classic example is you have a custom application like a .NET application or a PHP application. What you can do is you provision a text analytics service. So this is my Azure portal that I have got. What I can done is I have created a resource group. Now I can go here and hit on add. Let me just zoom this a bit. And now I'm going to give a search for text analytics. So here I will go ahead and provision a text analytics service. So the key things that you have to consider as part of provisioning text analytics is going to be your subscription, your resource group under which you need to create, of course, the location. So here I'm choosing Australia East, and I may give text analytics demo 14 because I want to have a unique name here, and the pricing tier. So there is a free pricing tier also, which I have used up already. So you can go for standard tires, and it tells you like how many transactions that you can do with that tire with in days. And if you want to know the full pricing details, of course, like you have the pricing information available on Azure. So it tells you like how many transactions that you can do with the free tire versus the standard tire. And of course, you can change it according to your location. So I live in New Zealand, so I go for the Australia East. And of course, the currency I would like to prefer to use is it in New Zealand dollars. So this immediately turns things. And similarly, you can use whichever region and currency that you want to get the pricing under. So cool. So I may use like I would say like just a 1K calls per minute, and I can click on review and create. So once you review, so review process is actually validating your resource details, whether you have provided all the necessary details, and create will provide the create the actual resource itself. I have created one such resource already for text analytics. So here is my text analytics demo 13. As you can see here, it is part of the cognitive services. So when you provision text analytics, probably you get two things. So one is your keys, which is my API key and my endpoint. So Microsoft need to know, right? Like when you're using this API, which particular Azure environment I need to put the charges under. So if every time when you're making an API call to text analytics API, yeah, your tenant will be charged here. So the way it they will know is they will I expect you to use this endpoint as well as to use these keys. So this is what you will be using in terms of connecting to text analytics API. So this mechanism you can use of provisioning this and start utilizing it in your applications if you are building custom applications. But if you are thinking about like, okay, I'm not a person or I don't have a lot of developers in my organization. So how do I start utilizing some of these AI capabilities in the tools? So Microsoft investing or invested as well as investing currently a lot in Power Platform tools. So if you think about Power BI, Power Apps, and Power Automate or Power Virtual Agents, like a lot of these tools have got AI capabilities embedded in that. So behind the scenes, like you can do sentiment analysis on a Power BI application or a report, or you can do sentiment analysis on a Power Apps application or even Power Automate. So all these things can be done. And behind the scenes, Microsoft uses the Cognitive Services API, which is the Text Analytics API, in order to perform sentiment analysis in Power Apps, like Power Automate and Power BI. So at the end of the day, if you want to build a custom application and you have to integrate cognitive services like Text Analytics API, you'll be going ahead and provisioning here on Azure and then start utilizing it in your application. Or the other options that you have got is use tools like Power Apps or Power BI or Power Automate, which has got text analytics API already integrated with it, which means it is going to make your life easy in terms of doing sentiment analysis. So if you take Power BI and all, like you need to just upload the comments and then it will automatically do sentiment analysis and it will create a new column, will tell you like it gives scoring. So 0 for like a negative and 1 for positive comment. So you will be able to just get that scoring done quite easily without writing a single line of code. So there are options available whether you want to go down the path of writing a code or without writing the code, you should be able to do sentiment analysis. You'll be able to do that either through the Cognitive Services API or sorry, either through Cognitive Services API or through the Power Platform tools. So we looked at a demo of how do we use a text analytics API, and also I showed you like how we can use the Azure portal to provision the service, which in turn will allow you to utilize the text analytics API to do more sentiment analysis. So with that, I think given the time we had got, I wanted to just to showcase a quick introduction of about how to use text analytics API and what are the things that you can do with the text analytics API. I'm happy to take up any questions currently related to either text analytics API or even like Azure AI in general. So, but thanks for providing me the opportunity to present at the Sri Lanka MCT uh, conference. And I'm really happy to meet the community here and to discuss a few things around Microsoft AI.
Yeah, thank you, Anupama. And at the same time, you can share your some experience to our community, because AI is the new one, so you can share to our community so they can get more ideas about AI.
Okay, so I think like what I can do is like normally like the way how I think is I've been doing consulting and working in IT industry for 19 years, right? Every time when I go and talk to my clients, like it's always we discuss about the what problems they have got and how technology can help them to solve the problems. So people when they come to my training or for my presentations, the first thing they ask is like how do you normally like solve know how technology can help your customers. So I say to them like every time when you talk to people, people talk to you about problems, you especially your clients, and sometimes at the time when they are talking about the problem, you may not have a cool technology available to solve the problem. So normally I add those problems into a backlog or a catalog that I will just make sure. And when and then and there, when new technology stack are coming through, I always correlate it with the problems that I hear from my customers and see whether a particular technology can be used to solve the problem. I'll give you an example because it's easy to relate with an example, right? So I went to an organization and spoke with the customer, and they told me, like, Anupama, like we do a bit of screen scraping to get some information. Currently, we are using like Excel VBA, and the screen scraping process is really tedious. Even though the web pages have, it's a public web page, but there is no API or anything exposed. And they need that information critical to the extent of sometimes they have to screen scrap like a how much I would say like 15,000 URLs or something. So it's a huge tedious process, but the value they get out of that is huge. So I was just asking, what is there in that public website that you want to screen scrap that is going to give valuable information? And I was justified when they walked me through that scenario. But this is this is where when I talked about this scenario, this was back in 2013 or something. I didn't have a solution, and to be honest, and I think when I spoke to them I didn't have a solution, and when I came home and over the weekend I was just looking at okay what technologies, because I keep an learning around what's new coming up in the Microsoft stack. So I was just looking at what's coming in the Microsoft stack, and I looked at something called as Power Query, it which was initially came in 2013 as a Excel add-in. And Power Query had this huge capability of you can just provide a website, and the website, if it has a table, it will automatically extract the content of the table and put that in a report for you to analyze it. Classic, right? This is the exact problem my customer was having. So they want to give a URL and it should extract the table out of that, and they were writing a VBA macro for that. So that's the type of thing I normally look for the problems what your customer has got. Keep a look on the technology stack, like you see what technology can help with them. And sometimes the technology can come a little bit later, but the problem will still be there. So if you have a catalog of problems from your customers, whenever new technology come in, I always look for, oh okay, I have this technology, have I got any problems that my customers had that I can solve with this technology? And normally I go and have the conversation. If I see the answer is yes, then I will go and engage with the customer and discuss about the problem or revisit the problem again. And now I will say like, okay, previously we didn't have technology, now we can solve with that. The if I want to give you a specific example with AI, so we had a customer where they had like to go and do physical meter readings. So this is a utilities company where they have to physically go to the houses and do the meter reading. And the problem they had was even though they had modern meters in some houses, and there were equivalent amount of houses, they were running the legacy meters. With legacy meters you have to manually do the reading. Modern meters, like you can automate get the reading. But what happens when they go for the reading the legacy meter readers, like reading, sometimes the customer may not be at home. So they come back, and the problem we get is like if you don't get a meter reading, there will be a delay in sending their bill to the customer and to get the money from the customer. So they can't pay their power bill in a timely fashion. So sometimes it is so frustrating for the customers because they say, like, okay, we are not sure when you will be coming to my house to do the meter reading. So how can we make this process efficient with AI? So you can, what we did was like use a computer vision as well as custom vision in order to provide an application where we trained the different meters, like the manual meters where you do the readings, and then we used the computer vision OCR capability to extract the text out of it, and then when they press on a button, it automatically sends the meter reading to the customer or the organization itself. So in that way, what we did is like we don't need to physically send people to do the meter reading. We used the AI capabilities in order to the customer can take a photo of their thing, and automatically they can just scan through and do that. So if they are not comfortable, initially it started as they can scan the photo and send it through us, because that's the first thing we were doing. We automated that process. Then we gone to the next level to say, like, okay, they can send a photo to us. We don't want someone to manually going and copying the meter reading. We took those images, extracted the meter reading, and automatically updated our like a billing system, saying, okay, for this customer the last meter reading is this. This is another scenario where AI can automate your workload, and also like provide better customer experience. So these are this is the way, like, personally I am.
Yeah, thank you, and for that wonderful example use case that you gave, because Amar is also asking in that comment box, I can see. So that's very interesting, the examples you gave and also the
Yeah.
presentation. And thank you very much for joining with us today. And glad we could give you a convenient time slot for you to New Zealand. And so I'm wishing you a wonderful Saturday evening. So we will continue with the summit. Thank you very much. And
Yeah.
yes, so next in line we have our next speaker. So let me share my screen. Okay, so so now we have a Sri Lankan presenter for the first time. He's Nisal Mihiranga, who's a Microsoft MCT, and today he's going to talk about AI visuals in Power BI. So yeah, I think Nisal is in. So over to you, Nisal.
Thanks, Shamani, and thanks, Ikranaj. Let me share my screen. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, let's start. Thank you, everyone, for joining today on your Saturdays to join to the MCT Summit, and also thanks Vikranaj and Shavani and the organizers who are work hard to make this happen today, and giving me the opportunity to speak up at MCT meetup. So my session thing is on AI visuals in Power BI. Let's start with. Before I start, let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Nisal Mihranga. I'm a business intelligence consultant working at Forute. So I am passionate about data science and AI. Also, I am community contributor and speaker. So you can connect with me using Twitter, LinkedIn, and you can directly mail me from my email address. Also, I'm a Microsoft certified trainer. So that's pretty much about myself. Let's start the session. So actually, my session is on AI features on Power BI. So as you know, Microsoft Power BI team, they have worked hard and they introduced so many capabilities and features in terms of AI and machine learning into Power BI. So if we start with the data science side, you know that some of the even the previous session done by Anupama. So those AI capabilities are interact with the Power BI as well. So we can use Power BI to connect it to the cognitive services, Azure machine learning to do the machine learning. And also, you know that in Power BI, they have integrated very initial stage R and Python, where you can write R or Python script to connect into data, do the transformation, and also the visualization. So apart from that, there are some certain features which are only linked to the Power BI Premium, but like you know that they recently introduced another licensing model, premium per user, which is which also enable you to do some rich AI and machine learning feature using Power BI. When it comes to the text analytics and sentiment analytics, that also possible in the Power BI. So I'm not talking about entire AI features. I'm not going to cover all in today's session. My objective is to focus on the AI visual capabilities which offered in Power BI. So we'll talk about what are the AI visuals one by one and with the live demos. Let me share my Power BI. This is my Power BI desktop application. So I just imported some sample data set which contain a few tables. So let me before explain you about the tables. I have a table for where all the vehicle information, cars information there, and registration date, model, make, vehicle type, cost, and so on. And also some client information where purchased these cars and these are the transaction information, yeah, which inside the sales table. So this is the model, only just a very simple model with 4 tables. So my objective and then my demo is to use AI visuals to analyze this data very easily without doing any heavy code, any machine learning or advanced analytics previous experience. So using the built-in features, I'm going to analyze some data and give some outputs. That's the objective of today's session. So first of all, if I go back to my slide, so you can see these are the 4 AI visuals introduced recently into the Power BI. We have Q&A visual where we can type some questions in the natural way and get the interact and get the insight from the Power BI. So behind the scene, it's running NLP, natural language processing algorithms to understand the intent of what we are typing in the Q&A and get the most relevant answers. And also there are some rich capabilities now they have introduced. So we'll do more dig into the during the demo. And also we have another visual called key influencer where we can analyze some metric across dimension attributes where we can analyze and see what's impact to maybe increase or decrease of that measure or metric. So that also really useful. Behind the scene, there are some machine learning algorithms running. So there's another visual called decomposition tree in the AI visuals category in the Power BI desktop and the Power BI service, which is really useful to analyze some metric or measure and find some sort of do some sort of analysis and find like some ad hoc analysis or more into root cause analysis. So we'll see in the demo that as well. And also the last one I'm going to talk about today, which is smart narrative. It gives some textual summary of your insight of your data, maybe in the report page or visual. So it's something dynamic. So whenever you are changing the parameters in the visual, it's automatically changed. So let's start with the demo. Let's start with the Q&A. So this is the Q&A visual. So you can, if you want, you can insert Q&A visual from here. Just clicking the insert tab and Q&A, it will start. Or else you can select from here as well, the visualization tab. So this is the Q&A where there are some suggestions actually. We can start off with those suggestions. So these kind of sort of questions we can ask from the this feature and get the results. So what is the sales amount by the client type? So I'm just clicking that. So you can see we will get some the sales amount by the segregated by the client type. So similar to that, we can do more and more. And also before I going further, so initially I need to say that a very initial stage it has some very fundamental interaction, but you know that Power BI they are releasing new features every month. They have monthly releases. So now by now this visual is very rich and in terms of capabilities. So you can identify and you can introduce synonyms, which is similar keywords we can replace in the normal conversational manner to replace these attributes or tables in the model. So which helps to more communicate with the end user more natural way. And also we can review questions, we can teach Q&A, which means we can teach them, for example, let's say a business user throw some query to the Q&A visual, but this visual from the AI algorithm, it's unable to understand what's exactly what they mean. So in that situation, we can always jump into the process and we can configure, or rather we can tell the machine learning algorithm, okay, the real meaning, what they mean by this keyword is this. So based on that, we can set the results. So I will show some demo on that. Let's say I want to know the sales. Let's say sales amount. So you know that in my model, we have a column called measure for sales amount. So it's the machine learning algorithm. It's understand what I am asking, and based on that, it's produce the result. So let's do some more advanced query. I need to understand, and I need to get the sales amount performance by the brand. So you know that we have the vehicle information. We know that there could be an attribute for brand or make or something like that. We can analyze the sales by color and so on. So now I'm going to analyze by brand. So here you can see actually there are two red underline two keywords, performance and brand. So the idea is these two keywords is unable to understand by this NLP algorithm or rather Q&A visual. In that case, what we can do, we can jump in and we can define what's the mean of this performance. So essentially, we need to get actually sales amount by the performance refer to sales amount, and also the brand is make. So the end user make name by brand is something make, the car model make. So we can teach this Q&A like that manner, and we can save. So once we saved, we can close this. And the idea is next time when the user interact with this Q&A visual, I will show you. Is able to understand what we are what we mean by this sales performance by the brand, and it's act accordingly and give the accurate result. So you can see it's give the this information. So that's pretty much about the Q&A. It's very rich visual. So we have do a lot more, like we can teach and we can introduce more synonyms into this, and we can teach more and more and make it very usable for the end users by using this Q&A visual. Let's move to the next demo, my demo 2, which is the key influencer visual. Okay, the key influencer visual, it helps us to understand the interaction with the measure with among other dimensions in here, and also we can like analyze what's make more impact to the growth of that measure or metric. It's a both way, positive growth or negative growth likewise. So how you can analyze this visual, let me show you. So here you can drag and drop into the visual, and also if you want you can uh, add this visual from here as well, right? This key influencer visual, let me drag sales price. So I'm going to analyze sales price. So it will automatically fall into this placeholder analyze, and I'm going to analyze by these two attributes like color and vehicle type. So you know that if you have a bit of some background of data science, so before that I need to mention that so the algorithm behind this influencer visual is behind the scene. It's running linear regression model. So we can analyze and see the interaction with the other attributes for some numerical attribute, the essence of this visual. So it says no influencers found. Try to add more and more fields. So before that, let me change this visual into the tabular format and see what's go behind actually. So you can see it's like these. Let me do some more configuration, I configured to make it aggregate, some aggregate. So which means I configured in a way that we need to analyze these sales by the color and the vehicle type. And also, so you know that if you are familiar with the regression model or time series analysis, you know that if you have a very little amount of data you feed, then the machine learning ML algorithm, it's hard to determine the output of it. But if you have more and more data points, which means it's help to understand what's going on. So in here, you know that we have sales information. So we have sales price, and also we can get the invoice date, which is essentially the sales date. So let me add two more attributes which expand this data set into the more granular level. So we have sales information by the year and month as well. So we have more and more data points. So similar to that, we can add few more attributes like model and the brand. Let me add that as well. And also, I need to tell that every time when you are adding more and more, so especially in this key influencer visual, sorry. So every time we are adding, it's refreshing this visual and rerun the model and get the result. That's how it's happening. So I would like to see how the sales price decreased by this dimension and see what's happening actually over there. So there's one more thing you might curious about what's this expand by. So you know that we have this time series information because we have configured this invoice data as well. So it's something like if you want to reduce the impact of that, we can reconfigure from here to here to just to uh, make it that we don't need to analyze that using the date, but we also need to see it in a way that we configure in the expand by. Uh, like we are not taking that as a parameter, but it helps to segregate and introduce more data points into the data set. That's the idea. So how we can read this visual? What's influenced the sales price decrease? So model, it's automatically from the algorithm, it's identified that model PRS, which has the greater impact to reduce the price sales amount. So you can rerun and you can change the parameters, and if you want to, you can see the increase of it also. So in here, it says sales price is more likely to decrease when the model TR5 than the others on average. So the idea is the gap in between this average, excluding this TR5, is the 85,000 this amount, and the TR5 is 25,937. So this gap in between this average and this bar, which indicate that so how much of decrease than the average of all of others than this selected this blue color model. That's how we can read and understand the influence or rather impact to particular some category or some dimension attribute to the metric or measure. There is another one called top segment. Let me jump into that. Okay, so earlier what we did actually, we analyzed these measures along with the dimensions individually. Now in here, we are analyzing the segment file. particular segregate and or group multiple attributes together and make it to kind of bucket kind of thing. It segregate and make it segment. So we have here from the program, it's identified 3 segments. Segment 1 has 37 population and average sales price is 30K. Segment 2 is 47K and segment 3. So in here, in how we can read these, each bubble here represent a segment, right? And also the height of this bubble represent the lower the how much lower the sale, and also because we have selected here low, it is other way around when you select high. And also the size of this bubble, which indicate that the number of observations or scenarios which fall into that segment, right? So here you know that this one is very high in terms of the population or the observations. 52. Let's click and see what it is. So it's segment 3 we are analyzing. You can switch in between segments and see what's happening there. In the segment 3, the average sales price of 48K. This is 35K units lower than the average of all other. You know that average sales of all other is 83K. So it's indicating that this segment is having these kind of attributes. Make it in this segment there are no cars brand Rolls Royce, Aston Martin. You know that those are very expensive cars. So likewise, we can identify and understand what's the behavior of it, and likewise. So another thing is the idea here, influencer visual. We can based on that, rather going to line by line or some detailed analysis, we can use this visual. You know that everyone can learn quickly how we can use this visual type, and based on that we can do some more in-depth analysis rather doing some advanced analytics, machine learning algorithm, or writing some Python or coding to do sort of segmentation or some impact analysis. So in that way we can tell that you know that this car manufacturing one, so we can tell that the management or manufacturing company, so this is how the sales are going, this kind of decrease there. So based on that, so you need to consider not about when you're producing next vehicles, how it should be likewise. The next one is decomposition tree, which is another visual. You can analyze the metrics along with other dimension attributes. So here this is a very good visual. I would say you can do some sort of ad hoc analysis, and here if again this is the visual decomposition tree, or else you can drag and drop from here. So these are the AI visuals right now currently available in the latest update. You can go to the insert and see. So here we have the analyze and expand by. We don't have something called explain by in here like in the influencer visual. So again, I'm going to analyze my sales price. So I can add more attributes like make, model, vehicle type, and so on, those kind of attributes. So as soon as I add, you can see there is a plus button icon is coming. So you can analyze in this way. You can analyze the sales by any attribute. So once you click, till go like this. So based on color, it's actually gives some quick insight how this sales price, total sales price, this amount is the contribution by the color. And also further to that, you can select one of this color, and you can select like this. You can select another attribute, make, and from blue, these are the higher sales from these each model. Sorry, make. Let me quickly cancel this again, and I want to show you actually another one. So that's something we did some analysis manually, but you can tell the this feature to actually help us to understand how the sales is impacting. So again, I am selecting lower sales. So it's actually showing the how the lower sales impacting like this. So in the dotted line, it's indicate this model has the more impact to the lower sales. And again, we can select another again lower, then it's shows the color. So when we are moving or selecting or do some get some understanding about how the colors, customer colors are moving, so this also a good way of understand. We can see here the blue color is having lower performance than the canary yellow. Likewise, we can analyze more and more. Then if you want, you can analyze what's impact to the higher. So it's Bentley, that make, and so on. So this kind of analysis. But this is a poor selection because Bentley has only one. We select something else. Let me likewise, you can choose select among these attributes as well. That's the something. If you have something like these, you can I mean the end user can analyze time to time and get a holistic view of what's really happening there. This is a very useful scenario for when you need to do perform course analysis. Because, for example, let's take some example like finance. So the finance team, they want to, or the management want to understand what's more impact to the overheads of that the department or company. That way, they can drag and drop the overheads measure and flowing through and analyze across the chart of accountancy what's more impact given to the greater overheads, and they can reduce for the next time by knowing that. That sort of analysis is really typical in using this visual. Okay, we have another visual type introduced, which is key influence. Smart narrative. Let me switch to that tab. Okay, smart narrative is another AI visual. So the thing is, you know that when you are creating a report, you may need to do some sort of in the maybe PowerPoint or any other text. You need to do some sort of textual summarize of what's happening or what's the summary of this report and what it says. So rather doing that, Power BI, they introduced a visual type called smart narrative. Why it's called smart? It's really dynamic. So for example, I can show that here. So this is the summary of it. I have created. So when you change this, it changes summary as well at the same time. Let me show you how we can create this. One way of doing that is if you have any visual, you can right click and click summarize. You can see it's generating. Okay, so this is the summary of this visual. So it says this much of estimate had higher sales, and it's higher than this model. This underlined blue color means those are some sort of maybe measures, metrics, and attributes that could be changed when you are changing parameters of this report. And other thing is, the good thing is you can format these if you want to make it bold. That's also possible. You can make it bold. You can do any sort of formatting. If you want to change the color, that's also possible. Likewise, you can do various formatting. And this is a one way of doing this thing, using smart narrative. The other way is you can add a smart narrative from here, this icon, which gives the summary of entire visuals, not just a particular visual. So you can see it has more summary of it. Likewise, you can even if there are any issue, something incorrectly captured, you can there's an option you can review these things as well, and you can add custom visuals. And if you can add your own textual as well at the bottom if you want. Total sales, you can add some sales amount of some visual existing metric, and do some sort of some sort of high level summary. You can edit this, and good thing is you can edit and more detailed summary of it if you want. So these are the 4 visuals I was planning to talk about today's session. Let's go back to my slides. These are some resources you can find. I can share this presentation with you all. These are some resources, official documentation, and the videos where you can teach and learn how you can use these AI related visuals. Do you have any corrections related to this session?
Shavani, I think you have so many questions, no?
No. Let me see whether we have any questions from audience. I think no questions yet. So Nisal, I have a small question there. So how
Yeah.
can we have this in the service side, the Power BI service portal side? So we can publish it as a that.
Hi everyone, thanks a lot for joining.
Yes, Shavani, actually, the same way you are creating the visuals and publishing to the service. So this is available in the service as well. Just you want to need to publish from here, it's working in the service as well. So the good thing is it's free. Even you are a free user, pro user, doesn't matter. These visuals are available without. If you have a free account, still you can use these AI visuals.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Ansa.
Thanks.
Thank you, Nishal. We know
Yeah.
that you are very, very, very busy person. So thank you for providing a nice session.
Thank you, Vigneraj and Shavani. Actually, thanks for giving me this to speak at the MCT Summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nisal. Pleasure to have you here today. So thank you very much for your time. Okay. Vicky, shall we move on to the next session?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we have a very engaging attendee, Amar. Amar. I think I have seen him commenting and supporting, asking questions throughout the session, and that's good to see, Amar, that you are here with us. Okay, let's move on to the next segment. Let me share my screen. Okay. Next in line, we have Sajitharan Sinature from Sri Lanka again. So he is a cloud solution architect in Microsoft Sri Lanka, and his session is going to talk about infuse machine learning models to application with containers. So let me invite Sajitharan Sinature to conduct the session.
You are staying safe and doing good. Good morning, good afternoon. Hi, everyone. Thanks a lot for joining. I hope all of you are staying safe and doing good. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you are joining us today. It's great to be with you today and be a part of the first ever MCT Summit in Sri Lanka. Kudos to the organizers for having this event in a great manner during these hard times, right? Since I was a former MVP and MCT, I know how much effort you need to put in running these community events. Before I dive into the topic, let me go ahead and introduce myself. I'm Sajidharan. People call me as Saji, working as a cloud solution architect at Microsoft, closely working with independent software vendors in the APAC region to build solutions with Microsoft Azure and related technologies. I'm passionate around the areas of app development, containers, and open source. Feel free to reach out to me using the social handles which are displayed in the slide. I know you have a lot of content to gather within 2 days from the speakers and experts. In this session for the next 30 minutes, I am really excited to take you through about one of the important topic around cloud native and talk a little more about containerization with Kubernetes on Azure and how to containerize and run machine learning models with containers for your application. Hope we are having mixed participants today. Let me try to cover the session applicable for everyone, right? In this discussion, I will start with what is cloud native and why it is important these days. And then I will talk about few container offerings on Azure that you can choose to host your applications on Azure, such as container instances and Azure Kubernetes Service. I will also cover a little about how to add machine learning capabilities to your application by containerizing the model and orchestrate the entire ecosystem using a container orchestrator like Kubernetes. Finally, I will be showing a short demo by containerizing an existing machine learning model with Kubernetes cluster. With that, let's get started. Every one of you must be hearing this word cloud native on a daily basis, right? If you are a developer building an application and publishing on cloud, for an application to be termed as cloud native, it has to be built in such a way that it can operate on any type of cloud using the methods which are very specific to the cloud, right? Cloud native is really beneficial to organization and developers. It gives an architecture that can be, fit into any environment that takes fully advantage of the distributed scalable nature of the cloud to maximize your focus on writing code, and also it creates a business value and keeping your customers happy. So if you look at cloud native, it is basically about three things, right? The first one is about building APIs, which denotes exposing services as lightweight APIs for easy integration for others as well as within your organization. And then it talks about packaging your application as containers, which is an architectural approach for developing application as a collection of modular or loosely coupled services. It is about building microservices, which explains the architecture about having chunks of modules by separating the logic. And finally, the agility, which is more important in any software industry, right? Which talks about DevOps, which is about people, process, and technology that promotes collaboration environment, and also it makes you to build the applications quicker and faster to the market. So if you look at Gartner analysis, Gartner claims by 2021, more than 50% of the enterprise applications or the mission critical applications will be running as containers in production. And 60% of the backend developers are considering containers as a way to deploy their application. So containers are the next phase of modernized applications because there is a tremendous growth and large companies are adopting, and the enterprises are really talking about that. If you talk about cloud native, there are key component that comes as a part of cloud native. First one is a container. A container is a lightweight standalone executable package or a piece of software that includes everything that you need to run, which has code, runtime, system tools, system libraries, and settings. Since the announcement of Docker back in 2010, most of the organization and developers adopted to containers in large manner. It offers a way to package your application and run it portably in any environment in consistent way. Second one is serverless, which is one of my favorite area, which offers a way to scale your applications where you don't have to worry about the underlying infrastructure, which provides a lot of business values for developers as a company. And the final one is the Kubernetes, which is a platform to manage and scale applications which are made of containers. So it acts as an orchestrator to run your application in the way you need and scale them accordingly whenever there is a demand. Let's talk about the offerings around containers. I am sure that this is the most favorite topic among developers. In general, containers benefits can be seen from two perspectives, right? One is for developers and the other one is for operations team. So with containers, developers will be able to build features in quick time with agile manner, which gives a head start in developing containers by utilizing the existing ready-made boilerplate images so that you can ship your application to production environment in exactly the same way it is behaving in your development environment or any other environment. So containers are quite cost effective since they don't require a separate operating system, and containers always use less resources, right? It also offers the portability of horizontal scaling, uh, meaning that you can add more identical containers within a cluster and scale based on the demand that you're getting from your end users. So there are a lot more benefits which I would cover in the upcoming slides. In general, it offers benefits for developers as well as the operations team. When you see from customers perspective, Kubernetes really emerged as a leading orchestrator across the industry. There are many reasons for this, right? It offers portability across different environments such as on-prem and the cloud. It is extensible because the whole system, including the tooling, how you can orchestrate things, how you can deploy things, it's built up around Kubernetes. So all sort of cloud native compute operations such as how do you log aggregations, how do you do the distributed tracing, and whenever you need to operate with distributed applications at a scale, uh, you can start with Kubernetes. So that is very important for developers as well as customers. Next, when it comes to self-healing with distributed systems, you need to really embrace and have in mind that uh, part of the system can fail at any time, right? It's about making sure that the orchestrator has a great self-healing features such as auto scaling and auto replacement, and all these becomes an important part of your application life cycle, right? How do you handle customers and how do you get rid of the issues when it's happening in production environment, and how to have the switchover in quick time so that you can serve your customers more faster. So when you talk about Kubernetes, different cloud providers offers different way to have their managed environment. In Azure, we are providing something called Azure Kubernetes Service, so it can be called as AKS as well in short term. So it is simplifying the deployment management and the operations of Kubernetes. A lot of things that service is offering, right? You don't have to worry about how to scale things up, and you don't have to worry about how to set up CI/CD pipeline, because it comes with really tight integrated security integration such as Azure Active Directory, and also we are providing a managed identity with pods, and you get the whole ecosystem of open source tooling around Kubernetes. So if you're considering Kubernetes as a way to deploy your applications, AKS offers all these benefits starting from deployment and management, ending with the open source toolings which are provided or built around Kubernetes. Okay, that's an overview of AKS and how AKS works on Azure. Let's dive into some of the top scenarios that developers could use Kubernetes on Azure. In general, we have seen the first one is around lifting and shifting workloads to containers, and this is really around cost saving, and also the desire to migrate workloads from on-prem to cloud. The next is very famous amongst developers. It's around microservices. So whenever developers want to have control on what they want to build, Kubernetes is well suited to a support with service discovery, and also it offers a way to containerize your application to move fast. So microservices is a great offering, and developers are moving towards having their microservices deployed on a Kubernetes environment. Third is the important topic, which I will be covering today: machine learning models and training on large environments like Kubernetes is a great scenario for having your application deployed on Kubernetes. And the fourth one is IoT. It's also pretty big, and a lot of customers we have seen success running IoT on Kubernetes, because the portability is one of the important aspect that shows Kubernetes can work on different environment in different edge locations, as well as environments which are very small on any device. On the side of machine learning, what we are seeing is that Azure Kubernetes Service is ideal for data scientists who are building solutions for complex scenarios. So we have seen a lot of public discussions on how things like OpenAI is using Kubernetes on Azure to accelerate their business, which is really cutting edge, right? And also in the space of model training, even if you're using open source tools such as TensorFlow, AKS supports being able to have that pool of nodes leveraging the heavy GPUs accelerations part. So you can run any type of workloads which deals with machine learning models using AKS. The next service is really important if you're considering running small workloads. So Azure Container Instances is a solution for scenario that can be operated in isolated containers, including simple applications dealing with task automations and building jobs. So to give you an example, the virtual machine would sit idle for most of the time, right? If you're deploying applications on virtual machine, it might be sitting idle for a long time. So despite costing more for continuously running containers, Azure Container Instances can save a lot of money compared to the virtual machine. So this is very common when you are developing software to run short-lived experiments, right? So if you want to get a test of instance or something running in the cloud, with ACI, you can quickly spin up containers, do your testing, and delete it whenever you are done. And here you will have to pay only for the few hours of usage. So you can say that Azure Container Instances might not be right fit for every type of containerized workloads, but they can be the best option when you need to run short-lived containers to handle occasional spikes, right? When you're dealing with high bursts of additional work. This is another great offering when you are running containerized workloads on Azure. So I talked about different containerized workloads on Azure. Let's move on to the second part, where I will be covering the AI services in Azure, right? AI services in Azure brings the best of AI to Azure as well as best of Azure to AI. It's about bringing the state of art of technology, which is very easy to use in terms of developers as well as citizen developers. It's about taking advantage of the best capabilities that Azure has to offer, such as hardware and microservice clusters to make the AI scalable in the way you need. So if you look at Microsoft offerings on AI, there are three sets of AI services which are available. The first, which is a pre-built AI capability, such as cognitive services, which is around 25 services, APIs for speech, language understanding, vision, and search are simple cloud hosted functions, right? Second is the conversational AI. Now you can build conversational AI with Azure Bot Service. It allows you to build and deploy chat conversational applications with ease. Third, when you have to deploy and build a deeply custom AI model with your own data, Azure Machine Learning provides all you need for cloud a scale algorithm and a model development. So these are the three types of sets of services that Azure offer in general. When I talk about cognitive services, there are different services available, which is around 25 services. You can explore by navigating to our Azure website. And these services are available as containers starting from sentimental analysis to language detection. Using these containers, you can integrate either on-prem or on Azure. You know that these containers behave exactly as how you are running on local environment, and these are already thoroughly tested APIs by Microsoft, so you know that you have the reliability to run in production. You don't have to spend much time on doing the test or checking the accuracy. You can just start to consume and add capabilities to your application in the way you need. Let's talk a little more about what are the common customer pain points or the user pain points that you talk about artificial intelligence. I believe most of you and your customers have encountered the following pain points, like you are unable to load the entire data into the cloud, right? Because your stored data could be hundreds of terabytes, which is not convenient to rebuild the storage in cloud. More seriously, there could be data security and privacy concerns, and the legal service department may ask you to keep your data within the local storage since there might be customers' PII info in your data. Moreover, in some scenarios, the bandwidth of your internet is low or only supports intermittent connections, which means that the latency by calling the cloud services might be unbearable. So with Microsoft Cognitive Services as containers, all the listed points could be solved, and it offers so many benefits to the customers as well as the developers. With any of these containers, all the data is at your edge, so you could control over it, and the security and the privacy concerns are also cleared, so you could meet every regulatory and compliant requirement. So Azure Cognitive Services in containers enable the first and third party customers to deploy cognitive services to cluster or any containerized environment in their own subscription as well as on-prem, and run it in their own context. So cognitive services provides the following capabilities. First is around uniformity, right? So we define a set of standardized language natural protocols and the best practices for logging, security, telemetry, and versioning across all cognitive services. Second one is around reusability. So we define a set of common-based Docker images to be used across all services. Third is around composition. So one way to enable better code reuse is to refactor the common patterns themselves into an internal or package that can be reused or shared between multiple cognitive services. The fourth is around inner loop, which means the application developers can easily evaluate our services on their development environments using the standard Docker commands and integrate with any of the development processes or application and manage them either locally or in the cloud using something like Azure Kubernetes Service or debug using Azure Dev Spaces. And the final one is the support for Windows and Linux containers. So you can run your workloads in any environment to enable portable architecture and application nativity. Containers are available in both forms of Linux as well as Windows containers. This particular diagram depicts how you could build your application and then how you could containerize your model, put it in a container registry such as Docker Hub or Azure Container Registry, and then you can expose that as a API to your end customers who would be consuming from different devices such as mobile, or you can expose that to the third-party developers to consume in the form of APIs. So using cognitive service containers in your applications can be easily as the above steps denotes. You just need to have the container registry access, which can be accessed publicly for the containers, which are generally available by Microsoft, which I will be showing in the demo. And then you need to download the image to your local environment or wherever you want to run this particular container image. Third step is to deploy the image with Azure Container Instances, or if you are an organization with large use cases where you have millions of users, if you want to distribute the workload, then you can use container orchestrator such as Kubernetes to deploy, or you can use even Azure Stack on-prem. And finally, you need to register your container on cloud for the billing purposes. So these are the 4 simple steps, starting from building to containerizing it and then publishing it as an image, and then orchestrate it using AKS, or you can run it as an isolated container using container instances. You talk about billing, it is self-contained within each container instances. So usage report will get submitted every 15 minutes to the billing endpoint. And then container will submit the usage data in the form of single HTTP request every 15 minutes, and the data will be compressed to the data will be compressed to require a little bandwidth as possible. If for any reason container not reporting the billing data to the billing API, it will fail within a given period of time, then it can stop serving the request, right? Let's look at a demo on how you could simply infuse sentimental analysis within your application using cognitive service and then deploy to Azure Kubernetes cluster in order to scale that particular deployment across distributed users or geo-replicated application. In this demo, I'm going to show how you can take Microsoft machine learning technology and incorporate into your application running on Kubernetes, so that you can empower your business application with AI without having to hire a team of data scientists and try to build these models by yourself. All these services are offered by Cognitive Services, which are available as containers, so you can easily integrate Microsoft research, which we have been doing for a long time. I hope everyone knows about sentimental analysis. It's a process of determining whether a piece of writing is positive, negative, or neutral. In this demo, I will be deploying a model to AKS cluster and use the same container in my application to perform some text analysis. Let's go ahead and check out the demo. For this demo, these are the prerequisites, and I have the demo enabled in this particular repository, which you could go and explore. You need a free Azure subscription, which you can register and get a free subscription. And then you need a Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code. And finally, you need to have the Docker installed in your desktop. You can download from the Docker desktop from the any of the search engine. And then you also need to have the Kubernetes extension VS Code. And if you're familiar with CLI commands, you don't need the extension on VS Code. With that, let me navigate to Azure portal. So in this scenario, we need 2 resources to get started. First, let me create a resource group. Let me name the resource group as MCT Summit, and I will choose the location as Southeast Asia because that is the nearest region or that has the low latency compared to the South India. So I have created the resource group. And let me go ahead and create the first resource, which is the Azure Kubernetes cluster. So you can do a search here and then install the cluster using Kubernetes service. I'm going to put some default configurations. I will choose the same resource group and keep the name as same just to make the demo easy. and choose the region as Southeast Asia, and I will have the default version 1.18.14, and then I will make the node pools as 2. In this case, we don't need high resources. I will keep the node pools as 2 with the standard DS2 series, and the rest is simple. You just have to go ahead and click next, and they will have the managed identity integrated so that it's easier for you to have the authentication and the authorization in place. Once the validation is successful, just go ahead and create. It might take a couple of minutes to create. I will skip that part in this demo. As you could see, the Kubernetes cluster is right now deployed. Let me go ahead and create another resource under the particular resource group, which is the cognitive service. You can just click on add and then search for cognitive service, then create. Be sure that this is not to consume this particular API. This is for the matter of having the billing enabled for your container, since you are running it in your local machine or in a Kubernetes environment. So I will go ahead and create Southeast Asia here. And then you can put the same name, SL MCT Summit. And let me choose the pricing tier as the standard one, since it's a demo application. Once you have that, you can go ahead and click on create. It might take a couple of seconds to get created. All right, as you could see, the resources created. Right now we have both the resources got created, right? One is the AKS cluster to deploy your containerized models. The second one is the cognitive service. Let me try to open Visual Studio Code and try to create a file named sentiment YML, which we will leverage to deploy this particular model to the AKS cluster, right? I assume you are familiar with YAML files to create the deployments. So in this case, I have a simple YAML file. I have the comments as well, which you could go through and explore. So I have a simple deployment where you could see the name is Sentiment and the application name is Sentiment app. So I am leveraging the existing container, which is available in this particular container registry, which is named as Text Analytics. And then I'm leveraging the cognitive service, which I have created in the Azure portal, just for the fact that we will be sending those API requests every 15 minutes just to make sure that the billing is happening. And then you can see the resource request. So I would recommend to have at least 2 GB reserved for running custom models in your AKS cluster. And finally, you will have the internal cluster IP defined using the load balancer, where the external users will be able to access this particular endpoint using the port 5000. You can obtain this value for the billing as well as the value for the API key from the Azure portal. When you navigate to your cognitive service, when you navigate to keys and endpoint, this is where you need to get the endpoint as well as the API key. So I just need to make sure that API key is valid. Let me copy that and paste it here. It looks right. So let me go ahead and deploy this particular model to the Kubernetes cluster. You could do this in two ways. If you're familiar with shell script or PowerShell commands, you can just explore these commands to communicate with Kubernetes cluster. But as I mentioned, if you have the Kubernetes extension installed using the VS Code, you will be able to simply connect your Kubernetes cluster through this particular extension. Let me navigate, let me refresh and see if it's getting reflected. So you just need to click on merge into, kubeconfig. Once you have that merged, you will be able to explore your configuration on the AKS cluster. So you will see all the nodes, all the namespaces, all the workloads that you're running on this particular cluster. You could simply deploy this particular model using this command kubectl and then apply the file name. So in this name sentiment.yaml, you could see that deployments are getting created and also the service is created. As you could see, the deployment was successful. Let me go ahead and see if we have the deployments correctly deployed. If I go to workloads, you can see that it's up and running. And then if I go to pods, I can see that particular container is running with the pod name sentiment, right? So let me run and see kubectl get services. It should display an external endpoint like this. Let me navigate to the URL and see if I could access the particular endpoint with the port 5000. Yeah, it's successful. It's up and running. And if you want to see the endpoint, you can go to the Swagger endpoint and see what are the endpoints available or what are the methods available, and you can give this URL to the end developers. Let me try to add this particular custom model endpoint to an application. So I have this kiosk application in my local environment where you will be able to install and also consume the demo, which is readily available for you to explore on different APIs that I talked about, right? So in this case, I'm going to leverage the text analytics and I will choose a custom endpoint, which I have deployed locally. So I will use this particular endpoint. So I just have to remove the HTTP part. And if I go to the existing demo gallery and see for something like sentiment, and if I go to Bing News Analytics and do a search for work from home, you can see that all the related news are appearing, and then you can see the sentiment where 13% of the people are not happy with work from home experience, and then 87% is very happy with that. Right, that's all I wanted to show for the demo. So you could see how easy it is to configure existing cognitive service as a container and then deploy to Kubernetes cluster. So you can build your custom models as a container, and then you can orchestrate using Kubernetes. With that, I hope you got an understanding about how you could build a custom model or use an existing cognitive service as containers and infuse the AI capability to your application using something like AKS or container instances. These are some of the references that you could leverage to get more information about cognitive services and containers. I hope you enjoyed the session and feel free to reach out to me using the social handles which are displayed there, and have a good rest of the day and enjoy the upcoming sessions. Stay safe. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So thanks for that session, and let's move on to our next session. I hope you can see my screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so next speaker is from our neighboring country, from India, and he's going to talk about event strategy and data management. So here we have with us Pupurasu Nagaraj. He's a Microsoft MVP in Azure and also a Microsoft MCT. So over to you, Pupurasu.
Thank you. Let me share my screen.
Yeah.
Hope you see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. First of all, my title is changed to Azure Function Security. So very good morning, everyone. Very good morning and good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to part of this first Sri Lanka MCT Summit 2020. I am Kupras Nagaraj, Senior Software Engineer, Huawei.co, and so Microsoft MVP and Microsoft Certified Trainer. Today, I'm going to talk about Azure Function Security best practices. This is my event agenda. So first we will talk about Azure Functions overview, then why we need Azure Functions, the benefits of Azure Functions. Then later we will discuss how to create Azure Function app through Azure Portal or Visual Studio. And finally, we discuss about some best practices points. Okay, so let's move to the Azure Function. So what is Azure Function? We can simply create and upload code and then define the triggers or events that will execute our code. Very simple. We are going to build on small application hosted in the Azure Function Service. Then whenever the triggers or events occur, then automatically our code will execute. For example, I'm going to build on small application to run the background activity regular schedule. For example, say every day midnight, I want to clean my database. So I can schedule the time. So based upon the time that Azure function will execute. Also, we have the different types of Azure functions. So next one is data. So whenever the new images storing in the blob storage, I automatically I will convert to the Gravatar image site, Gravatar images. So I can do the this process in the Azure functions. Also, whenever the HTTP request or webhook hit it, then automatically my Azure function will execute. Okay, so these are the small examples we will discuss later. And why Azure functions? It's a fully managed computing environment. So we don't need to manage any servers. We don't need to create or managing any servers. Just we can write our code, then host it in the cloud. That's all. So Microsoft Azure services provide number of security. We will discuss later. So what are the security available our Azure functions? The auto scaling. Whenever our applications demand going high, that scaling it we can set the auto scaling. Then our applications will work fine. So we have the different type of plans, Azure Functions plans. So one of the best plan is consumption plan. It will reduce the cost. So whenever we the consumption plan uses is, so how much time we used our Azure function, we are going to pay for the usage. So that is one of the main important for the reduce the cost of our services. Then we have the different type of we can easily connect the different type of services. So this is the Azure functions. Then the Azure function is main benefit is smaller team can build the application. So one or two people can easily manage the Azure function. Okay, so whenever the functions something goes wrong, then we can easily monitoring your applications. Okay, so next, so here I'm going to give a couple of triggers. So where we use particular triggers. The first one is the HTTP trigger. So this is execute our code based upon the HTTP request. So whenever we hit the HTTP, this Azure function URL, our Azure function will execute. Next one is a time trigger. I explained previously. So execute or clean up the task, predefined schedule. We can schedule every day midnight or every 1 hour or every 5 minutes or every 2 minutes. We can set or every weekly once or monthly once. So the predefined schedule, based upon the predefined schedule, our Azure function will execute. So next Cosmos TP trigger, trigger the added or update the collection. So whenever we add the new collection data in the collection or update the collection, this as Cosmos DB trigger will execute. The plot trigger, it might be used the Azure function for the image resizing. So whenever I upload the new image to blob storage, the blob trigger will execute and convert to the image resizing, maybe the size of the image or the resolution of the image, we can run this Azure function. Then next, the queue trigger respond the messages they arrive the queue. So whenever receive the new messages in the queue in our application, then the queue trigger will execute and do the operations. So these are the examples of triggers. So Azure functions support different languages like C#, F#, JavaScript, Java, PowerShell, Python, TypeScript. If you are familiar with JavaScript or Python, you can create your Azure functions. So Azure functions support these languages. So I'm going to give a demo in the portal. So I log in the Azure portal, portal.azure.com. So first we are going to create how to create Azure functions. So I'm going to click create a source. Then we can choose the compute category. Then you can select function app. The function app is a container for creating a multiple functions. We can create multiple function inside the Azure function app. It's like a container. Okay, so I'm going to first we are going to create Azure function app. So first we need to create resource group for this function app. MCT. Then we are going to mention the function app name. So I'm going to give MCT demo function. This is unique queue. So if someone already having this function app name, you can't take again. Okay. Then we have the two options how we can publish our function app code. So we have the two options. One is code, another one is a Docker container. Here I'm going to choose code, and then we are going to select our stack runtime. So we have the options .NET, Node.js, Python, Java, PowerShell, and custom handler. Here I'm going to choose .NET and the version of the .NET program 3.1. Then where we are going to host our Azure function app. So based upon the region, our function app cost also vary. Okay, so you can choose your region based upon your requirement. So I am leaving this central US now. Okay. So whenever you are going to create function app, you can choose a different storage account. Okay, because it will not depending with the other services. If you are using your existing one, your cost will reduce, but unfortunately you are deleting your storage account, the common storage account, your function app will not work. So always you can choose function app new storage account. The storage account is must when we going to create a function app. Okay, so here we can create the storage account, new storage account. Okay, this is one of the best practice. So you can keep in mind whenever you are going to create Azure function app, you can create the new storage account. Based upon the operating system, I'm going to create Windows and the plan type. This is very important. So why? Because we have the three type of Azure function plans. One is a consumption plan. Another one is a function premium. Then third one is a app service plan. The first one is a consumption plan. So it is how much time we used our Azure function, we are going to pay only for that amount. Okay, but we need to think. We need to consider one thing: the timeout duration. The function app has having the timeout. So the consumption plan, the default timeout duration is 5 minutes. Maximum is 10 minutes. So when you planning to build a function app, you need to think about this, because your applications run within a 10 minutes, then you can choose consumption plan. But your applications running more than 10 minutes, you choose function premium or app service plan. So if you have already app service plan, you can choose this existing app service plan also. Otherwise, you can choose the Azure function app, because Azure function app support the timeout duration default is 30 minutes, maximum is unlimited. Also the app service plan also 30 minutes the default time, and unlimited the maximum time is unlimited. Okay, so here I'm going to choose consumption plan for my Azure Function app. So next I'm going to click create, review and create. So in the summary page, you can see the function app name, the runtime stack, and the storage account name, and the plan type also. Okay, only once you you mention the basic information, then click create. It take a few minutes to create the Azure function. So once the deployment is completed, we will get the notification. Just we are creating the Azure function app. It's like a container. We are not going to create any functions. Okay. Once the Azure function app created, then we are going to create Azure function. Okay. I think it created some. It takes some time. At least maximum it's 1 minute. Takes some time. In the meantime, when we use the Azure functions, if you want to create a microservices kind of application, then you can choose the Azure function as the right choice. Okay, so function of deployment is completed. Click go to resources. So our function app ready. Now we are going to create our function. Okay, so left side pan we have the functions option. You just click the functions, then click the add button. You can see here the different type of triggers templated available. You can see here the different type of template HTTP trigger, timer trigger, and Azure storage queue triggers. All the triggers templated available. The demo purpose, I am going to create the HTTP trigger. Just I'm going to click the HTTP trigger. Then we can change the function app name and authorization level. So first I'm going to choose the anonymous authorization level. So yeah, anyone can access my Azure functions. Once I created the Azure function, then I set the anonymous access authorization level. So anyone can access my Azure functions. Okay. The function, our first function is created. You can click here, the code plus test. You can click the code plus test option. You can we can see our sample Azure function code. Okay, so this is the sample code. I'm going to run this sample code within this portal. So I'm going to click the test run, and here I'm going to change the text. Welcome to MCT Summit 2021. Yes. So I'm going to run this program. You can see the response. Hello, welcome to MCT Summit 2021. This is a HTTP triggered function execute successfully. You can see here, this is the sample program. So when we pass the query parameter, it will take the query parameter value and display in the function. Okay, so this is a small application. How we can use this Azure function? Okay, so you can get this function URL. Click here, and you will get the function URL. Copy this and you can access the function URL in your browser. Okay, so I'm going to enter this URL. You can get the information. Please pass the name query string. Okay, so we need to pass the name query string in the function app URL. So I'm going to pass name equal to so the double quotes. So hello Kuku. So anyone can access this Azure function because I give the authorization level is anonymous. So I want to restrict only the authorized people to access my Azure function. How we can secure? I'm going to create another function. Add the same HTTP trigger. This is this function name is HTTP trigger 2. Here we can choose the function now. Okay, so I'm going to add this function now. Authorization level is function. You can see the clicking the getting function URL. You can see the code. This is our authorization code. Without this code, no one access our Azure function. So I just copy this URL. Again, access here. So I can access this function now. I can access this Azure function, but if I change this code something, and see, it's not working. So without this authorization code, no one access our Azure function. This is one security. Okay, we can set the Azure function authorization level is function. So unauthorized person cannot access our application. That is one type of Azure function, one type of security. So I'm going to add one more security. So I'm going to restrict based upon our IP address. Okay, so I can secure our function based upon our IP address. So I'm going to network section. In the function app, I'm going to choose networking, and I'm configuring the access restrictions. Okay, so I'm going to add the rule. Okay, allow or deny. So I'm going to allow IP. Here I'm going to mention the access restrictions IP, and here the allow or deny. We can based upon our requirement, we can allow or deny, and priority I'm going to give 100, and the IP version v4, and here we need to mention the IP address. So I'm getting my IP address. Where is my IP? Yeah, this is my IP because I'm using the Wi-Fi, so it's dynamically changing every time. I'm going to add this IP address here and add. Okay, so only this IP address can access this Azure function. Okay, let me try again this Azure function. Going back to functions, getting the function of URL. I can access this Azure function, this IP address, because I configured this IP address. Let me check my virtual machine for accessing this Azure function. Okay, I copy this same URL. I'm open my virtual machine. I'm trying to access the Azure function here. So you can see 403. So only this is one way to access our Azure function, authorized people, authorized machine. Okay. So next we can configure the Azure AD also. So you just go to the authorizations, services, select. Next security option is based upon our Azure AD, we can connect our applications. You can see I'm going to first enable the app service authentication and save this option. Then I'm going to configure the Azure Active Directory. So here we have the options expressed and advanced. I'm choose express options, the management mode, and click OK. So only those are having the access this Azure directory, activity directory, so that user can access Azure functions. Okay. So here I'm to choose login with Azure activity directory. So the action taken, I changed the action taken to login Azure activity directory, and I configure the Azure activity directory and save this option. So when I trying this URL again, automatically asking, trying to incognito. So it asking to sign in because only the Azure activity user, then they can access the Azure functions. It is another way to secure our Azure functions. Right. So here, right. You can see the Azure function app executed successfully. So only the authorized users can access the Azure functions. So I explained the three way. One is IP restrictions. Another one is a function app security code. Third one is a Azure activity directory. Okay. So the three way we can access, we can secure our Azure functions easy way. Let me create Azure functions in the Visual Studio. How to create Azure function in Visual Studio? So here I'm to create, open the Visual Studio. I'm going to create a new project. You can find here Azure function. Already we can choose the function of the recently project templates, or otherwise you can see, you can search here Azure function. You can choose the Azure function. You can give the function of name here and create. You can see the different type of services. You can see blob trigger, Cosmos DB, event trigger, event hub trigger, HTTP, IoT, queue trigger, and service bus, topic, and time trigger. So here I'm going to choose the time trigger, and we can mention the times also. So this Azure function running every 5 minutes. I'm going to change every 1 minute. Okay. Maybe we can change the time later creating this function. Okay, this is our function app. This is the time trigger. You can change the based upon your requirement every day, midnight, or every 1 hour, or every 5 minutes, or weekly once. You can change the time. Here I changed to every 1 minute. Just I'm going to run this function app. This function will run every 1 minute. The first time it takes some time because the storage emulator, first time storage emulator started. Then once the storage emulator started, our Azure function will run. The first time it takes some time. The next time it automatically quickly run our application. Once we build Azure functions and the Visual Studio, the benefits, we can debug our application. Okay, so in portal, we can't easily debug our applications. So when you building your application, you can try to create the Azure function in the Visual Studio. So we can let once you complete, once you finish your function app, then we can easily host our function app inside this Visual Studio. See, every 1 minute once our function app will execute. So now it's executed. So after 1 minute, it automatically executes. Okay. So we have the options to publish our code in Visual Studio. So right click your function app. Then you have the option to publish button. Okay. Then you can choose the Azure. Go to the next. You can choose the Windows Platform Azure function app and select next. You just log in your account here. Then you can see the function app name also. So I select the function app here because this as Microsoft account, I have the Azure subscription. I select this function app, then click finish. It automatically connected. Then just we need to click publish button. So very simple step. We can create the function app in Visual Studio, and we can easily publish our applications through the Visual Studio itself. We can create Azure function app Visual Studio Code also. So Visual Studio Code is an open source tool. Then you can download a very small tool to build our applications. Visual Studio Code also support to create Azure functions. Yeah, the deployment succeed. Okay, we can check the function app functions in the function app. And click functions. Okay, so we can see the function of time trigger. So just now we uploaded, we hosted the function up through the Visual Studio. Okay. So here I hope you understand how to create Azure functions in Visual. What is Azure functions and how to create a Azure function in Portal, also the Visual Studio. Okay. So now we will discuss some best practices. Going back to the presentation. The first one is we need to avoid the long running functions. So avoid the large dependencies whenever the possible. So we are going to create Azure function for the single responsibility. So you don't need to do multiple operations in the single function app, because if we choose the consumption plan, the time function app duration timeout, default time is 5 minutes, max time is 10 minutes. If you are running your Azure function running more than 10 minutes, your functions will stop automatically. You are not getting the result. Okay, so you should plan to create Azure function for the single responsibility. If you have the bigger Azure functions, you need to convert the larger Azure functions to the smaller piece. Okay, that is a one best practices. So always avoid the long running functions. Okay, next one is the Azure functions are not built to manage the communication between the multiple Azure functions. You can see you don't communicate your Azure functions one function to another functions directly. If you want to do, then you can use the durable functions. So the typical Azure functions is a stateless. You want to build your application in stateful, then you choose the durable functions. So durable functions can communicate to different Azure functions. But the simple Azure functions, you write to communicate directly to one function to another function. The you want to do, then you can use the Azure Service Bus to connect one Azure functions to another Azure functions. Okay, then perform the input validations. So the injection flow attacks, one of the most common risks. So you need to ensure all the inputs coming to your Azure functions, you need to validate it. The proper inputs are coming. Someone to inject some data to accessing your Azure functions also. So you ensure that your coding is secure. Okay, so you follow some best practices to validate your inputs and follow the least privilege principles. You can assign the permissions to the user or groups or other applications, the least applications. We can set the permissions in the Azure function app section. I'm going to here. You can see access control. Okay, you just click the access control. You can add the people here. You can click the add role assignment or co-administrator. I am going to add the role administrator. You can give the least permissions like a reader. So the view all the resources that not allowed to make any changes. This is a they can, if you assign someone this assigned to access the Azure function to someone, they can see all the resources, but they can't change anything. You can assign the reader role to some users or role. So I'm going to add my account here. Okay. So I'm getting this invitation, reader access invitation in this Azure function app. So I can this is my another mail ID. So I can access only the resources. I can't modify. You can see that I get the invitation. So we can't delete anything. Just we can see the resources. That is one best practices. You can assign always the least privilege based upon the requirement. Someone to need to update your Azure function, you can assign the contributor role. Okay, otherwise you can give the reader role. That is one best practices. and you should aware the third party packages. Okay, so the third party, if you are using some third party packages, you should aware the security risk. Okay, especially when it come to the dependency chain. So maybe your data may be lost, or your applications going to down something. So you should always think about the third party packages before you are using in your applications. Okay, so and I'm going to do some options here. I'm going to explain. So in the configuration section, it's very important because you want to add the applications variable. Then you just go to here and you click the new applications settings. You can maybe, for example, I'm going to set the function of environment development or QA. I'm going to set this Azure function up for development. So my Azure functions access this application variable inside the application. Okay, so this is one benefit, and you can see here we can switch to the Azure function runtime 3 to 1. The current Azure function runtime is 3. It supports .NET Core platform. If you choose runtime version 1, it supports only the .NET framework. It's not support the .NET Core. Okay. Also, you can set the usage quota, daily usage quota. So I'm going to set some daily usage quota is 1 GB. Okay. So this is help to reduce the cost. Okay. So I can remove now, and you can see the general settings. If you want to run your, if you want to, sometimes your once you deployed the Azure functions, sometimes it's not working properly. So you want to debug your application, you just enable these options. So remote debugging. So it support Visual Studio 2019 and 2017 edition. So it support only 2 versions of Visual Studio. So if you enable this, you can choose the Visual Studio 2019 and then you can save this. Then you can debug the hosted Azure function in your Visual Studio. Okay. Also, we have the custom domain options. So the default function app name is MCT demo function app .azure websites.net. You want to change the custom domain, we have the options here, the custom domain options. If you already purchase domain, then you can just click the add custom domain option. You can add the domain here and validate and set your custom domain. Okay. And scale out options, that is a very important. So you want to scale out limited, then you can choose the X, yes, and you can set the instance size, the scale out limit max size. So up to we can set the 200. If you are setting no, it automatically scale out process is working. If you are setting only, we can limit the scale out options up to 200. I hope you understand about Azure functions and why we use Azure functions, what are the triggers available, and what is the best practices for Azure functions. I think almost I completed my session. Thanks everyone to participate this event. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you, Rasu, for that the comprehensive and interesting presentation. Okay, now let's move on to the next section. Share my screen. Okay, our next session is going to be own cognitive survey. When I read this title, speech title, I was just wondering what is this about? Is it something related to nitrite or something? Let's see. Let's see. Out of our curiosity, let's listen to Andre all the way from Portugal. He's joining with us today, and he's a Microsoft MCT. So let me welcome Andre on our virtual stage to go ahead with his presentation. Andre, over to you.
Okay, welcome everyone. Glad to be here. Can you hear me correctly?
Yes,
Yes,
we
we
can.
can.
Oh, perfect. Glad to be here. So first of all, welcome everyone who's joining. Thank you very much also for having me here. I am André Melancia, and this is actually the perfect time to start my session. Let me just start. I actually had this in case there was any time lag, but this is literally the time to start my session. And as far as I can tell, we are actually extending the session for a bit. I think maybe the next speaker couldn't join, so I will be very happy to add a bit more time to the session and show you a bit more things about cognitive services. First, to mention that I have a guest here. So my guest is actually going to be my cat. She's actually here, and she usually likes to see Azure demos. She actually joins every time I do an Azure demo. Let's see what happens. And
What's her name?
she's actually called Lioa, and Lioa basically means female lion in Portuguese.
Okay.
So this is what. She has a very strange name. She's a very calm cat, but she has a very strange name for historical reasons. Anyway, let's get started. Once again, thank you very much for having me. I usually do these kind of sessions around the world, and I try to make them a bit fun. So having a cat in my session is not something new. I usually do crazy things like the ones you see on the screen. I haven't yet done a session for Sri Lanka. This is going to be the first time, basically, but hopefully the next time this will be in person, which means that whenever sessions are in person, sessions are usually with foods. So let's see what's going to happen the next time. Anyway, this is a session about a lone man driving a car across the deserts and using the car to jump around and trying to do things. And we'll try to see how we can do this kind of thing with Azure Cognitive Services. To mention that this is Sri Lanka MCT Summit, the first MCT Summit in Sri Lanka, and technically the first MCT Summit that I'm doing outside of Europe. I usually try to go to MCT Summits in Europe. This one is the first one outside of Europe. And I know we are joined by a lot of different people around the world. Thank you for the comments. Please keep them coming. Just to mention that I've been an MCT for about 5 years. I recently got the 5-year T-shirt. It came in the mail, so very happy to use it for the first time, although it took about 2 months to arrive. But then again, it's the pandemic. It happens. Anyway, really happy to be presenting for Sri Lanka. And besides the organizers, which, by the way, thank you very much for having me. Also to mention that for all of the MCTs in Sri Lanka, glad to meet you. I know that this is virtual mostly, but hopefully the next time we will meet in person. But also I know that there's a lot of other people joining as well from the tech community. So welcome everyone as well, and feel free to contact me. Just go to wendy.pt and you'll see basically the links for my contacts on social media and LinkedIn and things like that. Feel free to contact at any time. Anyway, who am I? My name is André Melancia. As you mentioned, I come from Portugal, and I usually have a bit less hair, but currently I do have a lot. What I usually do is I use one of these during the pandemic to solve the problem, but my cat doesn't like this, by the way. She's not a big fan of this kind of machine, but I usually use it to cut the hair, but it's growing very big. In fact, my only luck is that the screen thing actually cuts it, which is not that bad. Anyway, as I mentioned, feel free to reach out. Just go to LinkedIn or Twitter or anything else, and I'll be happy to interact with anyone, since we cannot do this in person. Let's get to the session now, and after the funny bits, let's try to do the session still with funny bits, but let's do it. First of all, what are cognitive services? Microsoft's cognitive services are something that run within Azure accounts, and I'll show you how to get one if you don't have one already. Cognitive services can be used pretty much anywhere. Okay. Boring part now? Still want to stay? Anyway, as I mentioned, you can use this on websites, on cell phones, on maybe some IoT devices. I'm not sure if there's any IoT interested fans here, so let's see what's going to happen. But Azure IoT is also something that's very strong and interesting to watch, and especially to use with cognitive services. Let me give you an example. So if you'd like to use something like an Arduino board, a Raspberry Pi board, something like this, the camera doesn't really capture this. Okay, here we go. A bit bad. So the background screen doesn't really allow me to capture this correctly. Cat works, seems to work. But anyway, with a Raspberry Pi, you are able to, or any other device, you are able to automate your house to a very interesting level. You can do speech recognition and just say things like open the door, close the window, if you can, of course, and turn on the lights, turn off the light, etc. So all of this is perfectly possible to enable on an IoT device. And if you use cognitive services, you can do all of these things as well. So don't think about this just with a funny car from a 1980s television show. Also think about this from an IoT perspective. And actually, if you want to try this with your own car, it should also work. But just don't have the car drive around and jump around like the original series. That's the most important part to take out of this. Anyway, how does this work? Well, any of these devices can connect to one of your servers, and this can be a machine or any kind of API or service that you already have in the cloud. Cloud is typically the best scenario for this. I'm assuming Azure in all of these. So what you get is that you have a server. Let's assume the server is also in Azure. You have the Azure clouds where you can connect to the services themselves, and these are basically web services that you can connect to, REST API web services. In most cases, you connect to them via JSON format. You write down what you want to do in JSON format, and you get the result back. Also in JSON format. If you upload an image to do things like face recognition, you get a JSON file back with all of the information about that face. So it's very practical to use. And remember that this car in the original series actually had a huge database of all of the information, processes images and faces and sceneries, etc., and maps even. So it was very practical. Anyway, how does this work exactly? Well, let's say you are a mobile application. You ask something. Let's say you take a photo of yourself in face recognition, and then you send that over to the green thing you see on the screen, and the green thing will basically tell you that's okay. I've received your request. Let me forward that to the Azure clouds, because there is a reason why you cannot access things directly. You can if you want to. By the way, if it is a website, for instance, you can do that directly. But if this is, let's say, a phone or any other kind of application where people can access the device physically and maybe do some reverse engineering to have the codes or the key, in this case, the official term would be the key to access the web service, would cost you a lot of money if people could access that specific value. So it's best to have something in the middle, like a proxy that you can control. And then in the number one here, you authenticate the user by whatever way you decide. But then on the number two here, the authentication is done via the key that the Azure Cognitive Services will provide for you. Anyway, once you go to Azure, Azure will process the things any way you can. By the way, if you are curious why there are some bats jumping around in Azure, this is because the first time I did this in Romania, and I prepared the session in Transylvania, where you have vampires and things like that. By the way, vampires don't work in face recognition. I tried. I actually have the image there, but that didn't work. Anyway, once that's done, the processed information is returned to your server or wherever you are processing the information, and then it's transformed in any way you want in terms of presentation, and then from there it's sent to the original device or website or something like that. So the logic is usually quite simple. Okay, so I just see a comment, and please keep them coming, saying that I'm missing Sri Lankan food. This is terrible. Okay, I have to say I'm really sad about this, because one of the funniest things to speak at conferences is to get the local food, which is something I usually like to see. But hopefully the next time I will be able to join in person. Maybe in a few months, 3-4 months, I will be able to start doing events around the world again. And Sri Lanka is definitely on my list. I have been planning to go there for too long, but situations haven't permitted that. But hopefully the next time I will be able to go there. And this is something definitely on my list. Anyway, let's go to the next one. So the problem is that cognitive services can actually be used in drones. And one of the most famous drones that you had was whenever you press the button called Turbo Boost in this car, and you had the original drones from the 1980s. And if you are familiar with this, if you are as old as me, probably not. By that time, when the series came out in the 1980s, I was about 6-7 years old. This was very fun to watch. And this was something that we enjoyed doing, etc. Whenever we had that, and even people nowadays try to make their car a bit more intelligent, get the car to interacting, put some Cortana in the car. At the time, Cortana was trending a few years ago. People want to use something like Cortana in the car. Nowadays, you can just use cognitive services to automate the car. It's not going to be perfect. Please don't have the car drive itself. That would just be terrible. And it has been failing a lot in well-known companies, but let's see what happens. Anyway, let's try to build a car like this using cognitive services, and let's take some actual examples. Now, these are the actual blueprints for the car. Don't ask me where I got them, top secrets. But anyway, let's go to my Azure portal and see how things work. This is my Azure portal, and don't ask me about the crazy colors. This is just a tweak that I did myself, but I'll release that as public at some point in time. First of all, we need to go to azure.com. And azure.com, if you don't have an Azure account yet, this is where you get it. So first of all, you go here and click Try Azure for free. This is easy. And you have another button to say start for free once again, and then you fill in some personal information and phone number, eventually credit card information later on, etc. So you fill in all of this information, and you get a free account for 1 full month, and you get the equivalent of this, so 170 euros of credit, or I think it's somewhere like $200, something like that. I'm not exactly sure what the value is, but it should be something like this. I don't think my cat likes money stuff. Anyway, this works for about 30 days. After that time, for 12 months, you get some free services as well. So you have things like databases, SQL database that you can use in S or standard mode with only 10 DTUs, and that would be okay. And that would be free for 12 months since you started to use it. But you also have other things that are free, like Cosmos DB, which are especially practical as a NoSQL database. All of these can be used, and many more, to interact with your cognitive services and add a few more things. You also have a few other products which are always free. So in the previous session, you had Azure Functions, mentioning about Azure Functions. These will always be free up to this limit, which is very interesting. So you can get 1 million Azure Function usages per month, which is great. Anyway, somewhere down here, if you go to the list of all available products for free, some of these are the cognitive services. A lot, I'm not going to say all of them, but most of the cognitive services have a free tier. So you can go to the cognitive services, let's say text analytics, and somewhere down here you have a pricing tier that says free. Most of these actually have free, and then you have the normal or standard tiers where you pay certain amount of money. Don't be scared about this kind of money per month. Then again, you have 10 million transactions per 30 days. That's just going to be a crazy value. But for the free part, you have 5,000 transactions. In this case, it's text analytics, so you can analyze texts 5,000 times per month, which is over 100 per day. So it's more than enough for testing. If you're actually using this for work, in that case, you can use one of the other options. And this one, which is 1,000 per, in this case, 1,000 calls, and you pay just 84 cents of euro. It's not that bad. But then you have other options here as well. Some of these, I should mention, are going to be discontinued, so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. If this is a financial thing, if this is a commercial thing, have a look at this whenever you use them. Just look in the pricing page somewhere here, because I don't want to go into the boring details about pricing. Just to mention that this is quite cheap, in fact. And you can tell that 1,000 calls, 84 cents. And this is actually generic in many cognitive services. These are actually quite cheap. 1,000 for about 84 cents of euro, or maybe $1. It's actually quite cheap. Anyway, let's go back to this. And if you want to add any kind of cognitive service, all you have to do is to click the plus sign, and you have cognitive services such as face recognition and many others, which are actually quite simple to do. You can just click create, and then you create the cognitive service. So you have, basically, you get subscription, you create a resource group, choose a location. This is also very important to make sure that the location or the region is as close to you as possible, so you have the least latency possible. And then you give it some name for this, and then the pricing tier will always have something like free or standard at this moment. Once you do that, you can configure things in terms of security, etc., and then review create, and then you just click create. And this will obviously fail. Don't worry, I didn't fill in the information, but you can just click create, which is always very easy. Okay. Having said that, let's go to the interesting demo parts. So first of all, I can go here to products. You can try this at home right now if you'd like. Okay. If you want to do this, just go to products, AI machine learning, and then you have cognitive services here. Before I click this, let me just mention that besides cognitive services, there's also bots, and bots are very interesting to use. We won't have the chance to try bots now because this will take a bit of time. Although if at the end of the session there is any free time, it will take about 5 minutes to deploy a bot, and I can maybe show you, but it will take some time, so I'm not going to do that right now. Anyway, you also have Azure Machine Learning. Azure Machine Learning is something that you can use with Python or R, and it works quite well in terms of orchestration of all of the things, like the training part. It orchestrates a lot of objects such as clusters, etc. So where you can do the computing for the training. It also helps you. It has a really nice SDK to do all of that, and you can even deploy things to web services similar to the ones you see here. You can deploy them to web services so that you can use them in things like a Kubernetes cluster, or simply Azure container instances, which is one container at a time. You also have Azure Databricks, which is also interesting for this, where you can do the exact same thing as that, but using specifically Spark, which is Apache Spark is an open source, let's call it engine, if you'd like, or service that you can deploy and run Python and Java and Scala and R inside. Okay. You also have another thing, which is Azure Synapse Analytics, which can do big data processing, and in theory can also do machine learning, because it also uses Spark inside, including using .NET and ML.NET inside if you'd like. But anyway, let's focus on the interesting things, which is the cognitive services. And remember that the ecosystem is actually much more vast than the one that we see here. And if you go down here, you have a few options here. So the first option that I want to go to is the vision part. So you go here to the vision category, and you have quite a few options. So we have, okay, wait a minute. Okay, so we have computer vision. We have custom vision, face, forms recognizer, and video indexer. Let's start with face. Face is always a very interesting one to demo. And we can start by showing a few faces. I've actually been prepared for this. And what I've done is I've taken the last photos of the MCT Summit that I've been to, which was the MCT Summit in Europe that happened in September 2019. And I took like 2 or 3 of these photos so that I can try and use them specifically. Now, what you get here is, and let me just recommend using the textual model number 1, which is more complete. Okay, it might take a bit more time, but it's still more complete. And then, for instance, for any person that you see here, you'll be able to see where the face rectangle is going to be. Most of it is usually a square, but technically it's called a rectangle. So you have the exact pixel location to detect this. And remember, when I was showing you this, I said that you can process info. Well, this process info option you have here actually corresponds to saying, okay, my application has received these values as JSON. Now I need to draw the screen around the interface of the user, right? So I think that that's logic is how things work in terms of visualization. Anyway, you can go here and say hair, so some baldness, maybe some bits of less hair somewhere here. You also have things like brown color of hair, which is the dominant color. You also have things like head pose, and the head pose is if you face left, right, top, bottom, look down, up, tilted, I don't know, all of those things correspond to the head pose. And then you have things like mustache, not the case, seems not to be the case, but you also have age, which is 25, and gender female. Please be careful with one thing. The predicted age here is not perfect. It's something like plus or minus 5 years, except for me, which is always wrong, because for some reason they assume that I'm much older than I really am, which is very strange. Don't ask. Anyway, the age that you see here is not your current age. It's going to be the age when you took the photo. Okay, this is usually something that people get very upset about. You have to look at the age at that time. Now I have some photos, so let me go into some photos, and all of these photos are usually for things that happened for me in conferences, things like that. So let me just try and see a photo of the MCT Summit. So let's say in order. So I have a photo of me here. Okay, and by the way, this takes a bit of time. You will see some examples like Rolf here, which is a very famous MCT. Is actually not being shown because his face is like to the sides in some way, so it's not being properly detected. Everyone else is being detected. I'm not going to mention the exact age of the people involved. Let me just mention 56, 43, and 41. If this was correct in September 2019, let me know later on. I'm not going to even comment about this. I'm just going to say that at that time, I was around 40, 41, maybe just turned 41, if I'm not mistaken. So this is always wrong for me, okay? But this is a general problem, which seems that why we always use older photos. Yeah. That is correct. People look younger in that case. Although this is not entirely true, because I do have some older photos of me. Let me try one. Let's say this one was maybe 2 years ago. I can try this one. And still, I got the bad age, 53, which is even worse. So don't say that, because even older photos, and this was about 2 years ago, that's even older. But I think it depends on a lot of different factors like lighting and things like that. At least for me, this is not helpful. If I don't shave, etc., it might look slightly different. But I would say that for me, I'm a very bad exception in this. Sadly, I'm the one presenting this, which is very strange. But in most cases, for most people that have tried this, it's plus or minus 5 years, which works well in most cases. Anyway, let's try one more just to get a general idea about how this works. And although I'm not in this photo, because at that time I had to leave for a different conference, this was the MCT Summit in Europe photo in September 2019. I think this was on the Saturday, but I had to leave for a different conference, so I wasn't there anymore. This was a road trip somewhere. So you have a lot of different photos. And Elias is actually here. This is the only one I focused on, and it says 52 years old. Also a bit wrong, to be honest, because I know he is much younger than that, maybe about 5 years difference than this, but still within the reach that I mentioned. Now, a few things to mention about ages. If you consider the kids, and the kid here is about 1 year old here as the definition, if you go all the way up to 5 years, it's going to be very difficult to determine how old a kid is up to 5 years. So it's not going to have any precision. If someone is older than, let's say, 60, 70 years old, that's also going to be very difficult to determine with precision what the age is going to be. But anything else in the middle usually works fairly well, with some exceptions. I seem to be an exception, and a few other people are exception, but most people I've seen actually work quite well. Okay. Anyway, a few more things to mention. So let me just get one more photo. And I usually like to show these kind of photos, and they are usually very famous worldwide. So you know who this person is. This is his normal face, so we know how this works. And what we get here is that his hair, this is very confusing for cognitive services. It's blonde and then gray at the same time. At the same time, it's other, because it's very strange for a computer to understand all that's the makeup and things that this guy has. Anyway, male 59, so he looks much younger, so probably some facelifting and things like that. Not that much mustache or beard, that's okay. No glasses, important to mention. Makeup, lip makeup and eye makeup not, but basically, orange makeup all over, which is normal. Emotion is going to be anger, so this person is always angry all the time. It's something that happens. I do have a few other photos where he's happy, but this is not his normal situation. This is a problem. Anyway, a few more things. So eyes occluded, forehead occluded, mouth occluded. So let's say you were wearing a mask on your face, and in that case, this would be mouth occluded here probably. You have a few other things as well. So noise level, if there's a noise level in the photo that can prevent you from seeing things. And then for all of these, which are face landmarks, you have the location of each of the eyes, nose, mouth and things like that. So all of the rectangle locations where you have all of these things, so that you can define boxes all around if you'd like. Okay, but this is face detection. You can compare with face verification, and let's say browse, and let's try the same friend we have, which is Trump. And let's try Trump. And this is Happy Trump, by the way. This is Happy Trump, and let's try Happy Trump with Angry Trump. And let's do a comparison. And the comparison says it's 83% compatible. And this is good. Anything over 75, 80%, that's going to be quite good, okay? The problem is if we try to add someone else to the mix. And let's try a fake Trump. And this is a fake Trump from a TV show. This is an actor, so this is from a TV show. And still, although they look exactly the same from a human perspective, from a distance, you would say that these were the same person, but still there's a confidence level of 55% because the eyes and things like that and all of the face things, etc., they look slightly different, so it's not going to be the same, okay? Let's add one more, so let's compare this with the actor playing Borat, and the comparison is going to be much lower, 8%. That's going to be good. So this is this means that this is actually working. If I want to compare this with, let's say, well, as I mentioned, there's a vampire here, but it doesn't detect anything. So yeah, it doesn't work. Let's compare Trump with, and this is just to confirm because there was a rumor that this woman looked a lot like Trump and she might be related to Trump in some way. So let's confirm, 39%, still a high value. So there's some resemblance here according to the system, okay? Anyway, you also have some emotion recognition on a specific API just for emotion, where you can get fear, happiness, etc. So the usual things also here, but nowadays you have this in-face recognition integrated into face recognition, so it's probably best to do it from there. And this, as I was told, was going to be discontinued at some point, but still exists, so you can still use it, but please be careful because someone mentioned they were going to discontinue this. Okay, so far so good. So let's have a look at computer vision. And computer vision shows me slightly different things. That means that instead of looking at faces, you look at sceneries, and you try to understand what happens in any of these sceneries. Now, this one is a subway station or a train station, something like that. So what you get is information about subway train, object train, and if you were able to see this in hierarchical format with JSON properly indented, you would see that some of these are one inside the other, and you could see something like land vehicle, which would actually be the parent of this, and then just a vehicle in general, etc. And then you would have some confidence levels of 90% for most of these things. Now, what you get is name train, name platform as well. So there's a platform. You have things like train station here, subway, and then you have clothing. Let me just mention that clothing will relate to the person's clothing. You also detect some people here, which is okay. You also detect the subway train. But then the most interesting part about all of this, besides the tags, where you have all of the tags for this, so that you can index the information, you also have people waiting at the train station, which is also interesting in terms of value. But still, this is the example that you have for the cognitive services. Let's have a look at one of these examples, but for me specifically. So let's give this one a try for Eiffel Tower. And everyone knows the Eiffel Tower. It's just a weird thing pointing at the sky. And this is me, by the way. It doesn't look like me, but it's still me. It was very cold at the time, to be honest. And what you get is a skyscraper, sky in the background, and then a tower here with a confidence of 86%, which is fairly correct. Technically, this can be confused with a skyscraper here. That's why it shows up there as a confidence of 54, but tower would be the correct object. And then a man wearing a costume with Eiffel Tower in the background. This is correct, so I have some clothes on, and basically this is fairly correct. Anyway, you also have things like adult content. So if this was adult content and you should not be able to see this, etc., this would show up here as adult content, but score is very low. Gory, that just means that let's try some gory ones now. Let's try the vampire at this time. This one will be the vampire. So you have things like mask, some mask. This can be a cartoon mask, a skull, which will be correct, and then the face of a dog. Well, no, yeah, not really. This is not optimized for vampires, but in any case, they still detect that there is a gory factor here, so this is a scary kind of factor. Racy would be something like you lift up a finger, you know, the symbol of lifting up, not this kind of finger, this one is okay, the other finger. Okay, so this would be the kind of things you show up for the racy factor here. And then dominant background. So if you want to have like Twitter, you remember that Twitter in the background would show the same color as your, you know, cover photo that you had there. This will be a way for you to detect these kinds of accents or colors. And then you could put things in the background if you'd like, based on that image as well. Okay, so besides this, and let me just mention changing operations. So this was analyze image. Let's say read texts. And let me just get a text from something that I have. This one would be a Portuguese license plate. And let's see. So you can tell that this works quite well. Let me mention that this comes from the top all the way up to the bottom. Okay, and it shows up as, so first of all, number 04, which you see on the right. The next part would be the P that you have on the left, which corresponds to Portugal, and then the numbers will be okay, 06, and then the small letters down here, which, although these are not correct, even for a human, even for a normal human reading, this will still not be properly readable. So this does look like a 0. It's actually a D. This is a G, but it looks like a 6. So the problem is not in the processing. The problem is in the original image, to be honest. It's still quite good. Anyway, let's try to see one more. Okay, and just to confirm how this actually works. And this one is even smaller. And this one, if you jump into this, you can see that there's a lot of values here. So ESGO is going to be here. Slander is going to be here somewhere in the logo. And then this license plate will be okay. 1803, and then these things here. And these are actually, 1 second, 1803, which is correct. And then this thing here and this thing here, which are actually the screws to hold the license plate, they are treated as a character. But then all of the rest is actually read correctly. So this is actually quite good. Okay, even me as a human would have some difficulty reading this, but the service actually provides this quite well. Okay, last one is, so let's say recognize celebrity. We've mentioned Trump before. I can mention someone Portuguese, and Lucia Muniz is actually a Portuguese actress that did things like the Love Actually film with Hugh Grant and a whole bunch of people. And in this case, they detect her correctly. And then confidence person, human face, etc. So all of these are okay. And then some tags. Lucia Muniz posing for the camera. This is also okay. Female 27, no idea if this is correct or not, but I have no idea when this photo was taken. For all purposes, this can have been taken 15, 20 years ago. I'm not sure. She looks around the same age as when she did the film itself, so I'm assuming that she would be my age, a bit more now, so this would probably be correct by that time. Anyway, there's more. You can try this yourself. You don't need an Azure account to try all of this. So feel free to try this yourself. Okay. Let me just add a few more things. Custom vision is whenever you have specific images that you want to focus on. And that means, let's say I want to detect all kinds of mugs. And this is a mug, by the way, it's to drink. And if you want to detect mugs or something very specific, you add all of the photos corresponding to it. You have a nice graphical interface, and then you click on a button, the green button here that says train to do machine learning, and then machine learning will work just with these things. And this is actually a great option for you to put into the IoT devices, because you can train this model, send it over to the IoT devices. You can also interact this with a lot of different algorithms, and even ML.net if you'd like to use it. So it's always a very good option to try. Besides custom vision, which is very specific and focuses just on the objects that you train for, you also have things like forms recognizer. And I'll show you this very quickly. So for instance, you have things like this kind of images, and this can be JPEG or anything like that. And then you have key value pairs, which are basically things on top, but you also have the tables themselves. So vertically seeing all of these tables, and this is by column, not by row. So you have the items, you have the descriptions, you have prices, you have unit prices, quantity as well. All of this works really well. You can even detect things like the invoices if you'd like. So all of these invoices can actually work, and some of this information is actually filled in for you to complement things. One of the examples is the phone number, which gives you a +1 here. The date is probably also where's the date? Oh, here we go. The date is also seen here as an ISO date, which will help a bit. But then you also have the details for where each of these, let's say Contoso Cafe, is actually here in the pixels. So you can see that and even put rectangles on it. You probably noticed there's a lot of applications in cell phones that focus on specific images and then translate the text. You can also use the text translator that you have for cognitive services. You detect the text that you have there, actually this one, and then you convert it and show the remaining result on top of that if you'd like as well. Okay, so you have video indexer, and I will show you a video indexer very quickly, but this will actually take a bit of time. So you go to videoindexer.ai. You can actually go to vi.microsoft.com if I'm not mistaken. This is where I jumped into this one, but this one works okay. So videoindexer.ai. And then you can go to, you log in with any account, let's say Office 365, and then you go here to samples. And let me try one. I usually use this one as a demo. This is one I know fairly well. And with this one, what you actually get is a video. I'm not going to play the video. It's about 3 hours long, and it should take about 6 hours, maybe a bit more time, for you to actually index the video. So you upload the video, and then you index the video so that you see what happens. And give me a second. Okay, I'm actually going to remove the sound because this is not a good experience to see things at the same time. But basically, you have Scott Guthrie here. And during all of these things that you have the black stripes here, that means that he's also present. As soon as you finish this, he stops being present. So when you go to the next person here, this next person is going to be present only in this location. And if you are curious about how this works with video, so the image of the person, but also the audio of a person. A person doesn't need to be there. As long as the audio is recognized, the person will still be there. This works on a lot of different languages now, but even in the beginning, I tried one of the videos that I had for myself in Portuguese, and that still detected me very well. So it's not that bad. Even if the language is not recognized, the voice pattern and the image are still recognized and it works. Now, you also have some topics here, and topics are also very nice. So you can see things like cloud computing are mentioned here, a few others. So the examples are not going to be easy for me to find, to be honest. So I'll show you one of these down here. Open sources or functions, a few more. So a few keywords. Let's say efficient homes. That could be interesting. So if I jump into this one, by the way, each of these pixels for stripes, global provider for energy management, automation solutions. So that means that this will probably do some efficient homes at some point in time. So you probably guessed that this will be okay. Okay, just confirming that the video is actually streaming correctly. Okay. Anyway, a few more labels, and then you have things like human faces. Where can you see human faces? And then you go down here and see that human faces are all around, but there's also a dog. And by the way, I have seen a dog somewhere. I've also seen a cat and the fish. I think that the fish is actually not really a fish, but there's going to be things that show up here. So let's say mustache. So hopefully we get someone with a mustache. Not sure if we're going to be lucky. He doesn't have a mustache. Maybe someone will. And oh, maybe this guy has a mustache. I'm not sure. Has a beard. Seems like Scott Hanselman. No, not mustache, beard. Anyway, telephone booth. So maybe we're lucky with telephone booth. And please note that this time is actually very small. And each of these corresponds to about 5 minutes in real time in the video. So to actually have to wait for all of the time takes a bit of time. But hopefully maybe a park will be able to detect this. So hope this will be okay. Well, somewhere here there's probably going to be a video and show a park. So just take my word for this. This is probably going to work. Yeah, it's going to have a park here somewhere. Trust me on this. Let's not wait, but it should have a park. Anyway, you have some named entities like San Francisco, and we are actually currently in the San Francisco thing, and we just seen that there was someone saying San Francisco here, so this is true. You also have people. You also have brands like Microsoft and a few others. Microsoft is obvious, but you also have things like Apple and BMW and things like that. And BMW actually shows up here, so there's probably going to be, you see a car here, so there's going to be a logo of BMW there somewhere. Trust me on this. Anyway, you also have some emotions, and fear is a valid emotion. And here, she's actually looking down. There was a point in time when she actually looked down in fear, maybe because like me, I have to finish the session very quickly, and that's probably scared her a bit. But you can detect all of the emotions here by detecting this as well. You also have the scenes, all of the different scenes that show up. So here is conference, here is away from conference, this is back in the conference, this is away from the conference, back in the conference, and so on. So you have all of these different scenes that you can use. By the way, you can use programming to access all of this information, and you also have a timeline that says all of the things that are happening in the video, all of the speech, etc. And this actually shows you dynamically. And if you want to download everything, I'm not going to do that now, but my face is in the background, but you can see the transcripts and also all of the artifacts that you have. You can download them if you'd like. Okay. Anyway, this was Video Indexer. Let me just freeze this just in case. Let's go back for a bit, and let me just show you some of the things. So let's say you are building a smart car. You have face detection, and you can verify this before you open the door. And this was a very famous feature in this car. You can also use computer vision to detect license plates in other cars or to find obstacles. You can use video indexers to spy on people. Remember that they could spy inside of buildings and things like that, but not so much, but close enough, okay? But you also have a few other things, and a few other things that I mentioned. I have about 5 minutes to show you this, not that much more. This is time limited, but let me just show you this for just a few minutes more, because next up we have a different speaker. But you also have language understanding services, and language understanding services and text analytics. I'll show you very quickly about this. Language understanding services allows you to detect, let's say, turn the table light on, and the table light, sorry, this one says off, but let's say on. Let's say on here, okay? So table light is going to show up as, actually I turned all of them on accidentally. Okay, so let's turn the right light on, off, okay. So let's just keep turn the right light on, which is this one. And that actually should show up on this one. So turn on. The entity is going to be type of light, but the entity is going to be the right light or the floor light or something like that. Switch floor lamp to green. That means that this one is green. And floor light is actually one of the entities or parameters if you prefer. Turn on is going to be the action or the intent. And green is going to be yet another property or another parameter, or the official term will be entity. So you can add this. This is actually the basis for most bots. You can use language understanding services as the basis for all of this. You just add a lot of sentences to this, and then you train the specific values, and then just press a button. This trains everything automatically, and then you can just get the response. You feed a string of texts like this, and from that point on, you train the values. Text analytics is going to be very similar. So you get, let's say, a phrase here, and then you can just do things like sentiment analysis. You can get key phrases for this. So we want to Contoso Steakhouse, so you have Contoso Steakhouse, online menu, etc. So all of the things that you have in the sentence are actually here, okay? And then you have things like each of the sentences is actually positive, neutral, or negative. So the last one, the only complaint I have is the food didn't come fast enough. So yes, another person like me complaining about the food. So not the last one. The last one is positive, highly recommended, but this one is negative. Okay, so the one before is negative. In the end, you get an average for the whole document, which is 86% positive. And this is good. This is normal. Okay. Anyway, you have some named entities, and then they actually define that this is an organization, a company. A physical location, like a steakhouse, is a location. New York City is a geographic location. Last week is a date time range. And then you have events, person type, it's a cook. Owner is also a person type. A person itself, John Doe. Location structural, a kitchen, a living room, etc. The product is going to be a steak. And then you have address, phone number, and then you have an email here, and then you have again another organization, and personal identifiable information, so that you can cross out this information if needed. You have all of these values, and remember that you can even link these things. And if you go down to the left, you'll actually this way, okay, this way, on the left of the screen, not that way, the other way, anyway, whatever. On the left of the screen, you have a links to Wikipedia, so that you can jump into that and see what happens, right? So this is fairly easy to do. And then the JSON format will have all of the information. So let's say that you have some information that you don't want to share, let's say some email, and then you can go to offset 500 in terms of characters, and for 27 of length, and then you can replace that with all X's, so that you can hide the email from the person to protect their identity. Okay, so we have to finish. Okay, time is okay. Okay, no worries. Okay, just 2 or 3 more minutes in that case to show everything. Okay. No worries. This is text analytics. You can detect, I didn't mention this before, but you can detect language and things like that. Oh, sorry. You can detect the language. This one is actually English, but you can detect more. Okay. And a few more things just to clear up all of the cognitive services that are still missing. So you have Q&A Maker. Q&A Maker allows you to have questions and answers, and this can be used in frequently asked questions bots, same as the language understanding services, but this one is much simpler. Q&A Maker allows you to just have questions and answers. Anything that looks like a certain question, you can use that answer. And you can ask multiple questions for the same answer if you like, which works quite well. You also have Translator. Everyone knows Bing Translator. This is the same. It's actually much better than Google, to be honest. It has Klingon, okay? Google just has Latin, and no one cares. Klingon is much more interesting. But to be honest, I've been everywhere around the world. I've tried to use both of them and do the Pepsi challenge on both of them whenever I write on slides and things like that. And to be honest, for most languages, the Bing Translator works much better. And people recommend that translation instead. Okay, it's not me saying it, it's the native people of all of these countries that tell me this. It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be best with Bing and with cognitive services. So just use it. It's definitely better. Anyway, you also have things like web search, and web search is actually now called Bing web search APIs. Just 2 recommendations. You have the autocomplete, in which you start to write texts and then it autocompletes, same as Bing. It's like going to do a Bing search and then you do autocomplete while you're typing. So this is practical if you want to use to your apps, which is the autocomplete, but you also have, or auto suggest, something like that. But you also have the spell checker as well as you go. So you write things and it recommends spelling errors that you can correct. That one is also very interesting. But technically now these are part of Bing web search APIs. Okay. You also have for speech, and as I mentioned, speech is important. Speech to text, text to speech. So we've seen most of these demos. I'm not going to do any demo on this. I think that this is obvious. You can try yourself at home. You can actually use a microphone. I'm using a different microphone at this moment, so a demo for this is not very viable. But anyway, speech translation actually translates things in real time. Speaker recognition detects speakers that are speaking based on their voice pattern and recognize which person is actually speaking at any given time. All you have to do is to upload some samples of someone speaking, like me speaking right now. Any kind of thing that I'm speaking doesn't really matter, but then they will recognize my voice patterns, and then later on you can use that to recognize if the person is valid or not. Okay. Finally, you have things like decision, and decision just gives you things like the content moderator. Now, this is very interesting because you can have images which are naked images, or you can have text which has a few bad words or something like that. And you can use content moderator to detect those values, and then you can take actions based on that. You can use APIs from Content Moderator to handle that, but at the same time, you can also use the interface, web interface that's available to handle that as well. You can also do things with the personalizer, which gives you a nice user interface, a nice user experience to handling your applications. So let's say it personalizes. Oh, okay. So it actually uses personalizer to personalize and to customize the way you experience things. So if you go to places like Facebook and others, whenever you start that, they will give you information that's very specific for you. In this case, this is the same thing. This personalizes your experience so that you can use it just in a more individual way. Anyway, you also have the anomaly detection and the metrics advisor. And the anomaly detection is very similar to what you get in machine learning. You just feed some information, but again, you use a web service for this. You feed some information, you get the normal values, but every time you get a value which is outside of the norm, in that case, it will be detected there, and you will be warned about anomaly detection. Okay, so this is also very interesting. You have the metrics advisor, which, to be honest, is not that much different in terms of concepts. You have things like typical values that you can expect, let's say for sales or for something else. And then if there are some issues, these will actually be detected as something that's gone wrong here or something like that. These will actually be detected as an anomaly. This one would be considered an anomaly. And you can understand how things are, let's say your sales or something like that. And the advantage of all of this compared to normal machine learning is that you don't have to get in touch with the machine learning things. It's actually just works. You have a web service, you upload the content, and things just work. Anyway, this is pretty much all of them. I was missing one. Let me just mention one, which is here in language. You also have the immersive reader, last one, to be honest. And the immersive reader is actually interesting if you have people with disabilities, or if this is just someone very young who's learning to read. And in this case, you were able to separate the words with spaces so that people can read them by syllables and things like that. Change colors so that people can understand these are verbs and nouns, etc. And this is also good for kids because you can see what kind of things are values in a visual way, explain what they are, etc. So this actually helps if you have someone with a learning disability or visual impairments that needs to see things. This is actually very practical for a lot of different scenarios to help people read better. And you can integrate this with your own apps, which is actually quite practical. So let's conclude this. We're almost running out of time. Let's conclude this. And let's see, we have a few things. So the actual kits, which is the name of the car, can use a web app bot. I wasn't able to show you this for time reasons. I was actually assuming to just do a 30-minute session. But in any case, the web app bot is actually something that we can look at. If you'd like, there are some online videos where I present about bots, if you'd like to see them. language understanding services can interact with all of this and make things intelligent. Q&A Maker is not very intelligent in terms of usage, but very practical for doing frequently asked questions. Bots, still very practical. Text analytics, you can do whatever you want with text. This text analytics and language understanding services actually mix together. Translator, seems obvious what translator is. Speech to text, text to speech, you can use this in IoT if you'd like as well. So all of these are actually very practical. Then you also have things like anomaly detection, metrics advisor, which can give you some information if something has gone wrong with the car or with something else. And you also have, and by the way, this is the real one where you see in the series, at least one of the versions of one of the seasons, not sure which one, but you also have things like this. At the time, this was very famous to do. And finally, you have things like the personalizer, and you might have a few other cognitive services, but they just don't fit in the car. I've shown you a few of them. They just don't fit in the car for some reason. Anyway, I think everyone would like to have a car like this. This would be fun. I've actually seen a car like this in person because they have a few going around the world, and they put them in supermarkets and things like that, and people can look inside. It's not as fun in person, to be honest, but I did see some of these. Now, session is almost over, and I know that there isn't that much interaction like in normal MCT summits, but hopefully you can get in touch with me in any of the ways possible. So just go to andy.pt, reach out to me on LinkedIn or on Facebook, something like that. Anyway, I really want to thank you for being here and watching the session. Again, thank you very much for having me here, and have a good summit, everyone. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre. It's a pleasure to have you here, and it's very mesmerizing and very interesting and funny presentation. And also thank you for your cat also to be since he was also be with us, was there with us throughout the session, and hope looking forward to see you in person for the next summit. We will definitely invite you for the next summit so we can meet, and also you can try out Sri Lankan food as well. Okay, thank you very much. So with that, let's move on to our next session. And I'll share my screen quickly.
Yeah.
Okay. As the next session in line, we have a nice lady again. She's from India. So Alagunila Meghanathan. She's a Microsoft MVP in Azure and also Microsoft MCT. She's going to talk about developing low-code serverless applications. So without further ado, let me invite her to our virtual session. Over to you, Alagunila.
Yes. Hi, Vignaraj. Hi, Shavani.
Hi.
Hi. Yeah, welcome everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all wherever you have joined around the world. Can you able to see my screen?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
It's now good.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much for providing this wonderful opportunity, Vignaraj and his team. I am very grateful to be here. Much appreciated for this great initiative that is first time in Sri Lanka for MCT Summit. So thank you so much for inviting me. And I am here to talk to you about how to create an low-code serverless applications. Okay. Yes. So myself, Alagunila Meghanathan, I am a founder and CEO of Innovatree Technologies, and then I am an Microsoft MVP and also Microsoft certified trainer, and also I am the lead for Coimbatore C# Corner chapter, and I done some certifications, that is Azure Developer Solutions. I am an Azure AI Engineering and Data Scientist, and also I got an Azure Solution Architect. So if you have any queries or if you want to connect me through an social media, this is my handler, that is at Alaganila. If you connect me through the Facebook or Twitter or LinkedIn, this is my handler. So yes, let's we get into the session. So before directly jump to the topic, let's have a look at session agenda first. First and foremost, I started with the today's session with the introduction to serverless computing, and next I move to the logic app. Then I start to explain about the Azure storage, and also I have an I need to show about the AI and the cognitive services, which Andrew covered almost all the APIs in the previous session, and I just focus only on the face API, and also we have some pretty demo on how we could use that face API with the logic app. I hope that this agenda clear to you guys. Let's move further and get started with the first topic of my discussion, that is serverless. So evaluation of computer application platform, that is before the cloud we kept all our data in the on premises. So after the cloud were introduced, we have an infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and also now we have an serverless. So hope you have already heard that word serverless. So IaaS means we have that is infrastructure as a service. We can take care of an infrastructure, and platform as a service. So we just start executing our applications over there. And what is an serverless? After that, we can have an serverless. So what is an serverless? So what is the right size of servers for my business needs? How I scale my applications, and how can I increase serverless utilization? There are a lot of questions while we are using in the past. Okay, so now we are moving to the serverless. So what is the serverless? So no servers, not really. So it doesn't mean there is no server involved there. Okay, so it just means you aren't managing the server. That is serverless. Okay, so actually serverless computing is a cloud computing execution model in which the cloud provider allocate the machine resources on demand. That is important, on demand. Okay, taking care of the servers on behalf of their customers. So that is serverless. Okay, so here this is a model we can build. Developers build an application, but do not worry about the infrastructure to host that particular applications. So everything should be taken care for the cloud providers. Okay, so your resources is available when it is in demand. Okay, so that is the meaning of serverless. There is a lot of serverless services Microsoft provided. Okay, so functions, logic apps, storage, media service, there is a lots of services are there. So today I am focusing on logic app. Okay, so now we are moving to see about what is an logic app. Okay, so logic app help us work smarter by automating the workflows across our favorite apps and services. So logic app is a cloud service. Okay, so it allows us to react to an event in one and do something with that data from that event into the another service. So it creates some workflow. Okay, so we can create automatic workflow without writing a single line. Of course, that is very interesting while we are using the logic app. Okay, so we can use the logic app for getting the notification about your favorite news. When someone are posting in the Twitter or Facebook or social media, you can get the notifications, and also you can synchronize the files. So whenever you receive an email with an attachment, you like to save your attachment to the some other storage like OneDrive or Google Drive or Dropbox. Okay, so you can able to synchronize your files, and you can also collect your data, and also you can create the automated approvals. Okay, so no code designers, actually dozens of pre-built templates to get started. So there is a number of templates are there. You can get started with the template, and it is very simple to create and use. So it does not require deep technical knowledge or programming skills. So if you need, you can start with there is a two options are there. So you like the designer view, you just start with the designer view. Otherwise you can like to code, you can have the code view is there. Okay, so we will see very depth in the demo part. Okay, so if you want to work with that logic app, you need to know about what is an connector, what is an trigger, and what is an conditions or actions. Okay, so first we will see about that connectors. So connectors is that it is like a services. Okay, like say for an example, so you can handle number of social medias, right? So nowadays we are handling number of social media handlers. So you have an this Facebook, you have an LinkedIn, and you have an Twitter. So whenever you post some tweet in the Twitter, so you need to you need to post it in the another social medias like Facebook and LinkedIn. Okay, so these things are called as a connector. So whenever you post something in the Facebook, that Twitter is automatically post in your remaining social media handlers. Okay, so here the here the connectors are called as a services. So Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn are called as a connectors. Okay, so next we will see the trigger are the event that start a flow. So when it trigger, so whenever you post any post in the Facebook, that time it trigger your logic app. Okay, so what is the conditions and options? So actions or the task accomplished by the flow. Okay, so what it could be done. Okay, so that is the action. So what it could be done, so it takes your Facebook post and it published on that LinkedIn or Twitter. Okay, so that is the action. Absolutely, that is an action, right? Okay, so these are the workflow. Okay, so we need, if you want to work with the Azure Logic App, you need the connector, triggers, and the actions. Okay, so there are a number of Logic App connectors are there. SaaS applications and services they are providing. Okay, so and also Azure Power Apps, protocols, hybrids, and lot of connectors are there to use a Logic App. Okay, so how the Logic App look like? So this is what the Logic App look like. So we can connect, we can easily connect each and every connectors over there, and then create. There is also have an conditions. Okay, so it's about a lot of conditions, looping statements, and conditional statement if conditions. Okay, so if yes means it performs some calculations, if it is no, it performs some actions. Okay, so this is what our Logic App looks like. And okay, so what we need to do. Okay, so for a change I just explained with this demo. Okay, so far I have covered that what is an serverless and what is an Logic App. Okay, now I change the way. So I need to do this demo. Okay, so what's that demo means? Whenever I add some images in the blob storage, that time, okay, it extracts some informations over from that particular images using with the help of the face API. Okay, and store that particular values or extracted information from the particular images into the Excel file. This is what we are going to do in the session. This is an demo part. Okay, so again I explained. So whenever we add any images in the blob storage, I am going to apply some face API over to that particular image and extract some information. So and also I collect all the informations into the Excel file, which is it is stored in the OneDrive or Google Drive. Okay, so it is an online Excel file. This is what we are going to do. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, so what is the prerequisition? So we need to do this demo. We need Microsoft Azure account and a Microsoft OneDrive account for the Excel sheet. Here I am taking the Microsoft OneDrive account as an Excel sheet. Okay, so what are the steps we need to do? So first we need to create a storage account. This is our input. Okay, so here we can we need to perform any calculation. We hope you can understand that we need some input. We perform some calculation over their input, and we get some output, and we need to store some output in the some other place, right? So here the input is blob storage, our calculation part is face API, and we need to, this is our output. Okay, yes, so first point, we need to create an storage account as an input part. Okay, so before going to see the further steps, we need to know about the storage account. Okay, so here I am choosing the Azure storage. So what is an Azure storage? So Azure storage is a fundamental building block for all Azure services. It is one of the cloud computing PaaS services. So a storage account is a container that has a group of Azure storage services together. So actually we can have an blob, queue, files and tables are there. So today here we are going to see about blob storage. Okay, so today we are going to see about blob storage. So blob is a service for storing a large amount of unstructured data. So blob stands for binary large object. Okay, so we can store unstructured data and we can have some store petabytes of data are there. Okay, so let's see how we could I just move to the demo part. So first we need to create the Azure storage account service in the portal. Okay, so this is our Azure portal. I am going to create a storage account. On the dashboard, you just create a resource. So I just search storage account. Yes, I just click on create. Okay, so you need to choose your subscription. Okay, so select the subscription in which you need to create a storage account, and you need to create a resource group as well. Okay, so I just choose a Sri Lanka MCT, and you need to next you enter your name for the storage account. So I just Sri MCT storage. Perfect, it's available. Okay, so location I left it as a default, and we can have a performance. So standard and premium. So standard, you have any data services and use the traditional hard disk. So I just click on with the standard, and you can have an account kind. Okay, so it's like three types. Okay, storage V2, storage and blob storage. Okay, so if you choose a general purpose V2, you can use almost all the services. Okay, so I go with that, and also we can have the replications. Okay, so that's it. I just click on review plus create. It takes some time. Validation passed. I just click on create. Okay, so in the meantime I just open another tab. Okay, so we done almost our first demo. So we can create the storage account in the storage account service in portal. Okay, so now again we done the first step. Okay, so now we are moving to the second part, that is extract the information using the Face API. So we are going to see, let's see either it's created or not. Okay, no problem. Okay, so the second step is we are going to extract the information from that particular image using the Face API. Okay, so you need to know about Face API. So what is a Face API? So before going to see about the Face API, we need to know about Azure Cognitive Services. Okay, so Face API is present in that Azure Cognitive Services. So before seeing the Azure Cognitive Services, we need to know about what is an AI. So artificial intelligence. So nowadays everywhere we have an AI. AI is a science and engineering of making the intelligent machine. And now we all know that AI ruling the world. Everywhere we have we experience an AI. So then AI is a technique of getting the machine to work and behave like a human. Actually, it mimic the behavior of the human. Okay, so that's it. So by nature, human have the intelligence. So he can able to see, speak, think, right? So human make a machine and insert their intelligence and make them to behave like a human being for solving their problems. So this is what we call it as artificial intelligence. So actually, everywhere we can have an artificial intelligence. So it is ability to solve the human problems. So AI present inside the email. So whenever we receive an email, it analyzes the content which is present in the email and predicts that either it should be placed on the inbox or it should be moved to the spam. Okay, so coming to the social media platform like Facebook, AI is used for face verification, wherein machine learning and deep learning concept used to detect the facial features and tag your friends. And sometimes while you are scrolling our Facebook feeds, we experience that some images got blurred, right? This is because of AI. Whenever anyone posts their ASCII images, it automatically got blurred. So that's AI in action. Okay, so let's see the Azure cognitive services. Okay, so as we know, cloud computing is a delivery of computing services including servers, storage, databases, networking, like softwares, artificial intelligence over the internet. Okay, so here that cognitive services are a set of machine learning algorithms that Microsoft has developed to solve the problems in the field of artificial intelligence. So cognitive services have a set of APIs that are designed to democratize artificial intelligence by enabling the system to see, hear, speak, understand, and interrupt our needs with the natural way of communication. So everywhere we can have a degree of confidence. So every API. Okay, so actually Azure cognitive services have a number of APIs over there. Each and every API have a degree of confidence. The values lies between 0 to 1. If it is 0 to 0.5, it seems that it is a negative one. If it is 0.5 to 1, it says that it is a positive one. Okay, so let's see. These are the so our cognitive service are categorized in these 5 categories. So in the previous session, Andrew explained more about that. So I'm not explain once again. So vision, speech, languages, decisions, and search. So these are some of the APIs that comes under each and every category over here. Okay, so next we are going to see. Okay, so in this API, we are focusing only the face API. Okay, so which is present under the vision category. Okay, so why we are using the Microsoft cognitive services? So really it is very easy to use. We can just we can create your REST APIs and just create a service and grab the key and start building your applications. Okay, so and also it's very flexible. It is very integrated into your favorite languages and platforms of your choice. And also you can easily tested. Okay, so we talk more about the Azure cognitive services. So if you want to work with the Azure cognitive services, you can have an API key. So actually through this link you can get the free key for 7 days. Okay, so they are providing some interesting APIs keys over here. Okay, and also we can have a demo on Azure. Microsoft provides some pretty very good website for the demo purpose of seeing that how these API could be work. Okay, so these are the website link. I just shared this link in the chat box. So if you click on this link, you can have this window. Okay, so in the previous section, Andrew explained the APIs over here. So I just show you the face API only. Okay, that is face recognition. Okay, so actually we can have an 3 options over here. Okay, so first one is the face detection, face verification, and emotion recognition. So face API is a service that analyzes the faces in the image. That's very, very important. So what face API has to done? Okay, so it analyzes some faces. Okay, so like we can have an yes. Okay, so while we are uploading any images over here, you can get that it detect the faces and ages, emotions, pose, smile, facial airs, and almost it include 27 landmarks for each and every faces. So this is your input and this is your output window. So under that you can have the direction 1, direction 2. So if you go with the direction 2, you can only have very few attributes. Okay, so if you go with that direction 1, you can have a detailed information about the particular images over here. Yes, you can have the attributes and also the smiling and gender and the age, facial and mustache, beard, sideburns. Okay, and glasses. If you upload any person that wear the specs, you can have the glasses and eye makeup, lip makeup, and also it capture the emotion of the particular faces in that image. Okay, so this is all about the face detection. So next one is a face verification. So verification is that you can compare two faces, either the both two faces belongs to the same faces or not. Same person or not. Okay, so actually this face API is used in the US Uber. So he faced some problem that some drivers are enrolled and then send some other person to avoid such situations. They use the face API over there. So they ask the person to take the photo. So the current photo is compared with the already saved photo. So both the persons are same. They given that the confidence level is 0.9. Hope you remember, guys. In the previous slide, I explained you that every API have a of confidence that is 0 to 1. If it is 0 to 0.5, it is a negative one. If it is 0.5 to 1, it is a positive one. So I just open and I just upload this image for getting that how it compare and getting the confident value. So it's loading. Okay, so it takes some time. It's all depend upon your net. Yes, absolutely both persons are different, so we can get 0.0. So absolutely both persons are different. Okay, so that's it. And also we can have the third point, that is a emotion recognition. So if you upload any group photos, you can capture the emotions of the particular person. So if you move over your mouse to their faces, you can get that emotions. So anger, contempt, disgust, fear, happiness, neutral, sadness, surprise. Okay, so this is all about the face API. Okay, so I just moved back to the presentation. Okay, I done demo part 2 and also I have explained the face API. Okay, so each and every faces we can have the 27 landmarks are there. So each and every point it captured that point. With that point it can analyze either that person or smiling or anger or disgust. Okay, and also the main features, face detection recognition, face verifications. Also we can have an emotional recognition. So without further delay, we can create the service in the Azure portal. Okay. Okay, so yes, our storage is created. I just click on go to the resource. So here I need to do something that is I need to create the container for storing our images. So actually I am in the storage account. Okay, so I just click on container. I create a new one. So its name is image and access level is access to all. Okay, that's it. Okay, so in the another tag, okay, I need to, so what we need to do, I need to create an face API service in the Azure portal, right? Okay, click create a resource. Think 58. Okay, AI plus machine learning. Under that AI plus machine learning, we can find the face API over here. Okay, so you just click on that. Okay, so you need to choose your subscriptions and resource group and name. So Sri MCT Face API. Okay. So I need to choose a pricing tier. So which is free. Click on review plus create. So one, okay, validation failed. Okay, I need to check on this box. Okay, so validation pass, click on create. So in the meantime, I just move back to the presentation. Okay, so now I have done the second step also. So now we are in the final one. Okay, storing the values in the Excel file. Okay, so to do that, you need to create the Excel file. So it's present in the OneDrive. Already I have created this one. Okay, so AI plus logic demo. Under that, logic app face API demo. This is our Excel file. What it's going to do means it capture our output and store it here. Okay, let's open that one and see what are the things. So this is an online Excel file, and we can have the like attributes. I need to get the what are the attributes means I need to get the particular gender, age, beard, glasses, smile from the particular images which we have stored in the storage account. Okay, so this is our output file. Okay, so now again I back to my, okay, so it's created. I just open. Okay, so almost I done all these three steps. Okay, so I created storage account, face API, and also Excel file. Now our next step, you need to create a logic app. Okay, so this is the final step. Okay, so I open another tab. Okay, so within 5 to 10 minutes, we are going to create some AI applications here without writing a single line of code. Okay, create a resource. Okay, so our logic app is present under the integration. So logic app, click on logic app. So here you need to choose a subscription. So and also the resource group and name. So Sri MCT logic app. So I just click on review plus create. So that's it. Create. So now what we need to do? So we need to connect all this one. We need to create a workflow with the services what we have created so far. Okay, so we have a storage account, we have a Facebook face API, and also we can have an Excel file. Okay, now we need to create create a link, create a workflow. That is, go to the resource. Okay, you can have two options are here. So directly you can go with the designer. You need to code, you just click on the app code viewer. Okay, by default you can land over to the logic app designer only. Okay, so scroll down. You just scroll down. You can have number of templates are over here. You can go with that one. Otherwise, you just click on blank logic app. So that's it. We need to create all these services. Okay, so first what we need to do, we need to connect the storage. Okay, so to do that, blob storage, right? So search with blob storage, Azure blob storage. So trigger when a blob is added or modified. Okay, so this is our triggering point. Because whenever we added any images over here, that time we need to trigger it, right? So next we need to choose a container. So actually it is in the so actually I need to change the connection over here, change the connection. So our connection is okay, change connection. Okay, so no problem. I just go with this one. Already I have created this one. Okay, so this is our connection. Okay, so that is Sri MCT. Okay, so I need to choose a container. So it is image, and I need to choose one blob. I need to add. Okay, so this is how often you want to check the item. Okay, so for demo purpose I need to go with that second. Every 3 seconds we need to check with the flow. Okay, we need to check the blob storage. Okay, so that's it. I done almost first part. I need to create the second new step. Okay, so which is I need to connect the face API. Okay,
Hi, Shivan.
Hi. Is it done?
Uh, Actually, he had some problem.
Technical issues. Huh?
Yeah, we'll start another session.
Is it
And
okay?
then,
So we go on to the
yeah,
next one.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. So sorry about that technical glitch we got. Let's move on to the next session. Let me share my screen. Okay. Next in line, we have a session on Azure monitoring solutions, which will be done by our very own member who's part of this the part of this team behind MCT Summit as well. I would like to invite Archana Kamanathan, who's an Microsoft MCT, to work on to present do the session on Azure monitoring solution. Archana, over to you.
Welcome to the Sri Lankan MCT Summit. Hi everyone, good morning. Welcome to the Sri Lankan MCT Summit 2021. Today I am going to present about the Microsoft Azure monitoring solutions. Before starting the lesson, just to say about myself, I am Harshana Kamlanathan from Sri Lanka. I am the Microsoft certified trainer and the C# Corner MVP. And I'm currently working as the system engineer in the Loop 1 and the technical speaker, the blogger, and the SolarWind certified professional. So let's start my session. Today I'm talking about the Azure monitoring overview, Azure monitoring architect, the metrics, what are the collection of the Microsoft monitoring, and what is the diagnosis log, what is the key points of the monitoring solution. So let's start the first one. So let's start the Microsoft Azure monitoring overview. Well, just look at the approach of the Microsoft continues to take with the monitoring and the overview of the data. So the first one is the monitoring and visualize metrics. That means we have the ability to the monitoring and visualize the metrics, and we are going to get into the metrics and in the bit more details. But the metric, all these the numerical value from your Microsoft Azure resource, actually that help you understand and the health operations, the performance of your the system. So that's called the Microsoft, the monitoring, visualize the metric. So next one, the query and analyzing the log. We also have the ability to the query and the analyzing the logs and logs of the things like the activity log, the diagnostic log, as well as the telemetry from the certain monitoring the solution as well. And they are a whole analyzing queries engine, the build behind the service. You know that the log, the analyzed here. The last one is the setup, alert the actions. And we also have the ability to set up the alert and the actions. So it is the good that we know that we are going to the environment, but sometimes the things happen in the middle of the night. We want to be alert, we want to be connect to somebody or call their the cell phones, or maybe we just want to the drop an mail to the somebody and say something that happened. So what our ability based on the triggers to take the action and notify the peoples. So that is these are Microsoft Azure monitoring the overview. So we are going to the next, Azure monitoring architect. Now let's look at the architect and a little bit more the details. Well, first we have these resources that the left hand side, as you can see here. The first one, the applications, the operating system, as a resource, the subscription, the source. We want the what kind of source from here as well. And then we have all these the metrics and logs that we have kind of the filter in here. And then what we want to do with them, and you can see this area on the right hand side. Inside the visualize, analyze, the respond and integrate. So to be with, you probably just want to look at the logs and the metrics that you have. So we have the metrics, the analytic and log analytic, which I hope you can go on to the study and the futures. So it's very good service inside of the Azure. And then we also have the option to the visualize. So we can take some those queries from the log analytic, or we can just the build the visualize the dashboard, and using the of the build in the tools there are create some views, or we just it off to the Microsoft the business intelligence platform, which can create visualization, really rich visualization as well. So we also have the option of the insight. So this is the Microsoft. This is where Microsoft's going to the set up in future and create the some monitoring solution to give you in the insight that they think you need to aware of things. You know, we have the range these models and the build them the around the customer use case. So if you want to know that more about the virtual machines or Azure communities, and you can get more insight on that. And then on the other side, if you move down and jumping the around a little bit here, we have that ability to respond to the alerts, and that is the allow to the auto scales. So this is the based on the performance of the machines. If it the run really hot, so we have the code like the number of the users the request are coming in your system. You can auto scale that your service up or down. And last but not the least, it is our ability to integrate with the logic apps or to go to the API directly. So that means we got the alert or some trigger thing happened. We want to do something. We don't know, just want to then notify or wait until somebody comes and looks at the dashboard. So we want to do something with in that information. So that where the logic apps and connecting to the external API are the powerful. That is the Azure monitoring the architect. So moving to the next one, this is the metrics. Let's look at the metrics a little bit more detail. You can see here the example of the metrics they explore on the screen. So if you go to into the Azure and you open your monitor and the look, and you can see the example of the metrics they explore on the screen. So if you go to the Azure and you open your monitor and you look at the one of your service, you have the ability to the browse through those metrics that are the coming in. So you can create the graphs, the old sort of things of that. There could be the logs coming from the operating system, the telemetry such as event, and the stored the logs in the addition to the performance, the data. So that is the can all the compare for the analyze. So you can bring in that performance data and combine with the logs. You will see that the lot of the logs from your certain system account, and it's the some performance the issue there. So you can trace back and say, okay, this is the other system they log in and doing the something that the performance issue on these machines. So the log analytic the really giving us that the ability to compare the results of the information and get better to insight that we can the ultimate the controls. So that is the metrics. So they're going to the next one. Does the Microsoft the Azure monitoring collect? So let's walk through this one. We have the application monitoring data. This data about the performance, the functional of the code you have written, regardless of the platform. So that application data we are talking about there. We have got some the guest OS the monitoring data. We have got the guest OS monitoring data. So this is the data about the operating system. So if you open up the Windows server or Linux server and you look at the logs, the event log, for example, the Windows, it's very similar to that. Basically, we have the Azure resource, the monitoring data. So this is the data about the operation of the Azure resource itself. As the subscriptions, the monitoring data. Basically, we have the Azure resource monitoring data. So this is data about the operating of the Azure resource itself, the subscription, the monitoring data. So this is about the subscription, the health and operation of the Azure itself. And then we have the tenant, the monitoring data. So this is the more about the Azure Active Directory, the short form called the Azure AD. The tenant level service, where the access of the things like that the controlled. So you can see the lot of the area, the applications of the underlying the Azure resource that are the supporting those items about the like this item is around the Azure management and the subscriptions and the tenant data there as well. So this is the what is the Azure monitoring the collection. So then going to the next one, the what is the understand of the diagnosis. Let's see the another. Let's do the data as well. Let's see the another one about the understanding the diagnostic log. Okay, it's one day about the understand of the diagnostic log. You do need to understand this as well. So where every service in the Azure has the own diagnostic setting, which you can run on of these the many cases, and these are categories. Okay, this is the understand diagnostic log. You need to understand these as well. So every service the Azure has the own diagnostic set in the which you can turn on of the many cases, and these are a category of the logs and metric data sent to the destination defined in the setting, and the available the categories the different for the each resource. So if you pull up the virtual machines, you will see the different diagnostic system. So if you pull up the virtual machines, you will see the different diagnostic settings that you can on your machines or increase the level of the login form. Say like the warning or error something. But maybe you just want to the informational log as well. Well, you can turn on the information logs. Well, you can to the increase the amount of the storage, the queries, because you have the added the more login on. So these are the diagnose settings. They are the specific to the service. I would encourage to you to just know this. So these are the diagnose settings. They are the specific to the service. I would encourage you to just know them from the Azure virtual machines standpoint, that when you turn on your virtual machines, you will turn on the urgent this standpoint. When you turn on the virtual machines, you will turn on the agent that provide those details, the logs, and then you can the alert of the levels of the logs in the between. You know the informations and critical the depending on the specific logs you are talking about. So you can also choose one or more destination to send the logs. So current destination including log analyzing workplace, which have the talked about the also the event cards and Azure storage as well. So the last one is The key monitoring solutions. We comes on those solutions I mentioned that give the additional insight into the service. The Microsoft includes these three core one and more continually development by Microsoft solutions, key monitoring solution. We come on the solutions. We come on the solution. I mentioned that giving the detailed insight to the service. The Microsoft include these development by the Microsoft, but note this is your monitor for the virtual machines. This allow as to the monitoring the ability levels, the performance and usage of your Windows and Linux VM at the scale. And so they have already got the dashboard and metrics and everything already there. When you're going into the overview, the pan of the virtual machines, you will see the lot of the things like the information. So you will see the lot of these information. Similarly, for the containers, they are the whole solution for the Microsoft as a Kubernetes service and the app inside as well. This service that allows you to the monitoring ability, the performance and usage of the web applications. More the detail you can get like the transactions history as well. So you can tell if the users are affected and their response time and things like that as well. So they definitely to be way beyond this the metrics. Microsoft are right to provide the solutions on the top the metric for you as well for the use. So with that overview the monitoring platform, and I encouraging you take and look the browser through the some service in the Azure portal. You can go into the site, the monitoring and take look around then what kind of process it there. So you can get the more information and the experience from the Microsoft Azure portal. So around the world. Finally I end of my sessions. So if you have any questions or whatever you want the information about this platform, how to learn this, so whatever you need, just send them mail. So I will send the answer. So if you want to know the other details, you please contact the informations, LinkedIn or the Twitter. So anything. So thank you very much. The Sri Lankan MCT Summit 2021. So I proudly participate the Microsoft MCT Summit 2021. Very I'm happy, and thank you very much the TechNet Leaders for giving the great opportunity to me to share the grateful information to others. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Harshana, for that wonderful presentation. And before moving on to the next segment, I have an announcement to make. I just got this announcement from our main organizer, Vignaraj. Because we have noticed from the beginning, we have a very active participant, the attendee to this Sri Lankan MCT Summit. So we thought of sending him a token of appreciation for being with us throughout. We are still halfway through the session, but we are very happy about him being with us. Actually, Amar is the one. He's I think from Bangalore, India. So we are going to send you some small gift present from us. with us throughout. So please send us your email address or the contact number so where we can contact you to get your address to send you token of appreciation. So thank you, Amar, and also thank you everyone, all the participants. So we expect all of you to be actively participate in this summit. So you can use our comment section to feel free to comment and express your ideas with us, share your ideas with us, and ask questions. So we are happy to accept and answer all of your questions and hear all of your ideas. Okay, with that announcement, let's move on to the next segment. I'll share my screen quickly. Okay, next in line we have Sarah Lin from UK. She's a senior cloud advocate in Microsoft UK. She's going to talk about Azure Arc and Azure Update Management. So without further ado, let's move on to that session. Over to you, Sarah.
Hey, and welcome to today's talk. Today we're going to be talking about hybrid cloud management. Now, my name is Sarah Lean and I'm a senior cloud advocate at Microsoft. I have been in the IT industry for well over 14 years and I'm in that spectrum of IT pros or infrastructure engineers or sysadmins, and that's where I tackle a lot of my problems from. I am the founder of the Glasgow Azure user group, so please do feel free to join us. We are running virtual meetups, so we welcome everybody and anybody to these meetups. And please do reach out to me on Twitter or social media. You can find me at TechieLass. I'd love to connect with new people and get to know new people. Now, in terms of today's talk, we're going to be talking about hybrid because IT environments are evolving. Things are changing. We have a diverse infrastructure and we have different locations where our environments are actually located nowadays. It's not just that single data center that is maybe in the basement of where all your staff are. It's distributed and there are various different types of apps and types of services out there that we use. And the question a lot of IT organisations are facing is, how do you govern and operate this disparate environment when it's at scale like this? How do you integrate security across the entire organisation? And how do you make sure that people are being able to use the technology and the features and functionality that's there while staying within the organisation's best practice needs as well? Now, the first tool I want to highlight today is the Windows Admin Center. Now, the Windows Admin Center is a remote tool for managing your Windows servers, and I'm massively jealous of everybody that gets to use this tool now, because back in the day when I managed thousands of servers, I had multiple windows open at every time during the day, whether that be RDP, remote desktop windows, or whether it be MMC snap-ins, or whether it be browsers. I was constantly in different servers and managing all these different windows, and I'm still surprised I never accidentally shut down or stopped the wrong service on the wrong server somewhere. What the Windows Admin Center does is it allows you to kind of reimagine your server management, allows you to streamline the tasks that you have from this one single pane of glass. Windows Admin Center is a browser-based tool that is entirely free if you already own a Windows Server license, which you will have if you're trying to manage your Windows servers. What Windows Admin Center does is it allows you to do all the tasks that you need to do. So whether that be monitoring your server, so looking at the log updates, looking at stopping and starting a service if it's troublesome, maybe backing up your server or patching that server. It allows you to connect to your environment regardless of where your server is. It could be an on-prem Windows server, it could be something within Azure, it could be something within another cloud provider, or it could be anywhere in your environment. As long as you can connect to it, then you can use Windows Admin Center to actually manage it as well. Now, not only does it manage your on-prem environment, it allows you to extend that on-prem environment to Azure and bring Azure down to your environment as well. So from Windows Admin Center, you can control and monitor things like your backup using Azure Backup. You can look at Security Center. You can install the Azure Arc agent, which we'll be talking about later on, and various different other things. You can even actually create a Windows virtual machine from Windows Admin Center and have that Windows virtual machine actually reside in Azure. So there's lots of capabilities and it's integrated with Azure. Now, the other thing that we need to remember with Windows Admin Center is that we have a lot of partner extensions that can actually help us with the hardware management of some of our on-prem environments as well. So companies like HP or Dell or DataOn have made extensions for Windows Admin Center where you can actually start to integrate with some of that hardware. So some of those hardware tasks that you might have to carry out can be carried out through Windows Admin Center. So it's that one single pane of glass and you don't have to have multiple tools. You can do it all from Windows Admin Center. So it can be quite powerful. Now I want to show you a little demo of how this actually works and how it can help you and see it working in practice. So let's dive over to the demo. So here I have Windows Admin Center. This is the kind of console login screen, and I have a few servers and even my Windows 10 machine managed by it. What we want to do is have a look at managing one of these servers. So once the Windows Admin Center console loads up, you can see you've got the menu bar down the left hand side. And when you log into it first time of all, you get an overview of that server. So you can see the free disk space, you can see the operating system, the utilization of the server. There's various different statistics there for you to be familiar with and query if you need to find them out. Now down the left hand side, you can see I'm starting to interact with the events, which is the event log of that server. So if I had an issue and I wanted to dig out through the log files, I can have a look at that. I don't have to open up an MMC snap-in, don't have to remote onto the server. If I wanted to change the firewall, if I wanted to add or remove rules for my firewall on that server, I could do that from Windows Admin Center. I don't have to go again to another console. I don't have to open something up. I can do it from this one pane of glass. You can see it has the flexibility that you would expect it to there. You can search for things, you can enable the rules directly from there. It's a very fluid interface and very easy and quick to start to use it as well. So I'm going to enable this firewall rule to allow echo requests in, so ICMP, into this server, and that's it enabled. I then can go off and look at the installed apps within this server. I could look at the registry. So if I wanted to modify something that was happening within the environment, you know, obviously you shouldn't really be tinkering with the registry too much, but you can have that ability. You also have the processes menu. So again, if something's running on the server and it's a little hot, you can investigate it from there without actually connecting into the server or onto the server, sorry. And you can start to investigate it there. You could start that process, you could stop that process, and you can look at it from there. You can really do all the things that you would expect to be able to do from a server within the Windows Admin Center. Now, when we talk about a hybrid environment, we are trying to think about how to make it better for organisations. Because as I said at the start, IT departments are changing how they work. They're becoming much more fluid, they're much more disparate in terms of where their services and their workloads are being hosted. And the last thing any of us want to do is have to have multiple environments, multiple control systems. We want that single control plane, and we can have that with Azure Arc. Azure Arc allows us to bring our Azure services to any of our infrastructure. So we can take some Azure services to our on-prem infrastructure, we can take it to AWS, we can start to modernize with things like Azure Stack HCI because it's focused around the Azure Arc technology. There's a lot of things that we can do with Azure Arc. Azure Arc allows us to take again, like I said, those services that we're familiar with in Azure down onto our on-prem environment and bring some of our actual on-prem environment into Azure to try and manage it. We can organize our resources such as Windows and Linux servers, Kubernetes clusters, and Azure data services. We can monitor and govern resources at scale with scripting tools from the Azure Portal, APIs, and Azure Lighthouse. So there's lots of capabilities we have in Azure that we want to start to bring down on-prem. We can look at bringing Azure policy, configuration and governance down from Azure onto our on-prem environments and use that to monitor what we're doing and be that one single control plane that we all crave to be able to bring all of our environment into the same consistency, making sure everything looks the same and acts the same. Now with Azure Arc, it's not just focused on the virtual machines, like I said. It can focus on Kubernetes, it can focus on SQL Server, we've got other data services, we've got PostSQL. There's a lot that Azure Arc can manage and help you manage within your environment and across the various different environments that you have. Now, for Azure Arc to work, what we have to do for our virtual machines is install an agent onto that virtual machine that lives outside of Azure. Now, I want to take you through a demo of how you can actually install that and just give you a little look and sense to how to do that. Now, what we're going to do is actually do this install from Windows Admin Center. So you can see how Windows Admin Center is at the core of this hybrid story as well. Now we've got, again, these servers that we're managing within Windows Admin Center. So if we go into one of the servers that we want to install the Azure Arc agent on, we can go down the left-hand side menu, click on Azure Hybrid Services, and if we go down this menu system that then opens up, we can see that we can set up Azure Arc. What this will walk you through is the process of where do you want to store the metadata? Where do you want to store the information about this on-prem server in Azure? So what subscription do you want to use? Which resource group do you want to use? Which region do you want this information to go into? Now it's just the metadata that's being stored. There's no actual data from your server being put into Azure at this point in time. Now after a few minutes, the Windows Admin Center will have installed the Azure Arc agent onto that server. And when you refresh the screen, it will say that the server is now connected and is now part of this resource group in Azure. And if we flip over to the Azure portal, we can see the virtual machine within Azure. We can see that it looks slightly different than our normal virtual machines as well. So the GLA server is actually our on-prem server, and you can see it's a different icon within the Azure portal, and it's got a different type as well, versus that traditional Azure virtual machine that we're used to with the traditional icon and the traditional virtual machine type within Azure. But now we can start to see that server. So we can start to put things like tags onto it, so that when we search and someone says, how many servers make up our HR system, you can say that we've got X amount of servers, some of them are on-prem and some of them live in Azure, and quickly answer that question without maybe having to go off into your CMDB tool or go into your notepad or start to log on to the servers to figure out what it is. You can use Azure to help you manage some of the tasks and queries that you might get throughout your day-to-day job. Now, a challenge that we all have, regardless of where our infrastructure lives, is patch management, making sure that all of our servers remain current and have the right patches in order to meet the compliance and to remediate any of the security risks that we might have. And the last thing, again, what any of us want to do is have multiple systems of management to do this. We don't want to be having a different service for our on-prem machines versus our machines that live in Azure versus our machines that live in another multi-cloud environment. And this is where Azure Update Management actually comes into play. Azure Update Management is part of the Azure product range, and it allows you to check the compliance of your Windows and Linux virtual machines regardless of where they live. So you can start to check where patches are missing, you can report on that patching, you can actually start to deploy and install the software updates. You can start to do that automatically, so you can schedule it to automatically happen depending on your need within your environment, or you can queue them up so that you can look at it. You can do cool things around trying to automate that. Now, they've probably got a few servers in your environment that might have to have a bunch of services stopped before you actually start to apply a patch onto it, depending on the software that's installed within your environment and on that server. And then once you've installed the patches, rebooted it, you need to start the services again. And that's often a manual task that you're doing maybe at 2 a.m. in the morning or on a Saturday morning when no one else is using these servers. But what you can start to do is use things like post-install scripts and pre-install scripts that carry out some of those manual tasks that you might have. So you can have a script that runs on the server to stop the services, then applies the patches, reboots the server, and actually restarts the services as well for you. So there's lots of capabilities built into Azure Update Management. It also works well with Windows Software Update Services, with this WSUS, if you're familiar with that. So you can link it in with your existing environments as well. It's not just something that you have to replace with, but you could replace Azure Update Management for your WSUS servers, or you could use them in tandem depending on the environment setup that you have. Security is something that a lot of organisations are having to deal with. There's lots of different types of exposures, and there's lots of ways that hackers and people who want to breach your system can actually break into your system nowadays with the various different resources that we have. And if you have your environment spread over a ton of different locations and tons of different management planes, it actually can become quite hard for you to ensure that everything is compliant with your security policies. And the last thing any of us want to do is have a breach, because it could have massive implications for our organisations. And this is where Azure Security Center can actually come into play. Azure Security Center is a unified infrastructure security management system that can help strengthen the security posture of your data centers and provides advanced threat protection across your hybrid workloads in the cloud. So things within Azure can be supported and managed, and things out of Azure can actually be managed and supported as well. So keeping your resources safe is a joint effort between your cloud provider, so Azure in this case, and the customer, so yourself. And to help you do that, we have Azure Security Center. It can help protect you against 3 challenges. So you've got the security posture strengthening piece within Security Center, where it assesses your environment, enables you to understand the status of all your resources and how secure they are, and whether they're even secure at all. Protecting against threats, so Azure Security Center assesses your workloads and raises threat prevention recommendations and threat detection alerts so that it can help you be proactive about what's happening within your environment. And also Azure Security Center has speed at its heart as well. We all want to be able to make sure our environment is secure right at the minute of deployment. So there are services and features within Azure Security Center that can help you with auto provisioning and protection of your Azure services at the point of deployment as well, so that everything is secure from that moment of deployment. One of the things that I love within Azure Security Center is the secure score. So you can gain instantly insight into how secure your environment is and what it actually means if you were to implement another feature or functionality on top of that resource, or flick a switch to turn off something like port 3389 for the RDP and close that off, and how that would have an impact on how secure your environment was. It gives you that bird's eye view of all your workloads and helps you focus on where you should be paying attention to and what you need to prioritise. With so many services offering security benefits, it can often be hard to know which steps to take first to secure and harden your workload. And that's really where Secure Score helps you. It gives you, like I said, that bird's eye view so you can focus on where you're going and speed up, if you have to do it, the compliance that you need to meet for any regulatory reasons within your organisation. It can really help you understand where you're going and where you need to go to be secure. One of the newer features within Azure Security Center is multi-cloud visibility. So you can actually pull in some of the alerts from GCP's Command Center and AWS's Security Hub. Now, it gives you visibility of those systems within your environment. It doesn't auto remediate. So although you don't have to log into AWS or GCP in order to see the alerts, to see what's happening in those environments from Azure, if you wanted to do some remediation, you would have to actually log into those separate cloud providers to do that remediation. But again, it's starting to become that one center or management system for your security team. You're not having to, again, have a window open to Azure, a window open to AWS, and constantly flicking between the two. You can pull the alerts from GCP and AWS into Azure and make sure again that your security systems are all compliant and consistent across the board. Let's have a look though at Azure Security Center in play, because I always think that when you demo something, it helps you understand a bit more about what's happening. So here we are in Azure Security Center, and you can see we've got a good overview of some of the things that are happening within our environment. If we go into the inventory blade, we can start to see what's happening with all of our resources within Azure, or out with Azure as well. We can quickly see things like, is there agent monitoring enabled? Where is Azure Defender? Do we have any recommendations that we start to have a look at? Could we actually see if there's any that don't have a monitoring agent installed? And we have to remediate that and understand if there's still work that we need to do as a security team there as well. Now, as I said, there's a secure score feature within Azure Security Center, and we can see here where our secure score is and recommendations about what we can do either quickly or we need to plan long term about to enable our secure score to be better. And ultimately, that means if the higher our secure score is, the more protected and more robust that our environment is in terms of security. When you log into these recommendations, some of them allow you to quick fix them. So you can click on that quick fix box and it will allow you to actually remediate that quite quickly right there and then, and not have to maybe go into multiple different windows in order to apply that. Now, the last screen I want to show you here is the regulatory compliance screen, and it takes some of the key standards that some of our customers have been talking about and help show you where you are on that journey. So PCI DSS is something I've had to implement in the past for environments. Here I can see a clear indication of where I am on that PCI DSS. This is great for if you're trying to go towards that standard, or if you are getting interviewed by your auditor and you need to demonstrate that you've put in place certain things within your environment. So that's just a flavour of what Azure Security Center can do, but hopefully it's given you a little insight in actually some of the practical uses of what it looks like in terms of your environment versus what I've been talking about. Now, as I mentioned at the start, governance and making sure our environment is compliant across the board and we have a consistent deployment of all of our resources is something that we need to think about. Again, if our resources aren't spread across different locations, different providers, that can be often quite hard. So we need to find a way of actually managing those resources across the board. And this is where Azure policy can actually come into play. You can start to govern your resources at scale, and we can see, as we were talking earlier, with the introduction of Azure Arc, you can actually start to use Azure policy on non-Azure resources. So you can use some of the built-in policies, you can customize some of the policies and actually start to bring your resources in line with each other and make sure they all match the standards that you want within your environment. Now, some of the common guardrails that customers build in are things like naming conventions or making sure resources are tagged appropriately, or even when we're thinking about deployments within Azure specifically, allowed locations and allowed SKUs, allowed types of resources. There are various different things that you can implement with Azure policy to help you with that guidance and that governance in your environment. Now, no one wants the governance to actually stop you from doing what you need to do as an engineer or stop your developers doing what they need to do. But it's about those guardrails, it's about those safety rails and making sure that your environment is allowing people to take advantage of all the cloud capabilities and functionality that's there while still staying within your organization's compliance needs. So if you have to, for example, let's use the location one. So if you have to make sure that all your customer data that you're storing is kept within, say, the UK, you can put a policy in place that doesn't allow anybody in your organisation to deploy Azure resources outside of the UK. And that is not about stopping people and not about not trusting them. It's about helping your staff stay within that regulatory compliance, because no one wants to be responsible for accidentally deploying a resource into Azure that's in a different location, that's out of compliance and is responsible for potentially your company getting a heavy fine or being in trouble with the auditors or anybody along that line. So Azure policy and governance is about making sure that your environment is within policy, within your environment, and meeting the standards that you need to meet within your environment as well. Now, I could probably talk at length about the Azure Stack portfolio. We have expanded the Azure Stack portfolio, but what I want to do is just give you a little flavour about where the Azure Stack portfolio actually stands in terms of hybrid and how it can actually help you on that hybrid journey and where it's most appropriate. Now, you might be familiar with Azure Stack Hub. That's the original Azure Stack product that we have. That allows you to implement things like data sovereignty while still using the cloud. You can have Azure Stack in a connected or disconnected mode. I know some organisations have used it in a disconnected mode because of the environment they work in. They don't have connectivity all the time. And again, that data sovereignty, they want to take advantage of some of the cloud services, so Azure Virtual Machines, the scalability of it, some of the functionality, but they can't put it into the cloud because of some of the regulatory compliance natures of their organisation and their industry that they work in. Now, Azure Stack Edge is all about helping you to provide, IoT and compute and machine learning at the end of your network, at the edge of your network. Other people use Azure Stack Edge in order to help with the data transfer to the cloud. It basically helps provide some compute storage at the edge, so in between your network and the Azure network as well. And our newest one is Azure Stack HCI, our hyperconverged solution that helps give you a scalable virtual environment within your environment that is very familiar with to you and is not completely the cloud, but allows you to take advantage of some of the cloud capabilities. Now, what Azure Stack HCI is that hyperconverged infrastructure that is OEM hardware that's combined with Windows Server, Windows Admin Center, and we also have some Azure Arc built in there as well. The hardware is validated, so it is validated to actually run with this configuration on top of it. So negating any issues you might have about, is this supported? What do I need to have? What's the configuration? When it comes out the box, it is configured and it can have Windows Server and Azure Stack HCI installed on it without any issues. That compliance is built into it when you buy it as part of a bundle almost. This is great for people who are looking to refresh aging hardware that might reside in remote branch offices within their environment, and you can still use the technology that you're used to. So Azure Stack HCI looks very much like Windows Server. We don't have some of the things that you might not want within that environment. So it doesn't have everything. Like I said, it's not fully Windows Server in some essences because you don't have something like Windows Server Fax feature installed on Azure Stack HCI. It's just the infrastructure part of the Azure Windows Server that you are actually looking for. So the things that you need, like Hyper-V, is installed on there, but Windows Server Fax isn't, because traditionally that's not what you need from your hyper-converged environment and your Hyper-V environment for storing your compute and storage and networking on top of. Now, I've probably not done it justice, but like I said, you could talk at length about how Azure Stack actually can help with your hybrid environment as well. Now, I've only touched on some of the hybrid tools that we have within Microsoft and Azure. You can have Azure Backup, which can look after your on-premise environment as well. We also have Azure Site Recovery, again, which can be used as your disaster recovery tool. Azure Monitor is a big play in the hybrid state, about helping to consolidate all those logs, using it to help troubleshoot things and monitor things. We also have Azure Files and Azure File Sync, again, which can help you with your file servers, expand, extend your capabilities as well, and service the needs of your organization across the whole board. So as I said, I didn't talk about everything, and I only talked a little bit about everything. But if you want to know more about the Azure hybrid capabilities, I definitely recommend checking out this website, this link on screen, so aka.ms/Sarah-hybrid. Check it out, have a look at some of the customer stories about what others have done within the hybrid workspace, how they've made the disparate environments that they've had to manage and implement work for them, not against them. Also check out the Azure Architecture Centre. It's a great resource on best practices about deploying certain resources and certain configurations. It really helps you understand if you're looking to design that Azure environment, and there's some great information and things to think about and design points. And again, it's that best practice information that you're looking for and helping you guide along that path. Thank you so much for having me today. I really do appreciate your time. I have consolidated a bunch of learning information and resources that you can check out at aka.ms/hybrid-talk-resources. It should be on screen, so please take a note of that. Again, please do reach out to me if you have any questions, any comments. I do look forward to when we can do all of these things in person again and we can connect with new people. But yeah, thank you so much, and hopefully this has been useful and has given you some things to think about when you're managing your environment or potentially looking to implement a hybrid environment for your organisation.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. So let's move on to our next session. It's about time series forecasting using Azure Machine Learning. So this session will be handled by another Sri Lankan. I'm proud to introduce he's a Microsoft MVP Reconnect to do the presentation on time series forecasting using Azure Machine Learning. Dinesh, over to you.
Okay, thanks, Shani. Okay, good afternoon. Let me share my screen. Right. Hope you can see the screen, the slides, right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, yeah, time series forecasting with automated machine learning. Yeah, bit about me. I'm Dinesh Asanka. Was MVP until 2019, and I'm right now. I'm writing articles at SQL Sharp. Currently, mainly on Azure machine learning. Yeah, so you can follow me at these blogs and other from other means. Right. Okay, let's look at why time series. Now, when you look at a time series, every business, if you look at every business, we are interested in forecasting business variables, means production, sales, profit, whatever, with time variable, right? So we would like to measure our production with last month to this month, or last, if you look at if you go with the something like traffic kind of a thing, we would like to measure the traffic in hourly basis. If you look at, so depending on the environment that you are looking in, you are looking at different time slices or time series. Now, in time series analysis, what we do is past behavior of variable is analyzed in order to predict the future behavior. Now, then the question is, okay, why it is difficult? So So let's put that inside why it is difficult. So you can, using historical data, you can predict resource planning, you can do inventory planning. Then, so if you know next month you have this much of sales, then that though the sales are increasing, you have to facilitate with your other resources, right? So you need to plan inventory properly, you need to plan your resources properly, so you need to plan your capacity properly. So when you are predicting your future sales, productions, or whatever, that will allow you to plan other, do your planning accordingly. So that's what the whole idea of time series analysis. Now, if you really look at components in time series, so why difficulties in time series? Now, I have given you a short URL, to my blog to explaining the components of time series, which I will go in a short while. So if you look at this time series, you might think, okay, you have a set of data, you move into some technique, or then you have the data. Now it's not simple as that. It's not simple as that, because, okay, number one, you are collecting data. You are collecting time data over the time. Then you need to validate this data, right? So then there can be outliers, right? So you detect the outliers. Then there can be missing values. Now, when you are saying missing values, number one is the values are recorded, not recorded, or they're actually missing. Now, for example, if you are doing sales, if you're capturing sales data on a holiday, you don't have sales. So that's not a missing data, but it's an not existence data. So holiday factor is is linked with this time series. Then the techniques. Now you have a whole lot of techniques, from standard statistical techniques to the latest artificial neural networks or the deep learning techniques. So then the evaluation. Now, how do you know? You are going to predict. You are going to predict your sales or production or whatever. Now it's a prediction. Now, what is the accuracy level of prediction that you are saying? So that's also part of time series. You can't simply predict and say this is next month sales. That has to be combined with the accuracy or evaluation metrics. Now, so this is the kind of a cheat sheet which I have been developing for last, I would say, couple of months. So these are the techniques. I don't want to go into all these details of this. I have shared the link with you so that if you want, you can go to this link and see the complexities in time series. What I want to tell you here is the difficulties in time series. If you look at the whole sheet, you will see there are a lot of techniques to be applied in order to predict the future values in time series, right? So we will be discussing few of them in order to establish a good ground for good base. But just to tell you the difficulties or the challenges, you will see there are number one, lot of cleansing techniques to be done. Then the statistical techniques, there are statistical techniques ranging from regression techniques, REMA, ARMA, autoregressive. Likewise, there are a lot of techniques in that. Then the advanced techniques. Now don't think that I'm expert on all every topic here. I'm not. So there are deep learning techniques, and there are the latest techniques like graph neural networks, wave nets, arc technique. There are those techniques are there. Now also the public data set. Now you have a sales. Or let's take a very simple example. You are predicting the sales of ice creams. Now, when you're predicting the sales of ice cream, you know for a fact that it has something to do with the weather. It's more likely on a rainy day you will see a price reduction, or rather the sales reduction for ice creams on a rainy day. Or on a beautiful hot sunny day, you might see increase of sales in ice creams. Now, if you want to predict sales in ice creams, you can't simply take past data and simply predict the future data. You need to accommodate public data sets like weather, rainfall, temperature, humidity, those factors into your model. Then the holidays. Right? Holidays will depend. Now, if you look at holidays, weekends is a very simple example where you will see the increase of sales. So likewise, there are a lot of different aspects has to be looked into when it comes to time series. So then the evaluation technique, you have a whole lot of evaluation techniques. Now, if you look at other techniques like classification or clustering, you will not have this many evaluation techniques for those algorithms. But here you have a lot of techniques, and then data normalization has to be done because you are taking data from multiple, depending on multiple sources. So you need to normalize this data. Right, there are techniques like normalization techniques like min max. So there are a lot of techniques, and you take the lag data, right, which we will explain later. Lag data means now today's sales will have the impact on today's sales will be dependent on last year's sales. If you are running a seasonality business, if you look at the hospitality industry, hotels, we mainly looking at the last year same month data, right? So you can't simply predict this month's sales using the last month's sales in case of a hotel management domain, where you need the last year same month data. So that there is a seasonality factor. So what I want to tell you here is time series is something which is beyond simple analysis. So we need special techniques and tools to evaluate time series forecasting. Let me quickly go back to the slides. Then mainly in a time series, you have the trend component, random component, seasonal component, right? Seasons, cyclical component, and the cross prediction. Now, cross prediction means sales of one item might have impact on another item. Sales of a bread has impact on sales of the rice, right? So that's called cross prediction. So now, in a time series, first, after cleaning your data, when you're applying your technique, first thing that you need to do is find separate these techniques. What is your trend components? What is your seasonal components? And what is your random component? So these are the very common time series that you will find. So one thing is Johnson and Johnson share earnings. So you will see upward trend, right? You will see upward trend, and in that upward trend, you see a seasonality factor, right? You see a seasonality factor. Not sure with this scale what is the seasonality factor, but you will see a upward scale, upward trend, and a seasonality factor here. So here, if you look at the pneumonia and influenza deaths in US, you will clearly see a seasonality factor, but you don't see a trend factor. Right? Trend is kind of a average trend you are seeing. If you look at this particular time series, so you are seeing upward trend. You are seeing an upward trend, but there is some randomness involving here, right? So this is explained. Then the seasonality factor. Now, when it comes to seasonality factor, there can be a natural conditions like weather fluctuations that are representative of the season, right? And then the start or end of a school term again has impact to your sales. Cultural behavior, again the calendar impact. So these all has to be considered for your time series analysis. Now, seasonality main two algorithms that we use are ART, XP, and ARIMA. Now, both of them support seasonality factor. Even they have these two algorithms can detect seasonality factor on its own. Now, if you have a time series, typically you know what your seasonality factor is, right? If you are doing sales, let's say you are doing some sales, you know seasonality factor is every once a year, so you know that factor. And also you know once in 2 years you will have some sales bumps, so again a seasonality factor there. Even if you don't know, these algorithms can find the seasonality factor on its own. Now it uses the fast Fourier transformation in case for the benefit of people who won't know what's the technique behind this. Now ARTXP is an algorithm which was introduced by Microsoft for to detect the cross prediction, right? Cross prediction. Now different tools have their own techniques of using cross prediction, but Microsoft has a different way of identifying the cross prediction. Yeah, right. So if you look at the example for cross prediction is petrol prices influence used car prices, right? So likewise there are influencing factors for so you can't simply predict in case of car prices, prediction of car prices, you can't simply predict the car prices without predicting the petrol prices. Likewise, I'm little bit going little faster because I want to focus more on the demonstration part, right? In Microsoft Microsoft platform, there are 4 tools, I would say, which supports time series in different way. SQL Server, which is the flagship relational database model of Microsoft, they have their in the enterprise edition of SQL Server, they have Microsoft time series, where not much popular, but still people. I mean, you can use it. You can use it. It has the ARTXP and ARIMA algorithms. It supports those 2 algorithms, and there are different the techniques or mixing those techniques. There are things like that, and they have the DMX queries, data mining queries to get the predictions, so on and so forth. Azure machine learning, where the free version where you don't need a subscription to run machine learning experiments, where there you have a tailor-made controller called time series outlier detection. Now you know the outliers, right? In time series outlier detection is also important thing. Now typically before we run into time series forecasting, what we do is we do a time series outlier identification, so that we know these are outliers, so that we can eliminate them. So in Azure machine learning, you can use that. IoT, they have this time series insight. Again, I'm not an expert on this time series insight, where you can get the IoT data and do a lot of the insight into the time series, where you can do grouping and sort of stuff. So today what I'm focusing is on Azure automated machine learning. So there it supports the time series forecasting. Now in Azure machine learning also you can write your time series forecasting scripts, but you have to write your scripts there in Python or R scripts. You have to write your Python or R scripts. But in Azure automated machine learning, you don't have to write any scripts. You can create your machine learning models there and find out what is the best model, and then you can do then you can select the best model and deploy it for your work. Right. So let's do the demo on this. Hope the screen is visible, right? So here so this is my Azure portal, where I can add a service. I can add a service called machine learning service, which I've already added. So let me open the so this is my machine learning let me open the machine learning portal. Right. So this is my machine learning portal. Now I can, I mean, here you can create many other designs. You can create your own pipeline. You can create your data set. Everything can be done, but I'm only focusing on the automated ML part only. Right. So these are some of the models which I have created, because these models take time, right? Model takes time. So I have already created some models which I can demonstrate it for you. Right. So let me create a new automated machine learning. So there I have already created a data source. Let me show you the data source. This is a very popular public data source for passengers. So if you search for passenger, airline, whatever, you will get this data source, right? So this is basically monthly basis number of the passengers on a given airline. I don't know what the airline is, but some airline from 1949 to 53. Yeah, so there are some data for number of passengers. So you can look at the statistics of your data from the portal itself, right? So you know what's your range and how the data is distributed. Everything can be looked at from the tool itself. Right. So now we are set with the data set. So if you look at this data set, we have the date and we have the value. So what we are going to predict the date value. So basically we build a model for time series. Right. Right. So let me now I created the data set. So let me create a new one. I will say MCT demo. Right. So what I'm targeting the value column. Right. So this is another advantage you have in automated machine learning. Now here you can create compute nodes or clusters. Now you know in data when you are doing machine learning projects, though here my example is little small in volume, you know you are looking at large volume of data. Now so for that volume you need specific resources, specific hardware, so that it can be consumed. So here what we are doing is you are creating a machines, virtual machines for this to your services to execute. Right. So here you are. There are different the levels. So the memory optimized. Likewise, you can choose whatever the configuration you think, and also later you can increase or decrease. That's also can be done, right? You can increase or decrease. Only thing is when you are increasing or decreasing, your services will be stopped, right? Then you need to start it again, but you can do that, right? You can do that. You don't have to you don't have to recreate your models, but only thing is you need to rerun your models. Right. So let me select the very lowest cost one, and then right. So let me name the compute. I will say MCT, and I can define number of nodes. I mean those things I can define. So I have given the configurations, memory, everything is I have defined. And so let me create this one. It might take some time to create, but let's okay. Okay, so let me create a new now. So the configuration is done. So let me create a new experiment. Right. Still, this is still creating. That's fine. So, sorry, it has to be new one. Right. Now, okay. So here in automated machine learning, it supports three types: classification, regression, and time series forecasting. Time series forecasting was added very recently, in the sense one year or so ago. But so here, though I am presenting one time series, since it's a somewhat complicated as I told you before. I mean, you can use classification and regression as well for other purposes. But let's focus on the time series. Right now, whenever you select time series, you need to tell them, right, what is your time column, which is date. Right. So time series identifiers here, I don't have any columns like this, but let me explain. That's another feature. Like, let's say you have now here I have only date and a value. Now let's say I have different airlines. Now that is, I have a date column, value, and airline. Now I don't want to simply predict the total number of passengers. What I want to predict is airline wise predictions. Right. So if I want to that line in that way. Now, for example, if you want to any production examples, if you want to predict any productions, you might want to predict not the entire production, but you want to predict, okay, category wise, this product category wise production. So likewise, likewise productions also can be done. Right. So let me enable the deep learning features. Right. So this is the, now here you can say, okay, these are the three main parameters. Now I'm saying, okay, so again, I'm not going to the deep mathematics into this. There are, when it comes to time series, these are the evaluation techniques. So here I'm saying, now what I'm going to do is, machine learning will look at all the algorithms. They have a lot of algorithms, which I will show you little in a short while. Now, after evaluating all the parameters, depending on this normalized root mean squared error, it will tell me, okay, this is the best algorithm for your dataset. Right? Now, these are the available algorithms. These are the available algorithms in Azure Machine Learning. Yes, there are many other algorithms. Now, AutoArima is the most common algorithm that we use, as I said in the presentations, but there are other algorithms as well. Now, what it does is, it will evaluate all these algorithms. There is something called hyperparameters, but we'll leave it on a different day. Now, by looking at these parameters and this metrics, it will tell me, okay, this is for your data set, this is the best algorithm. Right? Now, if you know that, okay, I don't want, for some reason, I don't want this to be tested on random forest. I mean, simply, right? So I'm basically, I'm saying, okay, don't evaluate this data set on random forest. That also can be done. And also I can detect lags. Okay, this is what I want to tell you. Okay, here I can tell me, okay, this data set is which need to take Canada as the holiday calendar, so that it will look at the Canada holiday calendar and detect any relationships it has. Right. So then the exit criteria, if it is, now you need, so this has to be scaled, right? If you are running this for more than 24 hours, then stop running. Otherwise, it will keep on running. So likewise, there are a lot of other techniques, but I don't want to go into these. These are how you validate, right? K-fold cross the validation, where you will fold your data set into 5 sets. There's the technique called K-fold cross validation that also can be done in this time series, right? So then you can create this, but let me show you the already created. Since I have only a couple of minutes, let me quickly run to right. So this was running for long. long enough. So let me show you some. Right. Right. So this is one of the time the automated machine learning it executes. So you can see, so it executes on all these algorithms, right? So it has executed on all these algorithms, and now it is telling me, okay, this algorithm is the best out of lot. I think I'm looking at the wrong one. Let me. I think it should be 331. Yeah. The other one, 329 is on classification, which I mistakenly executed. So the task type is forecasting, and if I go to models, I will see the models might take a couple of minutes. Let it come. Right. So it will. Right. So basically, so it will list out all the models and the accuracy levels. Okay. So here what it's saying is, so I selected root means normalized root mean squared error. Now, so what it says is this algorithm has the least error, 3.09%, right? 3.09%. So this has a little higher error. So likewise, you will see the different the factors, right? So then if I go to this one, I can look at the matrices, right? So okay, not only that one, but are the other matrices, right? So there are other evaluation the parameters. So what are the measures on that? And then I can deploy this model, and then I can deploy this model. Also, if I want, I can download my Python script. So this you can download the Python script for this model as well, and then you can run into your notebook, whatever, in your environment, and then you can work accordingly, right? So that you don't have to, if you don't like to work on this environment, you can download the Python script and run it in your own environment. So that facility is also there. Basically, that's it. So there are other things as well. Since on time, just conclude this discussion. So as I said, time series analysis is the one of the most challenging, the complex algorithm due to many factors as we discussed. And important of Azure machine learning is, which I would say unique. Now you have a lot of tools. You have, right, SQL Server, you have Weka, Orange, RapidMiner, you name it. And then out of those all the tools, but the advantage of automated machine learning is you can get your own machines to work according to the resources. Number two, holiday detector. Holiday detector where it can detect the holidays on its own, depending on your calendar. Number three, the evaluation parameters. Out of a lot of evaluation parameters, you can decide what is the best algorithm. It will give you the option of what is the best algorithm to that you need to choose. Okay, that's it. So I'm 1 minute over the time. Sorry about it. So let me. Thank you for having me, and yeah, and hope you learn something from out of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dinesh, for joining with us today. And let's move on to our next session. So our next session is on Azure DevOps pipelines to bring cloud magic. So this will be done by Peter D. Tender. He's joining with us all the way from Belgium, and he's an Azure technical trainer at Microsoft Belgium. So let me invite Peter on our virtual stage to continue with the session.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Or good afternoon.
Good morning.
How's it going?
Yeah, going well.
It's been an interesting journey so far.
Yes. Yes.
Good. Let me know when I can start, and then I'm ready to roll.
Yeah, you can start.
Okay, perfect. So, hey, good morning or good afternoon, maybe good evening, depending from where in the world you're connecting. Welcome here at a Sri Lankan TechNet Leaders online conference. And as you heard, my name is Peter, based out of Belgium. And I'm going to try to inspire you a little bit about cloud magic using Azure DevOps. Now, sharing a little bit about myself, not too much. You can find a lot of more details online. But currently working as an Azure technical trainer within Microsoft, and most probably one of the easiest or most clear job descriptions within Microsoft. It means that I'm providing Azure technical training every single week to our global partners and customers. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. I'm quite active on Twitter, or feel free to send me an email, and more than happy to get back and making sure your question got answered. So with that, since we only have about 30 minutes, let me quickly walk you through what I want to cover in the next 30 minutes. Obviously, it's not going to be enough. I'm used to talking about Azure DevOps for like 40 hours a week. So 30 minutes is by itself already pretty challenging, but nevertheless going to try to inspire you a little bit. Starting with source control, it's where you have your Azure templates, Terraform templates, or application source code, and integrating with Git intelligence. Then from there, we're going to move to project management, where any DevOps concept wouldn't really work without project management. And from there, we're going to move to an actual deployment. But before just pushing it out, I want to show you the little magic about validating, making sure that only like production-ready source code can be moved into a running state, and eventually talking about some deployment optimizations, besides just pushing it out and yay, we have something running out of a pipeline, but also showing you how you can integrate some additional intelligence. And again, Q&A is somehow provided. Now, I know this is like a one-way conversation, but if you have any questions during the session, I won't be able to answer them during the session, but I'll guarantee I'll come back on them later this afternoon, or whenever you're watching this later on as a recording. Just shoot me an email, reach out on Twitter, and more than happy to help you. So let's start with source control. So what is source control? It's within Azure DevOps, the cloud or on-prem server solution allowing you to deploy your source code into a running state, where, first of all, just to be clear, it's not because it has Azure DevOps in the name that you could only use it against an Azure platform. So you can use Azure DevOps with any source code language. You can integrate Azure templates, Terraform templates. You can run deployments against AWS, against Google Cloud. That would be the idea. Now, the starting point for most of the deployments is probably source control. What is source control? It's where you're going to deploy or store your source code. Could be applications, any language, already talked about it, or any template if you're starting from a sysadmin background. Now, the core concept of the Azure repos, that's the service within Azure DevOps, where you're going to manage your source control, is based on Git, where you might be familiar with GitHub, and it's actually having similar capabilities, which also means you can migrate from other Git-compatible platforms. If you're using GitHub, just one example, if you're using GitLab, if you're using Bitbucket, or any other Git-compatible source control system, you could integrate or you could migrate. So that's the other flexibility, where out of Azure DevOps, if you have another Git system, you're not forced to migrate everything into your Azure repos. Since it's Git-based, it also means that all the characteristics, capabilities you have from Git can be used, which means pull requests, allowing you to check in code, but first of all, validating it before the developers or the DevOps engineers are checking it in and reusing it to run a pipeline. So let me quickly show you what this looks like in the DevOps portal. So I started with my Azure DevOps. Obviously, you need what we call an organization. It's your landing page. You create it from the Azure portal typically, or if it's the first time you used it, you start from Azure DevOps, dev.azure.com. You sign in with your Azure AD account, and from there you can create one organization, where within an organization, you can create multiple projects. Depending a bit on the complexity, depending on what you want to get out of it, you could manage everything in one single project, or you could move to multiple projects. So in my case, I'm going to use my fast car case because I like racing cars, and I'm going to use a Parts Unlimited, which is based on the Phoenix project. If you're interested in reading more about DevOps concepts, not specifically Azure DevOps, just search for it. It's an interesting story around how car parts manufacturing organization was suffering in their day-to-day business processes together with IT, and moving into accepting a DevOps concept and moving into an agile streamlined process where the organization was Parts Unlimited. So we're reusing this as an example. Now, source control. So once we have our project, and it's opening up, there we go. The starting point most probably will be your Azure repos. Again, it doesn't need to be Azure repos. It is compatible with other Git scenarios as well. What you can do here is integrating, for example, Azure templates. That's what I'm using here, where up here I'm using my fastcar project.arm source control. If you want, you can create multiple repos linked to the same project. So what we're doing, just showing you some logical structure. We have the front end. That's where we have some application source code, the web app front end. Some development stage, where we have source code in a development stage that we're not really using yet. Some AI components for our fastcar business case in this scenario, and a specific repo with ARM templates. So literally separating out the different source code. Within, I can follow all my commits. So whenever one of my DevOps engineers is updating source code, which could be templates, which could be application source code, it's following all the Git standards. If you want to integrate with different branches, if you want to use pull requests, but I don't have those in my example here, that would be the starting point. From there, we're going to move on. We have source control. You could integrate with Visual Studio, VS Code, or any other development environment you're using, and cloning, forking, and anything else. Again, I only have 30 minutes, so I can't spend a lot of time on all the basics, but that's where it starts. From there, we're going to integrate project management. Now, what does it mean, project management in Azure DevOps? It's Azure DevOps boards. That's the service, the component within, where you can specify what kind of project management methodology you want to use. You might have heard about Agile, Scrum, but you could also start with a basic project management approach. And from there, you're going to create work items. A work item is typically a to-do task. Like I want my DevOps engineer to work on this specific task, but you could also use it to flag bugs getting reported from users or DevOps team members. You could also create issues, working with sprints and Kanban boards. So a lot of interesting standards, I would say, in the DevOps world are also coming back in Azure DevOps. So showing you what it means, we're going to move over to Azure Boards. And just for having at least some data in there, I created a to-do item, that's the last one here, and 2 issues where, for some reason, my pipelines are not working. You can create epics, you can create other tasks, bugs, depending on the project methodology I talked about earlier. So let me add a new issue where you can specify who's going to work on it. And it's all Azure AD based, so shouldn't be that hard. And let's say we need to answer questions from TechNet Leaders. There we go. You can add a description, working on it, or anything else. And we're going to move this into, should be an ongoing let's save it first. Now, what makes work items interesting is the part here on the side where I told you about using some cloud magic. So what you can do is basing your deployments on the work item, or maybe even integrating some kind of approval step where no one can run a pipeline when there's no work item linked to it, to make sure that you have that end-to-end project management. Or going back to my Azure repos, you can talk about work items and linking them back to commits, pull requests, or the other way around, to again have that end-to-end integration. So it has been saved because I need that later on. Now from here, we're going to move to an actual deployment, because ultimately out of DevOps, that's where we want to end up, right? Now what it means in validation is a lot of different capabilities. So what you can do is running your pipeline. A pipeline is a step-by-step task sequence where you start from running an Azure CLI, running Docker commands, for example, or publishing it into an Azure environment, running ARM template deployments, publishing a .NET application, Node application, where the manual steps you would normally do on your development workstation are now being moved into this pipeline scenario. Could be easy, could be somehow complex, depending on the language, depending on the platform, depending on the different sequences, the different steps you want to integrate. Now from here, what it means with code validation is that before you're going to push it out, you can integrate testing, like functional testing, user testing would be one of them. Or the demo that I have is integrating security code scanning. It's a pretty important task, I would say, where in a lot of scenarios, it's not really integrated in your day-to-day DevOps process. So why not moving it into just another task as part of your pipelines, and from there benefiting, making sure that whenever your code gets validated, you already know that it's not having any outdated packages, for example, or there's no secrets being stored, or back to the work items, you don't have too many outstanding bugs, for example, because later on, you're going to reuse that information to allow or maybe block your actual pipeline run. So a couple of examples that I want to show you, just doing a little time check, perfectly fine. So we talked about repos, the source control, integrating the work items. We're now going to move to pipelines. Azure DevOps Pipelines provides you that step-by-step sequence scenario where you can use classic editor. It means using the graphical wizard-based, if you want, scenario, or moving to YAML pipelines. You might know YAML pipelines from GitHub Actions, or maybe using YAML overall in like a Kubernetes scenario, I think are the two popular scenarios there. So I got a couple of different pipelines here. So just showing you what's inside. As you can see, it always goes back to my commits. It's picking up the different branches that I'm using, and it's creating this unique sequence as well. So a lot of parameters, a lot of information that you can reuse later on. So this first example is not doing too much. What it does is picking up my ARM template source code and publishing it into what we call an artifact. Now, what is an artifact? It's the output of a pipeline that can be used as the input for a release pipeline. Now, in the early days of Azure DevOps, or even the version before Azure DevOps, Visual Studio Online, or Team Foundation Server, at that moment in time, there was always a separation between a build pipeline and a release pipeline. The build pipeline means that you're going to compile your Docker container, for example, as a pipeline task, or you're going to compile your .NET code, your Node code, your Java code, or anything else that you wanted. Now, from there, you're going to compile it, integrating testing, integrating source code security scanning, and it's producing this artifact, where later on in the release, we're going to reuse that artifact. So let me quickly jump to another project. And what I built there is the exact same pipeline where I want to validate my .NET source code That's what my application is using. And the .NET developers in the audience will probably recognize it. But what we're doing here is literally simulating manual steps. So we need to inject NuGet. Why? Because it's a .NET application. We run NuGet restore. You run the Visual Studio build task, so .NET build. If you want, you could integrate your Visual Studio testing plans, and from there, running it, it's going to compile your application and producing like a web deploy package if you want, something similar. Now, making it a bit more intelligent and adding some magic, every now and then I need to remind you the session title, right? So what we can do is integrating additional intelligence. What I did here is using Sonar Cloud. Sonar Cloud is available for free if you're using public projects in Azure DevOps, where you can inject an additional task, allowing you to run code scanning. So what you need to do here is adding a new task. You search for Sonar Cloud, or if you have, for example, something around security, you could integrate a lot of other ones. So the information here on the side is coming from the Visual Studio Marketplace, where a lot of the plugins are available for Visual Studio, some of them for VS Code, and a lot of them for Azure DevOps as well. Security related, could be time management related, could be a lot of different scenarios. I think we have more than 2,000 plugins available on the marketplace to make your pipelines more intelligent. So one example with Sonar Cloud. So the idea is you're going to start from the same pipeline you already have before and injecting additional intelligence. The outcome of Sonar Cloud, just to show you how powerful it is, and again, this is all based on the free edition. So once you create your Sonar Cloud account, it's creating a secure token that you're going to link to your pipeline. And from there, the two environments are nicely working together. Once you run your build pipeline, it starts injecting NuGet, running the VS Build.NET task, and also scanning your source code. So without doing too much, it's going to tell me details about my project. For example, I do have 91 bugs. Why? Because in my Azure boards, in my project management, I have 91 bugs where later on I could reuse this to decide if I want to allow the deployment or not. It also scans vulnerabilities. So let's have a look what's happening inside. So it's going to read out your code, literally showing you, at least it should show you the language details. Let's see what comes up. There we go. And it's going to highlight like, hey, watch out, here is a bug that we identified out of our project management, and maybe somewhere, but up here, it's going to target that we do have a vulnerability. Just recognizing the source code, mapping it with source control, and from there, identifying any potential issues. If you're using outdated NuGet packages with known vulnerabilities, just to give you an example, that would also be identified here. Classic pipelines, or if I go back to a YAML example, let me quickly show you how easy it can be to create a new one. Still 10 minutes to go, perfect. So my source is repos, but again, it doesn't need to be repos. And I want to deploy my ASP.NET. And based on that, it's going to inject my YAML pipeline. From here, it's doing the exact same thing as what I showed you in Classic. It starts with installing NuGet. So instead of the graphical NuGet task, I just need to identify NuGet tool installer 1, which means when I run this pipeline, it's going to install NuGet. From there, the actual install or running the NuGet package manager integration would be NuGet command 2. My .NET build task is running here in pipeline YAML code, and eventually running some testing. Again, you could make your pipelines a lot more complex, but technically you don't have to. If you want to migrate from Classic to YAML, you could also do that. So if you want to add a new task where we're going to publish an artifact, I can define it from the classic editor because that's maybe what I've been using for now. And it's going to inject that little sequence in YAML syntax again. So pretty straightforward, shouldn't be harder than this. And from here, finally, we're going to deploy it, right? Ultimate goal with pipelines is running the tasks and deploying something. Now, what it means deploying is moving it into a running state. For example, moving into a dev and test environment, production environment, maybe in between. If you're using canary deployments, early release, or early adopter, that could also be an option. So a lot of flexibility. Now, the real magic, and that's where I want to finish my session, is where the release pipeline options is giving you the release gate option, like gate quality control. Just a couple of examples out of the box without injecting any marketplace intelligence. It allows you to run manual approvals where one or more team members need to approve before the pipeline actually kicks off. Or going back to work items, I'll show you that in another demo. If you're targeting the Azure platform, why not using Azure policy compliance validation, which means if your deployment task is not compatible with your Azure policy environment, let's say I want to publish something in West Europe, but there is an Azure policy that's blocking me from publishing something in Azure West Europe, why would I even run the pipeline, right? So as long as my Azure policy engine is not approving it or not allowing it, my pipeline is not running. Or integrating with Azure Monitor is another super useful example. Any alert coming in from Azure Monitor could be used to allow or block your deployments. And as you can see in the screenshot here, Sonar Cloud, or again, any other marketplace plugin that integrates with release gates can be used as, again, that approval step. So let me switch to my last sequence of demos before closing down. Where now we move to release pipelines. And just to speed it up a little bit, I already have a couple of pipelines available here. And what we can do is moving into stages. I'm again showing you classic, but you could achieve the same in YAML code, where we might have like one stage coming from the artifact here. That was the output of my previous pipeline. Where now we're going to move it into a running state. Behind every stage is, again, a sequence of tasks where for this one, I'm picking up some CLI integration just to show you how easy you can integrate or reuse scripts you already have, where this script is allowing me to create a resource group, creating a storage account, copying my ARM templates. Now, technically, you don't always have to do that. In my example here, I'm using linked ARM templates, multiple ARM templates coming together. I'm using PowerShell DSC. I'm using custom scripts. And before I can move them into running state, I need to copy them into Azure Storage or any other publicly available environment, but preferably Azure Storage, from where my deployment task in the last step here is going to pick it up. And technically what it does is reading out some variables, moving it into the staging file, location, picking up my template from the artifact, picking up the parameter file from the artifact, and running the pipeline. Now, what we can do here is injecting some magic, right? So, for example, pre and post deployment would be a popular one. I can define approvals, where now I could specify that my team or any of my my colleagues in my Azure AD address book needs to pick it up. I could still allocate myself, which obviously doesn't make a lot of sense, but there's also an approval policy that's going to block you from approving it yourself. Now, this is obviously a lot more fun in like a live session where I would invite anyone to join my project, and from there, providing responsibility to the person to approve it, but I'm quite sure you get the idea. As long as the approval is not happening, the stage is not even running. Where it becomes even more interesting is using the release gates option. And that's what I showed you. Interesting enough, it's running a little bit behind, but what I showed you is Azure Policy Integration, running an Azure Function, REST APIs, Azure Monitor, or Sonar Cloud. So since I used Sonar Cloud in my previous project, I can now define that down here in my gateway gate run. Whenever my stage comes up, I define it in stage 1, but it could be defined as a pre-task, a post-task, and you could do the same for any staging environment, where now you're going to identify, as long as Sonar Cloud is not providing me like the green light, you're good to go. You don't have that many work items outstanding. You don't have any bugs. You don't have any suspicious security issues with your code. You could integrate. If there's anything coming up where Sonar Cloud is blocking me, like, hey, watch out, please don't run it in production because it's not secure code, that's like the magic, the power we can integrate. Or the work items, what I showed you before, you can create custom queries, like how many work items do we have for this particular project, or maybe specifically how many does Peter has outstanding. And before I can actually run it in or moving it into a running state, I could identify that you first need to fix your work items. And as long as you got too many work items outstanding, we're not going to allow you to run it in a production environment. Or the Azure policy compliance, I already talked about it. So you just need to enable the setting. And from there, it's checking Azure policies, running some kind of pre-check. If there's any policy conflict, any policy violation, the pipeline will not run. So that's just a little bit of the examples that I wanted to show you. So that we're almost out of time. And I would like to close in a nice way. So little recap. So we talked about source control, your Azure repos, Git compatible source control, allowing you to integrate from any development environment, Visual Studio, VS Code, or any other development tool you're using, recognizing commits, recognizing pull requests, recognizing branching. That would be your starting point. From there, you're going to integrate project management, Azure boards, that's the tooling, and allocating work items, working with sprints, backlogging, defining to-do tasks, issues, bugs, epics, or anything else, depending on the project methodology you're using. Next, I talked about the validation, allowing you to make your pipelines more smarter. Classic pipelines, YAML-based pipelines, in the end, doesn't really matter. You could migrate from one to the other as well. Reusing the YAML snippet transformation tool is how I describe it. And then eventually talked about deployment optimization magic, mainly using the pre and post approvals for each and every stage, as well as the release gates, allowing you to integrate security scanning output, allowing you to integrate Azure policies for an Azure backend or any other scenario. So with that, I'm going to close down. I thank you for, first of all, inviting me to present at your conference. I enjoyed it a lot. I hope the same from your side. Again, if you do have any questions, if you want to learn a lot more about some of the demos I shared, feel free to reach out, PDTIT on Twitter, or an email, petender@microsoft.com. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the TechNet Leaders Conference.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Peter, for that informative session. And now let's move on to our next segment. This segment is about the pre-coder MCT. So this will be done by Dara. Dara is joining with us from UK, and he's the Microsoft MCT. So let me invite Dara on our virtual stage to conduct the session. Dara, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Right. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning from over here in the UK. It's a bright, beautiful Saturday, and I hope we are having fun at the conference. Right. Briefly today, okay, before I even go into the show, it's nice to be here. I think this is the first time I've been speaking at Sri Lankan conference and connecting with everyone over there. I know there's a time zone difference that is a little bit far apart, but hey, it's still fun that we get to have together because of technology. Right. So today, shortly, I will be showing us a little bit of, well, acts I did around, automating my life as a professional developer that is also a trainer. And that is what I'll be walking us through for the next couple of minutes. So, by way of introduction, I'm a trainer. I work at a company called QA in the UK, where I serve as a principal technical learning specialist. That means I create training content, I train people, I shape the future of people who are coming to the IT industry. And outside of that, I have a business where we write solutions, and also I do a lot of YouTube videos on beginner developer technologies, teaching them how to code, how to do cloud, how to do DevOps, and all that. I do a little bit of DevOps, automating deployments and all that. I'm a very big fan of automation. I love automating stuff. For example, what I'll show a little bit today. And then also, outside of that, I'm also a saxophonist. If you look behind me, you would see my saxophone, my ewe, and my flutes, where I have some little bit of fun outside of work. So that's a little bit about me. So let's get right into the show. Now, for me, being an MCT has been being able to learn things, me going ahead to gain knowledge on new things, and then I in turn impact that knowledge onto others. So probably we are the ones who first get insights on new tech that is coming out, go learn about it before everyone else, then share that knowledge with people, share insight about these things, even give feedback to the products and technology teams on how these things work. And then of course we also mentor people, people coming fresh in industry, people that are junior to us, even give guidance to our colleagues and people that are senior to us. And then we repeat that process year in, year out until, until we get out of this world. Maybe after I could play you some saxophone, or you can check my YouTube where I have some sax videos. Right. Then one thing I notice with MCTs is, yeah, thanks, Adnan. One thing I noticed with MCTs is we got lots of content, we got a lot of things to share with the world, and this could be blog posts. Some of us write a lot of content, probably on our personal websites or on Microsoft documentation, or maybe even answer questions on Stack Overflow. Some of us post videos, YouTube, Udemy, Pluralsight, and all that. And some of us even have podcasts. For example, I run 3 podcasts, one for my family, one for developers, and one that I just share my personal tech bro thoughts with people. And the other one, which is more popular, I tend to share that content a lot more with people. And I realize this is mostly what MCTs do. They got content, they got blog posts, they got videos, they got lots of knowledge to share with the world. And I know some of us actually work in an environment where probably you don't share and all that, but mostly our goal, as I said previously, is to learn, share, impact. Our goal is to reach the world. Now, what I want to show us today is how we can use some bit of automation to increase our reach to the world. And this is what I do like every day. I wake up in the morning, I tweet. Well, I practically don't do that anymore, but I'll show you how I was able to get rid of me having to spend the first 20 minutes of my day thinking of what to tweet, of what content to post to LinkedIn and all that. And then moving away from that and then spending a little more time in bed in the morning. Well, maybe not in bed exactly. Right. So one thing we can do is all the posts we have, all the knowledge we have to share, we could put this out on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Yes, TikTok. Did I mention Facebook? LinkedIn, pretty much any social media. But what I'll be showing us today will be how I use this for Twitter and LinkedIn. Facebook, I use another tool for that currently because I've not had the time to write, all the API codes connecting to Facebook and all of that. But what I'll show us today is how we do a little bit of automation to get this content. And the fact of this is because we are MCTs, we have some of these tools given to us for free. We got Azure. Some of us have Azure. Some of us have M365 professional subscriptions that we can use to actually achieve these goals. And that is what I want to show us today, to increase more of our reach to the world and, of course, become more popular. We become more popular. We get more gigs, more trainings. That means more money, in essence. And, of course, that means we can probably retire earlier than planned. So that's my own plan anyways. I plan to retire probably in the next 12 years thereabout. Of course, not retire professionally like that, but of course, from active, waking up at a particular time, sleeping at a particular time. I plan to travel the world in about 12 years, full time, and play sax and reach out to the rest of the world from where I am. That's my plan, and that's where I plan to be very popular and make enough money as I can right now. But hey, let's not talk about the money. Let's talk about the automation. Now, I mentioned earlier that for me, waking up every morning, every single morning of the week, trying to think of which of my blog posts I want to share with people, which of my podcast episode I want to share with people, and which of my videos on YouTube I need to share. I have over 200 videos on YouTube, over 36 episodes of my podcasts, and over, I think, 50 blog posts thereabout that I want to share. Now, getting all those things together will be a lot of challenge for me because I got a job that I have to resume to early in the morning. I got a family I have to go to in the evening. So I need to find a way to make things easier for me. So one way to do this is, of course, go and pay for all these tools. Yes, you can go ahead and pay for these tools and all that. But I thought, hey, I get all these things almost free of charge, if not literally free of charge. Well, some I pay for, of course. And I could reduce the amount of money I would pay these guys to automate my social media posts and make do of it myself. And one other thing is consistency would be a little bit of challenge. Some mornings you just wake up, you just don't feel like doing anything. Most specifically weekends, Saturdays, Sundays, you feel like if Saturday and Sundays are your weekends, you just want to stay in bed and not do anything, drop your phone and just sleep away. Well, sometimes I feel like that. And one of the things on social media is consistency is what keeps your followers. Consistency is what keeps people knowing you, and you don't fade away from their thoughts. So when they think of, oh, who is the pro in Azure DevOps? They think of you. Who is the pro in M365? They think of you. Who is the professional in XYZ technology? They literally think of you because you are right there in their faces every morning and evening at a particular time of day. I need to be consistent with this day in, day out. And this is one of the things I've learned as a content creator also, that consistency is very key in keeping your followership and keeping in touch with the people who need to hear from you. I've seen lots of feedback. I say, hey, that I would like that you tweet everyone and all that. It gives me a good start to my day and all that. And it makes me happy because now I'm consistent without having to worry about being on social media every morning. And of course, if you pick your phone the first in the morning to go check social media, it's probably might lead to an unproductive day as someone who wants to get started. Well, for some, that is where they are living lives. So it's product for someone like me. Waking up in the morning and getting on Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook all together would derail me from my focus for the day. So I needed to find a hack around it. And what I did was train a little bit of automation, spice my morning up with a little bit of automation. And that's what I want to show us today. Even though I will not be showing us writing the code from end to end, and the code is available on GitHub, I'll share the link with us. So even if you don't write code, you don't have to write code, you can pick up that code and follow my step-by-step process of getting that thing out. The only thing you need to change are the links I put in the repository, and then you're good to go. Now, I asked you, why not automate this stuff? You wake up in the morning, you want to tweet, automate this stuff. Someone post a tweet that you like or that is in your interest line. Why not automate? For example, I have another Twitter handle that automatically retweets whatever I tweet on my podcast or whatever my friends that I follow tweets that related with podcasts. And I'll show you that in a little while. Now, the first thing I did was this is a little bit of the snippet of what you see my early mornings look like. So this was a few days ago. This was March 8th. This was March 8th also. Same also here, March 8th. Now, I post 3 tweets every morning, 3 LinkedIn posts every morning, but I'm not there to do it. Now, how did I do this? I use the power of the cloud. I got a cloud. Why not make it work for me? And I don't think I spend up to $2 a month. $2 even too much to spend on doing this little bit of saving me time. And they say time is money. If I can spend, if let's say probably I'm this an hypothetical figure, let's say I charge £300 an hour, okay, and I spend half of that time thinking of what to tweet. That means I probably have lost £150 every day. £150 times 5, that's about, my math is horrible now, £750. Multiply that by 4 weeks in a year, that's about £3,000 you've lost in a month just by sitting down and not thinking about automation. Now, for those of us that love numbers, that's right there in our face. Now, what I did was pick a little bit of Azure function and write a little bit of snip code to take all my blog posts, because of course, all these things we have out there, they are feeds. You can get all the items in a particular format. Most of these things have standards: blog posts, podcasts, videos. All these things are feed items. The way you get notified when someone you follow posts a new tweet is because there's a feed item that is being refreshed and then you're subscribed to. When you see a notification that there's a new YouTube video posted by someone you subscribe to, is because there's a feed item that is being subscribed to that you are looking out for, and then you get the ping. Oh, there I just put a new video on YouTube. Go ahead and check it out. So that is what I did here. Get that feed item and then randomize it. Pick a random item. Maybe it's 50 items I got in there. Pick a random item from 1 to 50. I know probably most of my blog posts are useful to someone in one way or the other. Yes, it might not be impactful to every single person that follows me for that day, but at least one person will visit my website for that day. And this way, I'm getting traffic on my website. If I become way very popular and I get about 5 million followers, and maybe just 20% of them follow the link every day, that's about 1 million visits a day to my website. I can put some money-making avenues on my website now. That's some extra revenue in there. It means I can retire earlier than even planned. Maybe I can retire in 5 years. Who knows? Now, Azure Function lets me do that. I pick up my blog posts, do the same thing for my podcast. This is just a snippet from my blog post. This same code is what I did for my podcast. Same thing for my YouTube channel. If I have more avenues tomorrow in the future, I'll do the same thing for it and then post it out every morning. And then I wrote structured an Azure Logic app also to pick up, call this Azure function every day at 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. It means I'm in the face of my followers and people who are connected to me on LinkedIn twice a day. That's a little bit consistent, I think. If you're able to reach out to people twice a day, they'll be like, oh, this guy doesn't mind. While, of course, I'm probably sitting down here playing my saxophone or making some new content for tomorrow or preparing for work or playing with my family. Now, this gives me the leeway of time to be able to spend more time with family. Of course, we know spending time with family is essential and all that. So it means the extra 20 minutes I spend tweeting, I can play with my daughter. I can watch movies with my wife. I can go out on a date with my wife. I can take my friends out. I can go on some social media stuff. It means my life is now okay. I'm regaining my social balance of work that I probably would have sat down and said, oh, I want to tweet this, I want to tweet that. No, I don't have to do that anymore. So every morning and every evening, I go ahead and get this feed. And then a JSON library in Azure Logic Apps picks this up, conforms it to what I need, and then posts it out to Twitter and LinkedIn. Now, this is a snippet of it being running successfully. Also, another thing I did was, because I know people are subscribed to me, they need to get constant updates when I post new content. Some of them are not subscribed to me on YouTube. Some of them don't follow my podcast. Some of them don't follow my blog posts, but they follow me on Twitter. They follow me on Facebook. They are my friends on LinkedIn. So I need to tell them that I have new content for them to go and watch, new podcast episode to go and listen to. So what I did, Power Automate, to say whenever I post a new item on my website, go ahead and tweet it and share it on LinkedIn. So you probably say I have over 10,000 tweets now. I probably just started being super active on social media towards the end of 2019. And that is the year that was sort of the highlight for me, where I started taking social media seriously, but in a smarter way. Power Automate to do that for me. So I brought in all the tools available for me from the technology platform that I love, Microsoft 365, Microsoft Azure, to make my life a little bit easier. It means every morning and evening, if it takes me 20 minutes in the morning to do that, it probably means it will take me 30 minutes in the evening, probably because my brain is fried in the evening. I can't think too much, too straight. It means it takes me longer time to think of what to post. So in essence, I'm saving about 15 minutes to 1 hour every day by automation. And I only have to worry about creating my content and putting it out there. All the other things that I need to alert my people to go watch out for this is there. The next bit of thing I'm planning to do now is to make my phone number a WhatsApp business number and then post a status update to my followers. And then this way, I can easily stop sharing on WhatsApp status now that I have a new content out there. That's the next bit of challenge I'm taking, and I plan to make it a live stream. So you might want to follow me on YouTube if you want to see how I did that. We'll learn it together. I've not tried it ever before, so you might want to check that out. Now, that is a little bit of what I do every day. That is me as a programmer. I try to make my own life easier. And the fun bit of this is these things are available out there. I've made it open source. So it means if you don't write code, you don't know how to write code, no problem. Go ahead to that link on your screen and grab the code from GitHub and follow the process in the video to post it to your Azure. And then watch how life becomes a little bit easier for you. Of course, you will have to connect your Twitter to your LinkedIn in the process, but the process is spec'd out all in that video. And that is my gift to you today. And I hope you've learned a lot from it. If you have further questions, I know I'm probably way ahead in my time, but I think that's a good thing. It will allow us to have a little bit of time for questions and answers if there are such. If you want to reach out to me, I'm on Twitter as Dara Oladakpo. If you want to find me anywhere on the internet, just put Dara and Oladakpo. I'm available on Google, Bing, DuckDuckGo, Yahoo search, any search engine you bring out there, you will find me. I think I'm the only person that bears this name in the entire universe. So I guess I'm lucky. And you can visit my website. It has that bit of automation there. So where you see my latest podcast episode and my latest video, once you hit my website, it means I'm getting more view. You hit my website, you're following me on my production channels also. And of course, you can send me an email. My YouTube channel is right there if you need to share with your friends and families. And of course, listen to my podcast or share with developers that you know. And with that, I guess I will call it a day and wait for questions. Are there questions for me?
I don't think.
Yeah, please talk about your studio.
Oh, yeah, the studio. Well, I'm moving to the UK. I just said, well, I could spec up this extra room in the house to have a little bit of, fun. So I've been a saxophonist for about 11 years now. So I started on the tenor sax, played the other sax for a while, then I majored in the soprano. Now, of course, I can play other kind of sax. And then because I'm at home and I don't want to disturb my daughter when she's sleeping and my wife, I got this electronic version of the saxophone. I just plug into my USB, plug in the headsets, and I'm good to go. Sometimes, even though I'm not super perfect, I play the flute. Well, I'm a little bit inconsistent with my music. I'm more consistent with my tech than my music, so I might not see a lot of music videos from me. But the good bit of it is I plan to make some videos when I'm on vacation, the week of Easter, the week that follows. So you see some music videos from me on YouTube much later. So it's pretty nice studio, not a lot of space. If I show you the back of the office, you'll be like, oh God, what the crap is this? But it's fun to have this little area and put a nice view to it, put some sound panels to ensure that whatever noise I'm making here doesn't get out, and whatever noise is out there doesn't come in. And of course, the lights are off. I could say echo, turn on office lights. Ta-da! Bit of automation.
Nice.
Thank you.
Nice. We love your studio and also your inspiring presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
It's a pleasure to have you, and thank you very much. Have a great day.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks. Okay, let's move on to our next session. Let me share my screen quickly. Okay, next we have Tiago Costa from Portugal. He's a Microsoft MVP in Azure, and also he's a Microsoft MCT regional lead. And he's going to talk about how to become a master in delivering virtual classes. So let me invite Tiago on our virtual stage to conduct the session. Over to you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay. So welcome, everyone. And first of all, thank you very much for having me. It's a huge pleasure to be here today and talk to all the MCTs in Sri Lanka. So my session will be about how can we become a master in delivering virtual classes. And we all know all the times that we're passing with the pandemic of COVID-19 that led us to basically switch, all virtual. And some of us, we're already doing this virtual deliveries for some time, but not everyone, right? So I basically helped dozens and dozens of other trainers in basically creating a proper setup so that they could be delivering professional training from their homes. But it's not only about the gear, it's also about you as a trainer, how you should behave in front of a class, etc. So this is going to be my session today. Okay. Can you show are there people seeing my slide or the slides that I have for? Oh, I need to share my screen. No.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah. You're right. So I hope this is the right screen. There you go. So there you go. Okay. So this is going to be our topic for today. But before we even get started, okay, I just want to call out something. Just a disclaimer. I'm going to talk about a bunch of brands and a bunch of gear, but I don't have any affiliation with those companies, okay? They're just nice gear that I know. And look, probably there is a bunch more other companies, and this is always, a very muddy area because there's a lot of people that, I prefer brand X or brand Y and things like this. But look, let's do it. This is the stuff that I know, the stuff that I have tested, and basically a little bit of my advices for all the audience out there, okay? So, but before we start, let's just do a short presentation about myself. My name is Tiago. I'm a trainer, and I basically do Azure classes, and I also do consulting on Azure, and I usually do Azure training, help people get certified, all of that. I'm also MVP for Azure, an MCT regional lead, and I'm also a Microsoft Certification Council member. So basically, I help and give feedback about the Microsoft certifications. As an MCT, I'm collecting feedback among the MCTs to feed this directly into the brains in Microsoft that basically they create all those role-based fancy certifications. You have all my contacts in here, my email, my website, and also my Twitter account. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, please do. I will share stuff around training, certifications, and Azure. That's my three topics that I have here. What is going to be the agenda? So the agenda here is going to be, let's just see the student side of things, okay? How they see this, how they see the training. And then we're going to talk about how should we as trainer, and I have like the 7 steps or 8 steps, okay, that you should follow in order to have a professional delivery. And then, of course, the software and the hardware side of things on this. So basically, the student side. You have to understand that as a student, okay, students are at home, and we are also students sometimes, right? Where I'm at home, I have here my office, I have all my distractions in here. If I'm working for a company, I have my company laptop with me, full of email applications, chat applications like Teams, and I have loads of notifications like coming and popping up everywhere, or something that is not working and a colleague needs help, so that I will help him fix it. Look, it's a nightmare for the students, because when they are outside and they are in person in a classroom, what happens is that, well, they're there, they're not visible in the company. With the working from home policy, people don't see you, okay, but they see you that is connected. Even if you put yourself like I'm not available or something, no, people just go there and just say, hey, when you're available, or oh, I know that you're not available, but and look, they still send you loads of notifications. And if you get a notification from your boss, and your boss even knows that you're in training, you're like, yeah, better pick up that, right? So you're already losing the class. You're already basically losing a little bit of the class. So it's definitely, look, it's definitely not easy, okay, to be on the student shoes, okay? And we have to respect that, because then we will understand some of the behaviors that sometimes they have. I perfectly fine when a student tells me like, hey, Tiago, I have here a meeting that I couldn't postpone. It's really important with a customer, blah, blah, blah. I will need 1 hour, so I will leave from here to here. And I was like, hey, just go. When you come back, just chat with me and ask me, hey, what did I lost? And I will tell you what we did in the last hour or so that you can then recover that. And if you basically need, I can help you later on, but only after the class, because, well, people were in the class, so I need to respect the people that were in the class. And usually students, they totally agree, and they even thank you for you to have that availability. So what you need to be when you're delivering training, because look, it's also not easy to be on the student side and just be looking at the screen and hearing someone. Sometimes it's boring. So you can't be boring, because if I just start this presentation and let me just change the tone, and I'll be like, oh, and now we're going to understand what we need to be. And yeah, that's it. Look, I will fall asleep on the other side if you're like that. You need to be engaging. You need to be like exciting. Like, we're going to do this, and let's talk about stuff that I deliver, which is Azure. So now let's create here a storage account. And look, this is like so easy to create, this kind of emotion that you need to pass into your class. So think about how to deliver this as to deliver a show, okay, to your students. That's always what I do when I enter here in my office every single day. Let's start the show, okay? Let's start the show, because it is a show. The important part is the content, for sure, definitely. But what makes it different from a class that the students will evaluate you like, yeah, it was good, or a class that will say, oh my God, this was like so good, the training, or I was expecting virtual training to be so boring, but no, Tiago was engaging and all of that. This is the difference. This is what makes a difference. So tips for you: always be on camera. Always look at the camera when you're speaking, like I'm doing right now. Don't do like this. Imagine I have my slides here in the screen on the bottom here. I could just be doing this. Always have your camera on. Start by short presentation about your experience. Come on, this is horrible, right? You need to know what the hell you're saying. you did the slides, you created the slides, or if it's a Microsoft official course, you review the slides. And you don't need to read the slides. That's like the same thing in the classroom. In the classroom, if you have like presenting your slides over there, you're not like this, right? Reading the slide. You should be facing the audience, right? And speak with the audience, not looking at the board. You can look at the board from time to time to see, oh yeah, that slide. Okay, but when you're speaking, you should be speaking at the audience. Here is the same thing. And for sometimes, yes, I'm reading and I have my notes also in here. Okay, I can show you my screen. So basically, this is my screen, what I'm seeing down here. And what you're seeing is just a presentation, see? So there's a difference in here. And I have like some notes here, like, oh, expectations, the start and time breaks content. I will speak about that. And I have here some my notes, okay? And I have the next slide. It's the presenter view of PowerPoint. There is no secret, I'm sure, for most of you, okay? So this is what you need to do. And I have this in here. And yes, I'm reading the stuff in here, but then I present it in a different way. I read it, put it in my mind, and then I just drop it to you guys in a different way, okay? So always, but I always do one thing. Start the class by doing a short presentation about your experience. But look, this is not definitely about you. It's about the students. It's about the content. So usually I do the presentations like I did here today. My name is Tiago. I'll be the trainer. I have been working with Azure for X number of years. I'm Microsoft certified trainer. I don't even say all the other certifications, because if you're a Microsoft certified trainer and you're already in the field for some years, you have a huge amount of certifications. Look, no one needs to know that you're certified in NT4 or stuff like that. Come on, get real. No one uses that anymore, right? So why you say that? Just say, yeah, I'm a Microsoft certified trainer. Let's get started. And that's it. Then expectations. Put expectations very clearly in place for your students. When it is the start time, when is the end time, when do you have the breaks? If they're working from home, they also need to arrange, okay, basically probably the family logistics. They need to say, hey, I need to lunch at this time, or they need to know that, hey, they're going to lunch at that time, so it's a time that they can call the family or whatever. They need to know this. So be clear up front and try to follow that to the max and say like, hey, look, we're going to do a break at, I don't know, like 12 p.m. and it's going to be a 1 hour break, or it's going to be an half an hour break. Just do whatever you do. In training that is from home, I like to have bigger breaks for lunch. Usually I do like, instead of like just doing like 60, like, I don't know, 30 minutes, we do a little bit bigger so that people have the logistics. Sometimes there are people that need to cook their meal, so you need to respect that, okay? And you know that takes a little bit more time. It's not like you go to the restaurant near your in-person class, or someone already brings food, depending on the logistics in your places. But over there, sometimes people need to cook, all that, so you need to give them a little bit more time. Also, the format. Oh, this is going to be this. We're going to have hands-on, all of that. You also need to make a reference. Then a magic thing, less slides, please. Don't do like, oh, we have like a module on topic X, Y, or Z, and I have like 2 hours of slides, and then I have a demo in the end. It's like, come on. Again, the time and the focus span of people in remote training is pretty short. You can't have people look up to you for more than a certain amount of time. And because if it's an in-person class, people are there in front of you, and you can see if they are like on their phones, or if they're reading email or something like that. You can see. So people try not to do that because they are a little bit, they don't feel right to do it when you're looking at them. But in remote training, usually they don't have their cameras on. So what happens is you're not looking, so they are free to do whatever they want. And they distract so much easier than in an in-person class. So again, you need to be engaging. Less slides will bring that. More demos. Do a bunch of whiteboarding. I personally always do like whiteboarding. I use the Microsoft Whiteboard application. It's free. Just go to the Windows 10 store, just download it, install it, and it is like an amazing tool. And if you have a Surface device, or if you have like one of those design tables that you can just put a pen design there, it's pretty cool. Or look, the other day I was helping trainers in a country that they said, look, Tiago, that will be great, but we can't afford that. I was like, say, hey, look, do you have a spare web camera? Oh yeah, we have. Just connect a second web camera, okay, and just connect it like downwards, okay, and just get like a piece of paper and a pen and just draw that, and people will see your end. Yeah, that's not perfect, but look, it works. Okay, so just find a way to do this. Okay, so then also ask for student participation. I even say demand, to be honest, because some students they are shy, and they are afraid of saying something that is not right and things like that. So sometimes we have to demand. So usually I use like tools like PolyV, Mentimeter, things like this, where I just create some questions for them, and it's just, let's just answer here some questions, and then bam, you just have like there are some questions and people start to answer, and you show the results in real time. So usually people like that because it's engaging in C. And then, surprise, surprise, you're going just to say, hey, student X, so what answer did you say it was, and why do you think that's the right answer and not the other ones? Why do you think the other ones are wrong? And this makes two things. Makes people, oh, damn, I really need to pay attention to the training, right? Because he's going to do questions to me, and I really want to be able to answer. And then second, it creates a little bit more engaging during the class. People feel a little bit more comfortable, even to just, hey, Tiago, I have a question here. Can you help me? I didn't quite understand what you're saying over there. Why is that like that? So, and you're like, people start to feel a little bit more comfortable to engage. So the thing is, try to create in your class like a spirit of community. Also, with all the students that you have. Usually when I try to log in a little bit earlier than the session start time, there's some students that are already there. Just have some chit chat with them. Hey, how is your day today? It's all good. Where you're from, guys? Oh, I'm from this country or that country, and or that city or that city. Oh yeah, I've been there. It's quite nice. And I don't know if you like the city, of course. Just basically try to do this so that people feel, oh yeah, it's not just Tiago on the screen. Tiago is a human being, and they feel related, okay, to you. So again, they'll be more comfortable to make questions and all of that. Number 8 there. Focus on your story. I've been seeing trainers talking and talking and talking about a certain topic, and then they just go and they just get out of topic, and then they forget what they were saying, literally. And so just keep it short, to be totally honest. Don't. Sometimes I know you do that, I do that. We don't feel that we're doing that, and then we're like, oh, what was I talking about? What? So just don't do that, okay? And always allow student participation. Look, I've seen trainings where trainers said something like, oh, student participation is in the end. I was like, what? I was like, I always like, hey, if it's a small class, I even tell them, open the mic and just speak up like you do in the real classroom, in a regular classroom in person. Just do that. It's like 10, 12 persons. It will be very unlikely for you to have 2 students at the same time open the mic and talk on top of each other. Come on. And sometimes it happens. Hey, look, then you just see, okay, one first. Like student 1, just tell me what you want. And then, oh, and now what about you? What's you, right? Just do that. Manage the class like this. Or use the raise hand feature, which in some applications, it's quite hard because you're there teaching, then I need to have the other stuff here on the side. Or if you just don't have multi-screens, it's down there and you don't get like a notification. Some of them do. I like WebEx. I don't like WebEx, for example, but I like WebEx for this because it just gives me beep. And I was like, oh, someone raised their hand, and it called the attention to me. So I just look at the screen and I know, oh, yeah, there you go. So I had some people here. Depending on the platform, just try to manage this the best that you can, but always allow, okay, student participation, okay? So more things that we have here. And now look, the great part and like the focus of our presentation here today, which is about the software and the hardware that you can use to make all this happen. You have to find the software or the training, basically company needs that really creates a professional looking way of doing this, and also gives the option for having like a chat window where you can send some links, or you can send some files, or you can basically exchange ideas in a written way. So my preference clearly goes to Microsoft Teams. I have to confess, is the one that I'm more comfortable. I can create even a team for that training, and we can then have a whiteboard inside. I can have my some files share with them, and it creates that spirit of community and all of that. It is pretty good. But look, WebEx also works pretty well, and I prefer some things on WebEx, one feature here and there. I'm trying to make them priority for the Microsoft Teams team, like the BIP when someone raises their hand and stuff like that. But look, other tools are pretty good. You have also Adobe Connect, we have Zoom. To be totally honest, this is right now, and working for so many different companies as an independent contractor, you can't be picky. I'm not. If they ask me, oh, what's your preference? I will say, ooh, Teams. Okay. But if they don't, I'm like, oh, we use this. Are you comfortable with that? I was like, well, if I'm not, I will be in like 5 minutes, because in the end, all these tools are kind of the same. Okay. It's just the UI is different than this or that. But in the end, yeah, they all work the same way. So don't be like, oh, I only know how to do this in Zoom. It has to be Zoom, or it has to be Teams. Just don't do this. If you're not comfortable with the tool, create like a demo class, just invite some family, some friends, and just see how does it work, so that in the day, yes, you're comfortable, because you have to be comfortable, so that you can help students, because sometimes students are not comfortable, and guess what? It's up to you to help them. So you need to be comfortable with the tool. What about screen sharing? So screen sharing is always a big thing in here, right? So there are people that have those very wide screens, and they share that as it is. Come on, no one that has a regular laptop screen will see your screen. Just forget it. Okay, if you have those very large, super wide screens, the name are called, basically just find a tool that can create virtual screens within that big screen. And there's a one called Fancy Zones that basically create those zones, and then you just share one of the zones. If you have regular screens, for example, on my screens here, I have 3 screens that are 4K. Look, if I share 4K, and then some platforms allow 4K, the bandwidth will be massive. It's not good. So at the most, share a screen that you have with full HD. So what I have is I have a 4th screen over there, and I'll already show you my setup here. That is basically a 4K. Sorry, it's a full HD only screen, and that's the one that I share. I don't share my first screen, because it just doesn't work. Okay. Also, zoom your applications. Look, one of the things that I hate, and let me just remove the presentation now for a second here. Okay, and let me share here my main screen, and let me open, for example, Visual Studio Code. Okay, and you see my Visual Studio Code, and one of the things that I hate is when people share this like this. This is how I use it, by the way. Okay, and it's like, I guess no one is seeing anything. Look, you have to do like stuff like this, or even bigger sometimes. Okay, Usually what I do is I don't know which computers you have, to be totally honest, okay? And I'm never going to be able to know in advance. So usually I share like this. This is the Zoom level that I use. You can even create profiles in Visual Studio Code and things like that. Other tools that allows you to zoom inside the tools and doing this, great. Other tools, they don't, okay? You have tools that they don't, okay? Now imagine that this tool didn't allow you, okay, to do this. And you open here like something like this. It's small. I can do this. I can do zoom. I can do this. Oh, yeah, you see, this is this div here that you have here, us here. And, oh, look, we have that part. Oh, and that part is also important, etc. What I'm doing this, I'm using a tool that is called Zoom It, okay? And I can basically show you this tool in here. So it's Zoom It, and Zoom It is free. Okay, you just need to go and download it from here. Just search Zoom It, and look, you're going to find this. It's here. It's downloaded here, and then you just use it and you do Control-1, and it does the zoom. Then with the scroll of the mouse, the wheel, you can go up, down, and then you click. Then I press Control. I can do a box. Okay, if I don't press Control, I can do freeforms like this. And if I do Control-Shift, I can do arrows. Awesome. And you can change the color. If red, it's not your preferred color for this kind of stuff, whatever, okay? All of those are options over there, okay? So it's pretty cool, right? So be careful, use this, okay? And I guess that your audience will love you for that, okay? Because they need to see. You need to show what and see that. If you're doing official Microsoft classes, hey, get a lab hoster. Go deploy, learn on demand, extreme labs. Usually the training centers, the official training centers, they already know them. Don't follow for the training center said, oh, we're not using those. We're just sending the files directly to the students, and they are working from their machines. In virtual training, then sometimes you have to help them. I'm comfortable, by the way, doing that. If you tell me like, oh, Tiago, it's going to be an in-person. I'm there next to them. I can help them. It's easy. But in virtual, you're not. So you need to find a way to shadow, okay, into their machines and help them with the labs. So this allows you to do that. And also, if you're taking like cloud, like Office 365, Azure classes, this also comes with all the stuff set it up. They have a subscription for them to use, and all of that. It also improves, okay, that bit. So it's pretty. It is pretty good. Again, train, understand the UI of this. Some of the UIs are not clearly at first, but after you train, after you use them for like, I don't know, 3-4 classes, you're an expert on that. They're not that complicated, but at first, it's always new. So you have, again, train, check all the features, etc. If, look, for some reason, they don't give you something like this, and they give you, like, imagine just an Azure Pass, and hey, they're going to use their own machines to do this. So what I have done the other day when I had a class like this is I used the feature in Microsoft Teams called, what's called? Breakout rooms. Forgot. I remember. It's called breakout rooms. I create a breakout room just with the student that needs help. And then he shares the screen with me. I take control over the screen, and I basically do and help him. So we can also do, you can also do this. It's like, look, amazing what you can do. Other like Zoom and WebEx, they might have different features, and basically that you can also do like a one-to-one and leave the main call open for that. Great, just do that, okay? So there's just ideas, okay? Then what about the hardware? And this is usually what people love about the session. It's, oh, what hardware do you use, Tiago? Etc., etc., etc. So basically, first of all, get a proper computer with an updated OS. Come on, guys. Don't use Windows 7 when you're training Windows 10. So the other day, it was not me, it was a friend of mine. He was taking a class from a person that it was teaching a Windows 10 class. I think it was the MD100 or something like that. And that person was using a Windows 7. It's a question of image, you know? It's like, come on, right? So just use what you're teaching, right? I don't care if it's a Windows machine or a Mac, okay? But just use something that has an updated operating system, is a proper computer, that you can't suffer with something that is slow, etc. And look, if you can't afford it right now and you have to use what you have, just basically be clear to your students too. Hey, look, this is the computer that I have. I'm trying to get a new one, but it's going to take some time. So we have to use this one, and you have to be patient. Just be careful. Just be straight and honest with them. And not everyone can afford to have the latest amazing computer, etc., which is fine. But it's your tool. It's your work tool. Try to get it. Okay, put it in your priority list. But just use whatever you want and whatever you can use. Then one thing that is, let's just say, easier. Don't use wireless. Look, I love wireless. I love Wi-Fi and all of that. That's great. But try to avoid that at all costs. Use network cables. Use a wired keyboard and a mouse. And look, I'm saying this, and I'm not using one. But look, I have a proper computer, and it works well for me. But sometimes, like Bluetooth, basically just doesn't work. It hangs and things like that. And same thing for headphones. See, a wired. Look, wireless headphones are great, but then your battery die in the middle of a class, and then you can't hear anyone, and they are speaking with you, and you can't hear them, so you're going to ignore your students. This is the image that you pass. Okay, so be careful with that. And then let's talk about microphones. This is like one of your first probably upgrades that you should consider. It's about the good audio quality, because people need to understand you. If you don't have a proper mic, they are not going to understand you. And sometimes the built-in microphones of the computers, they are not good, or the computer is pretty far away or whatever. So you have to be careful. There are cheap ones like the Blue Snowball Eyes, the Blue Eddy, the Rode NT USB Mini. So a little bit more expensive. And then you have a little bit high-end ones, not pure high-end, because they're much more expensive microphones, okay? But a little bit more expensive, like the Elgato or the Audio-Technica AT2020, okay? So what I have is something like this. It's an Audio-Technica 2020, so what you're hearing comes from that. I also have that ball around the microphone to create a studio isolation on that. And I have a Rode arm. I can show you here. So this is my Rode arm, and I place the microphone here. I don't need to have the microphone like this, and I need to speak a little bit lower now, because you don't need that, okay? It can sit here. And I also have a chalk mount, so that when I do, like when I eat in my desk, it just basically, the sound doesn't go there. You don't need to have this. Look, I'm a geek. I love hardware, and I love video and audio stuff. And I have been doing this for many, many years, and I record professional videos for LinkedIn and other places. Okay, so, and Microsoft too, etc. So this is why I have this gear. What about video? So video is like some laptops even have a nice webcam, to be totally honest. Okay, not going to tell you no, because they have. My laptop has a very good quality camera. Okay, but if you want to invest a little bit, look, I prefer to tell you, don't buy those cheap webcams, because probably they are not going to be as good as your laptop one. Okay, but if you want, let's go for the high-end webcams like Logitech Brio or the C920S. And look, there are more. I just didn't want to bring a huge list of hardware for cameras, but there are even more cameras. But if you want to go the extra mile, okay, and yes, you can basically set up like a mirrorless or an SLR like Sony Pentax or Canon. And some of them, they even have you just need to connect them via USB to your computer, and you can use them as webcams. They're pretty cool. And the image that you're seeing here, I'm sure it's more clear and crisp than you usually seeing. And StreamYard is not that. StreamYard is a great tool that we're using here to do the streaming. It's pretty good, but the video quality sometimes it's not the best. Okay, but look, it's very clear if you're using like Zoom or Teams or something like that. I have a Sony A6600 with a G lens, Elgato Cam Link 4K to connect this via USB. And I also have a Logitech Brio for other stuff. Okay, and what I have using here to change screens, etc. So I'm using something called OBS and a Elgato Stream Deck, which is that thing with buttons. You can configure the buttons to scenes in OBS, and I can basically switch this, or I can just say, oh, let's do lab 10 of the Azure Architect course. See. So this is the kind of stuff that we can do. Or I can say, hey, let's do a break. And I can just put a counter where we can do a break, okay? Or I can say, hey, let's go for lunch, let's go for dinner, and things like that, okay? So this is the kind of stuff that I can tweak here, and I can just press a button here in my Stream Deck. Super cool. I love this. Again, it's freaking expensive, a Stream Deck, for what it is. There are ways to do this, like with shortcut keys in the keyboard, things like that. Video background, okay? Be careful with the background you choose. That's the easy and cheap part. Make it a nice area. Don't leave clutter, like I see some people have and stuff like that. And like I forgot, I didn't saw what is the name of the previous speaker, but I heard you say, hey, if you see the other side, you will be crazy. It's crazy, all confused, etc. Yeah, but no one is seeing the other side. So drop your, if you don't have space, just drop your stuff to the other side of the camera, because no one is going to see. Okay, but at least this side needs to be clear. Okay, and so this is the stuff that you should also look. If you can't have it, or because the logistic and the layout of your room, etc., blur the image. Use a background image. Look, at least do that, right? So this is the background that you can see, and you can see it today in here. You can even get an extra mile again, get a green screen, use a video or picture background and things like this. So I have a green screen here that I can just do this. Okay, and there you go. We have a green screen today, okay? And I can just do this, and I can just do this, and bye-bye green screen. Okay, so that's like the stuff that I have in here. Again, look, this is me because I'm a geek, okay? But there is one thing that you should do before, basically before you even think about buying a fancy camera. Lights. Lights make all the difference. And look, get some cheap lights on Amazon as a first upgrade. I did that. And I was like, whoa, this is so much better. And I will turn my lights off. So this is my place. I have a very dark room. I could replace the lights on top, etc., but I prefer just to get some proper lights. I have two key Elgato lights, one on the left and one on the right, and giving me this look and feel. So if I just turn one, basically you're only going to see this side of the face with light. And if I turn the two, you see basically a good balance between this. But look, these lights are expensive. I'm not going to lie to you. But I like, because, I can connect them with my Stream Deck, and it's the ecosystem stuff, and they make charge to pay that you need to pay for that. If they are Wi-Fi and all that stuff, etc. But you don't need. That's the idea. This is my setup. Okay, I have a teleprompter here on my left. I have lights. I have a bunch of screens. But I look, again, I do professional videos. I'm recording professional videos for a lot of training companies and things like that. So this is why I need to have this gear. Then this is just something that I tell everyone. Hey, look, just start small and let keep it upgraded. I have done this, and I started to do my studio for the last 6 years or something like that. So I didn't start it one day and say, oh, let's just buy everything. No way, it's a lot of money, I have to confess, okay? Some last tips. Log into another trainer's session and see how she or he drives the class. You will learn the tons, even if you are an expert trainer. I do this all the time. Okay, I do this all the time. I've been here today watching some of your sessions of the other speakers here, and I'm watching comments, etc. You always have space to learn, like always. And always have this, like a water bottle, water or tea. My throat is getting a little bit tired now. And you do this in the middle of a presentation or a training. Don't care. It's my throat. I need it, or else my voice will not be able to speak. I will be, and what is worse, right? So there's no problem in doing that. Get a plan if you want to upgrade your setup, but don't forget, in the end, you make the difference. So thank you very much. Okay, my name is Tiago Costa, and this is how you can become a master in delivering virtual classes.
Thank you very much, Tiago. And after your presentation, I'm sure all these trainers will make a difference for sure. And something I loved about your session is you had everything ready to show us, all the tools, and I love your setup as well. I think this is a very good session for all our trainers to become better trainers and do their trainings well. So thank you very much, Tiago, for that wonderful session. And
yeah, thank you. It was a pleasure to be here.
Yes,
Yeah, thank you.
We are glad to have you as here as well. So yes, thank you. And let's move on to the next session. Okay, next in line we have Adnan Hendricks. He's a Microsoft MVP and in Azure and also MCT. So he's going to talk about the Azure infrastructure management. So let me welcome Adnan Hendricks on our virtual stage to do the session. Over to you, Adnan.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning.
Hi.
Good evening there in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, good evening.
Opening my session. And hopefully everybody can see my screen now.
Yeah.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, great. Well, it's thank you for allowing me to do the session. For those that don't know me, follow me on social media and everywhere else online with @microspecialist. For some reason, my webcam just gave me issues, so I'm going to leave that out. And also to conserve some bandwidth over here, because it's currently storming in the Netherlands where I'm presenting from. So thank you to the TechNet Leaders and Vigneraj and Devani for doing an excellent job in hosting this first MCT Summit for Sri Lanka. And just like all the other speakers, I can't wait to be able to travel and do some of these kind of things, live with you guys. So the main reason that I want to do this session, and it's really just so that everybody can get into securing identities with a zero trust approach. And my main objective is to show people that they can provide secure access to your cloud environments and get started immediately. So most of the work I do is trying to show people how with minimum effort they can get maximum impact. So today it's all about showing what identity protection is, what risk is, how it works, and how people can go about enabling zero trust through things like conditional access policies based on that risk. So for the past year, everybody else, in fact, it's been a year, a lot of us working from home. And even before that, nature of business has changed, where we had more people, working from home and being remote and those sort of things. It's just that we've accelerated with the whole COVID pandemic. And due to that, we find that the traditional organization footprint has sort of just exploded and changed in a big way. So the conventional security tools haven't really been keeping up to pace with the rapid expansion and the way of work. And we've seen that due to this new nature of the way people work and the entire acceleration of digital transformation through COVID and beyond, that a lot of these the breaches that's been happening were really targeting people because now all of a sudden they just had to get working, and a lot of these things are being regulated. So we need to move with the times and move with those things. So looking at the best part in controlling all this is by starting with the identity. And with Azure AD identity, we can leverage that security in this hybrid cloud environment, in this world of different ecosystems where we have still on-premises applications running internally in organizations, and also with cloud applications running in different public clouds, and also within specific SaaS applications. And not forgetting partners, customers, and employees, everybody working from their home offices, not all of them as fancy and high tech like Tiago, and with different devices, etc. So we need to make sure that those identities are being managed properly and also secure. Because the main thing behind this is, if you look at the numbers and what makes Azure so great, I'm a bit of a Microsoft Azure fanboy, is that it's one of the world's, if not the world's largest cloud identity service, driving huge numbers. So you have more than 200,000 Azure AD premium organizations, and this is the premium stuff without the hundreds and thousands of free and lesser premium accounts or organizations. And then you have around 350 million monthly active users. And if you look at the daily authentication requests, you're looking at billions of daily authentication requests. Now, looking at it in a security perspective, even if just a small percentage of that 30 billion authentication requests is compromised, you're still looking at an enormous number. And also with the monthly active users, if you're looking at the number of accounts, so quite a large footprint and impact if any of these accounts are breached. So with Azure Active Directory, there's a lot of different things that you can do with it, that it allows for managing and securing your identities. So you can allow application access, things through single sign-on, set up in a hybrid environment using Azure AD Connect and also SILE servers, and literally provide access to applications and organization data worldwide. Security, you can have strong authentication, and then things like conditional access, where we can provide access to certain resources based on specific conditions. And then identity protection, where you have built-in security features that can add extra security and prevent breaches out of the box, and also help you guys on your first step to zero trust approach security. For partners and customers and other ecosystems, you have partner identity and access management, cross-team collaboration, and also the open standards that it applies. Now, looking at the credential thefts and looking at the numbers, you guys also aware these things are just increasing. So things like passwords, people reuse passwords, and in fact, also what happened personally here where I'm living, the local government has also been breached, where a lot of people that went for corona testing, their data were sold by employees. So a lot of breaches are caused by things like credential theft, both internally and externally. And internal organizations, a lot of employees use applications that aren't really okayed for work, that also can provide some risks. So just in showing you guys that, phishing, spoofing, still number one. Even IT people can get victimized by phishing, like the picture, and there's daily hacks occurring. So there's deep fakes, AI hacking tools, etc. And when looking at things like password spray, most of enterprise things involve phishing. So some more high numbers with compromises, sign-in attempts that gets flagged, and also attacker-driven sign-ins detected. And this is all in the past year due to the COVID-19 with themed attacks, where people were still trying to find a lot of information about the situation and the state of the world, etc. Now, Azure AD Identity Protection is really Microsoft's special intelligence that they've gathered using artificial intelligence and also human teams, where they observe all these trillions of signals, look at all the 30 billion authentications happening daily. So they go through all these different signals, and they have artificial intelligence, and they run detections on these signals and different events to calculate risk. So they look at the user data, they look at the sign-in information, they apply the artificial intelligence, and then they get actionable insights on there that will let us know if a sign-in user has been compromised or if the authentication risk has a risk of being compromised. So think in terms of me sitting here in the Netherlands, utilizing my account to work in the Netherlands, and at the same moment in time or in less than an hour, somebody's using my same Azure AD account in China. So obviously Azure AD Identity Protection will see that, hey, this guy was just working in the Netherlands, and somewhere in China, some guy is logging on with that account. The travel time is too short to be able to be valid. So that might be a higher risk, so it will just alert on that. So you getting all these actionable signals, Microsoft sends alerts, and we can self-mitigate and automatically remediate threats if it's a compromised account or sign-in, or if it's just a alert that we can ignore. So what do you need? Well, firstly, you need the light to be licensed correctly, and Azure AD Identity Protection it requires Azure AD Premium P2 licensing, and this allows you to have access to things like the policies that you can go and set, where you can go and detect on vulnerabilities and risky accounts, and also the events. At the same time, you'll be allowed to do risk-based conditional access and create policies for those. But let's go and jump into the session and have a look at my demo environment. So here I'm signed into my subscription in my Azure AD demo tenant. You can see that I'm licensed with Azure AD Premium P2. And if I scroll down to security, I'm just going to jump down to identity protection and just go through a quick walkthrough. So I can already see on my start page that it gives me a dashboard where I can immediately see I have a high risk user that's been detected, and I can go and click through on that, and I can see that I'm got a user that's at risk with a username, specific details, and I can drill down and confirm the user is compromised or just dismiss the user if it's been a normal sign-in that's just been flagged incorrectly. At the same time, I can go and either block this user directly if I see that it's something that shouldn't happen. So I'm just going to go back down, and also I can go and drill down into those sort of things. So with protection, I have access into a user risk policy I can set up. sign-in risk policy, and also an MFA registration policy to enforce MFA registration for all my users. I'm just going to drill down into user risk policy. So I've already enabled mine in my environment, or you can set it up to select a group or specific users. So I've selected user risk group. So this could be all my users and then exclude specific things, or I only want to include a user group. And my user risk that I can set it to or allow for alerting is to configure my policy for to be enforced if any risk is determined as high or medium and above. So this is where you need to first have a look and see in your environment, before you're going to enforce it. Just leave it unenforced and applied for medium and above, and have a look and see what it alerts on. So once I've selected my user risk, I can specify what I want to either allow or disallow. So I set it to control my user access and have it enforced. And if my controls to be enforced is to block access if my user risk is determined as high. So I want all my environment, if any user risk of high is alerted, that it immediately blocks access. Now, in the same time, that might not be so user-friendly. So I can either allow access, and I can also maybe specify a require change, but I'm going to leave it as block access. And I've enforced my policy because I want it to be immediately activated. So I've already enabled this. And if you just want to have it alert you without enforcing that, you can just leave it on off and save. Now, at the same time, I also have my sign-in risk. So where I've got a user, he's busy signing in, maybe through a website, maybe through an app, or maybe through a different kind of device or browser. So I can specify my sign-in risk wherever that's determined as high. So I've got a group selected. Once again, I can specify to enforce either medium and above. So if the alert is medium or high or low, but I'm more focused on high. And then once again, how do I want to have that enforced? So I'm going to block access. The same thing with MFA. Yeah, I can specify a group and ensure that they require Azure AD for that. Now, the nice thing is, usually, even if you don't have premium, you can still get some of the information where it might alert on different accounts that are at risk for. So this, I can see the user, the risk state, the level, and you can zoom in into these. Same thing with the sign-ins and risk detections. So I'm going to just show you guys what it looks like from a user perspective. So I've got a user. I'm just going to go into my normal browser firstly. So as an example, I'm just going to go to my apps, Microsoft.com, so that I can sign in as a normal user that's enforced by policy, and have a look at the sign-in process. So this is my apps, Microsoft.com. Just quickly to show you guys that I've got a user applied by policy. I can sign in. This is normal user machine. Maybe it is connected through his home, and there is no compromise. So at the same time, things like my users can also go and view their own personal sign-in information, where we just showed the admin side. So yeah, end users can go and look at their own sign-in information to see, hey, if their accounts have been compromised or not. So they'll be able to see all their sign-ins that's been happened in the past. So that should load. So it's taking a little bit of time. Just refresh that. So while that is busy signing in, let's go look at a risky signing. So here I have a machine running a Tor browser or my Onion, and I'm going to go to the same website. So that should open up, and I'm gonna go say I want this account, and it is on Microsoft.com. And then just sign in as that user. So his account is still active and enabled. There was no risk until now. So normally this Tor browser would try and use anonymous access to log in, where it wouldn't allow me to sign in. So this was valid behavior. My sign-in was detected something unusual. A Tor browser generally tries to do anonymous sign-in, and this sign-in was blocked. So looking at, if I go back to risky users, that account should pop up the next time this refreshes and get that information. Let's just see. Okay, so that should pop up any minute now. So while that is refreshing, let's go have a look at the session again. So going back to my session, that was just a quick Azure AD identity protection walkthrough. At the start, you guys saw the dashboard, giving you meaning information. We went through some of the risky sign-ins. Now, all these risky sign-ins are being calculated at a specific risk. And really, what is risk is more the likelihood or severity of something being invalid or might causing harm. So this is a list of all the different risk detection. So activity from anonymous IP address, for example, in my example, with the Tor browser, it could be things like atypical travel. A user could be confirmed through the admin's compromise, leak credentials that Microsoft views along with other security bodies through accounts that have been harvested and published on the internet, new country, or any suspicious behavior. So with this sprawled environment, you know, all the trends and challenges to IT security with different remote employees and partner devices and different clouds and applications, it's more than ever to be protected for that. So utilizing the sign-in where you can specify the risk policies and enable that, and also MFA. So just quickly recap: intelligently detects and responds to compromise. So there's a lot of artificial intelligence and enforcement and policies that's looking at real-time session risks. And you can also tap into this kind of information directly through Microsoft Graph API or Microsoft Security Graph, or utilizes they utilize Logic apps. And behind identity protection, there's all these different models. Okay, so there's a heuristic running that analyzes all this signals and data, and then there's different SecOps teams where they look at it along with machine learning that gets applied on all these signals to kind of extrapolate data and try to see if it's actual or if it's in risk of breach. There's also human teams like security researchers, customer support, and labelers that actually label different types of data and also specific threats that gets monitored through all this high quality heuristic-based detections, both by Microsoft and also other first parties in the field of security. So when looking at things like how the machine learning for specific attack patterns would work for in a, let's say, a brute force or password spray, where they're basically looking at different accounts with either the same password. So the heuristic detections will look at failures per IP or user, and things like the probability of account being password sprayed, things like failed credential hashes that's happening. So if they pick up that, hey, it's the same credential hash that's being thrown around everywhere, that must be a risk. Just quickly show the flow in a specific attack like that. So yeah, the attacker would go and sign in based on tracked behavior or bad traffic. The user machine learning model will look at the user or the process of the sign-in. Firstly, behavior, IP reputation, request attributes, and through a million other heuristic models where it will either look at the user is either a valid sign-in or not, so no alert. And if the user, everything seems good through the heuristics and machine learning, the user sign-in is good and allowed to sign in. If it seems bad, the user is marked as compromised. So this is just a little bit of the background as you've seen in my demo. So I'm just going to jump back into my demo environment and show you how you can apply and use those alerting and intelligence to provide zero access through conditional access policies. So going back into my security and my security, I have conditional access. So I can go and create a conditional access policy. So yeah, I've already set up a conditional access policy that, depending on my user risk and my sign-in risk, I can go and either allow access to only users and identities that have been deemed as not compromised. So this is where I can go and use those signals. So I can go, I've already set one up. So here I can go and set up a policy where I can specify a specific user or group. So I've already specified a group for these. I can specify the cloud app for all my cloud apps. This is where you can go and fine-tune your conditional access to maybe an important application. But now, traditionally we looked at security as in starting off with only the most important applications, but due to the nature of work at the moment, we really have to amplify that into a larger selection of all, even lesser important applications quite often get breached first. So my conditions, this is where I can utilize the user risk and also my sign-in risk. So I've basically set this to my user risk. If my user risk has been deemed high, so I've selected that. I can also select medium. I've also selected my sign-in risk. So my user risk and the sign-in is either high or medium. And my access controls. So now I can either block access to those applications or grant access. So I've set to block access if my user risk is high and my sign-in risk is medium or high. So in the same saying in that, I can also grant access, but at the same time enforce an extra check in terms of multi-factor authentication or any other number of controls. So I just left it as block access, and this one is to report only, or I can enforce it immediately. So if I go back to my conditional access policies, in my other policy, I have a similar option where I also block access, etc. So this way I can utilize my sign-in risk. So if I go to, let's say, my apps, Microsoft.com, and I want to sign in as my compromised user. Oh, this is my wrong account. Let me use. Okay, so my account is still blocked, and also it wouldn't allow me because my risk has already been detected. So just going back to my session and recap. So you guys seen that I have enabled zero trust, where zero trust is really enforce a check through conditional access and calculated on the risk of the user or the signing. I can either allow or disallow access to my application or environment. End users, at the same time, they can evaluate their own sign-in activity through my sign-ins, where they can see the sign-in event and specify that it wasn't me, and the admin would be alerted. Now, besides the Azure AD portal for identity protection, you can also access through risk APIs through Microsoft Graph, where you can get risk detections, use identities, evaluate, and also manage compromised users. These signals and alerts can also be sent through to further security products or mature security products like Azure Sentinel, MCAS, Defender, ATP, Cloud App Security, etc., for more in-depth threat hunting. And then things to improve is just look at your identity secure score and just follow the list and try to increase and improve on those settings and options. In conclusion and next steps, I think it's everybody should be using MFA by now. Hopefully by showing you how identity protection is easy to work with. All you need is just to be licensed correctly for that. Set it up in report mode. Try not to block everything immediately. Evaluate the work environments of your different employees and also identities, and then go ahead and generate those conditional access and secure sign-in policies in audit mode. Things like block legacy authentication. Otherwise, you can get things like conditional access, or enforce the block of legacy authentication through conditional access. You can also do train end users to report risky sign-ins. That's just awareness, make people aware, and general knowledge of healthy. Don't share passwords. Try not to reuse passwords, etc., and move towards more zero trust approach. And with that, I just want to, thank everybody. Follow me on Twitter and other social media, etc. And also for everybody in Sri Lanka, all the MCTs and techs, use the code MCT Sri Lanka online, or approach me through LinkedIn, DMs, etc. Coaching and tech training I'll be doing in pretty soon. Everybody in Sri Lanka is welcome to join for free. Join the session. So thank you to Divani, Viknaraj. It's been a pleasure talking to you guys.
Me too.
Any questions?
I don't think so. At the moment, we don't have.
Okay, good. Everybody can just reach out with me on social media, etc. I'm always available, as Vic knows.
Yes.
So, thank you, everybody, and
thank you.
bye-bye. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Adnan, for your wonderful session. And let's move on to our next segment. That's about deployment pipeline using Azure DevOps. This will be done by Sarasti Jain, who will be joining with us from India. And she's a Microsoft MVP in developer technology. So let's open up our virtual stage for her presentation. Over to you.
Hello everyone. Welcome to this MCT Summit. Like, this is Sri Lanka's first ever MCT Summit, and I'm really excited to be part of it. And I would like to thank all the organizers for letting me be there. So thank you so much, and thank you so much for everyone who joined this event. So let me just quickly introduce myself. So this is me, Shrishti Jain, and I'm a software consultant and also a Microsoft MVP and Google developer expert for Angular. And this is my Twitter handle. So if you want to like get in touch, like feel free to do that. And also in this session we are gonna talk about Azure DevOps. So I think like when the term DevOps comes into the mind, there are two terms, which is like DevOps is a set of practice that combines software development and IT operation. That is software development and operations. So when we include these two terms, it makes one, which is DevOps. And what is the aim of this particular DevOps is it shorten the system life cycle, right? And also it provide the continuous delivery process for our application. So it really helped us to like make it CI/CD, make our application CI/CD. So it is really helpful because we don't have to go for like if test cases are worked, we have to run those all the things will put into the pipeline, and then that pipeline will take care of each and everything. When we are deploy or we made any changes, it will take care of everything. If everything will work fine, then you would be allowed to deploy the application. Otherwise it won't be deployed to anywhere. Okay, so other than that, what we'll do is we'll come to this. So this is Azure DevOps. So first let's say like when you'll open that, so if you'll search for it, you'll find this page, right, for Azure DevOps. So just open this, start free, and then it will ask you for login and all. So right now I have so over here, as you can see, I have created this organization for me. So it is MCT Summit, right? And after that I'm creating a project over here, which is MCT project, let's say. Okay, and after that I'm creating a private repository maybe, and then I'm creating up this project. And let's say because I will require a particular place in Azure to deploy my application, so I'm creating application in Azure portal. So let me just switch to that. So over here I'll ask for, I want to create this Azure service, app service. So I'll open that. I'll say okay, this resource group, so I'll say create new one, MCT Summit. I'll say okay. So over here I'll create this MCT Summit. My runtime stack would be, because right now I have created this sample Angular application. So over here if you see, I ran this application previously. So this is what my sample application, how this Angular CLI gives us, right? So I will deploy this application, this sample application over there on our server, right? So let me just fetch the new one. Okay. So this is the on this application is on GitHub on my repo. If you go here, so I'll select this Node.js and I'll select Central US, that's fine. I'll create a new app service plan, so ASP MCT. Okay, I'll say okay, and maybe I'll go for a lesser one which will cost me less, so I'll select this and let's try to run that. Okay, so if you'll see, it has a basic plan, this one, mount this, and name will be this particular MCT Summit, and this will be our app service plan, and then we are creating that, right? So meanwhile it is creating, let's just explore our DevOps dashboard. So over here you would be able to see that overview, that in project you would have a different things running. So it will, the dashboard overview will have that all the statistics over here. Into the dashboard over here, what like you will see this board, right? Inside board you can manage all the things will let's say in we do in Git, right? Over here we can create some issues, we can have a particular board for that and all. So everything that you can manage over there here too, and it is really nice, and like you can manage if you have this Azure repo, like if you don't have your code over there in a GitHub, you can use this Azure repository, and over here you would be able to see all of your code over here, and this board will be like nicely connected with your repository. So it is really nice to have when you are using Azure repos. And after that there is pipeline, so this we will be using in this session. So we will be creating a pipeline from that. So how we will be approaching over here is, so first, right now what we have one application, right? So what we will do is, okay, so we have this application. Now we have to build our application, right? This is how I like I used to, when I used to deploy my application without pipeline, that's what I have used to do is, if I want to deploy in a production, right? So I took a app, then I build the application in a production mode with using like this minus prod, right? And after that I got some artifacts over here. If you'll see in over here, there it creates a folder. Let me try to run it for you. So what you will do, ng build, so this is how you can run your application in a production mode, like build your application in a production mode. So right now our this is building. So over here we will see, so if we'll see over here, there will be a dist folder, right? inside this folder you will be able to see your artifacts inside a particular folder, right? So we will how I used to do is I used to use FTP sometimes, and using FTP I used to deploy all the artifacts over there in a Azure. Okay, so this is how I used to do. So flow will be the same, and like everything will be there in Azure. So flow will be the almost same. Only the thing is we don't have to do anything manually. Even if we are making any changes in app, and when we push it, it will run this cycle automatically. We don't have to do anything, right? So that's what we will take care over here in a pipeline. So it is generating. I'll show you how it looks. So over here, as I already told you, there is this dest folder, right? This one. So inside that there is the project name folder, and inside that we do have all the build related things over here. So if we'll put it inside somewhere in our and anywhere in where the application is deployed, it will work perfectly. So let me just go to over here, and let's say if our application ran, go to resource. Okay, this is our application. I'll go. So it should be working because like it will have a sample HTML page as Azure does have, and then we will create a pipeline. So it is taking some time to load, so that's okay. So let's just quickly move to our pipeline. So over here I'll say I have to create a pipeline. So it is asking me like where is your code. So right now I do have my code in GitHub, but whatever the wherever your code is, you can select from here. So if you have the code other than these particular things, you can select the others, and then you can write the URL and all. So I'm selecting GitHub right now because mine is over there in a GitHub. And from here it will ask me like I have to select this repository. So I do have multiple. I will select this one, which code I want to deploy. Okay, so basically I'll go. So over here I will select this one. It will ask me to create a pipeline. Okay, so right now my project is this Angular project, so I'll select this one. So right now there are a lot of many options. Even if you don't found your option over here, you can have these like pre-populated template for YAML file. If you don't have, you can start a pipeline from scratch, or because right now we do have this Angular Node.js with Angular, so I'll select this one. So it just gave us a nice simple template which will run our application. So what right now it is doing over here, it has a trigger. It is saying when there will be any changes in a main branch, then trigger this particular pipeline. So we can add or remove branch as per our requirement. We can add path too. So in the path, maybe we want if there will be any change in particular folder, only then we have to deploy, otherwise don't deploy it. So that thing can be done over here. Then we are selecting a pool for our this what you call where we want to run our application. So we are selecting this Ubuntu latest version. So let me just get rid of this particular comments. So right now we do have triggers, we do have pools, now we do have steps. So first step, what it's doing, it is installing Node.js. So it is done, right? After that, it is added a script where it is installing the Angular CLI and then installing npm. So let me just divide these steps into two, just so we would be like easier to understand. So I'm just removing this code from here and this code from here. So right now it is installing over here, it is not building. So first it will install and then it will build our application. And after that, let's try to, so if we'll follow this, right? So we have this app, and after that we are building our application, and then we are expecting there will be some data inside this test. So let's try to run if this particular thing will work. So this is the command what like we ran over here, right? This is the same command we ran, this ng build prod with the prod flag, right? So let's save and run. Let's see how it works. Sometimes like for the first time it might take some time, so don't worry about that. If you're creating your DevOps pipeline for the first time, it might take some time, so that's okay. So right now our job is in a queue. Let's go into that. Yeah, now it is running. So first it took out each and everything from our repo checkout, then it installed Node.js, right? Now it is doing npm install. So right now we have divided it into the two steps. So first it will install the application, the npm packages, like which are over there in our node package JSON file, and after that it will build our application. So let's see how much time it takes. Let's see this is our application like which we created in on Azure, and this is a sample page which is already present over here. So after we deploy our application, this page should be seen over there on the Azure. Let's see. Build the application. Now we have to deploy that particular packages over there on the our Azure, right? So we will ask for Azure web app. It is saying okay, web application deployment, right? And we'll say okay, I do have this subscription, authorize. We did authorize that. We are saying it is a Linux one. What it just said. Okay, there's some issue. Let me try to select. Let me try to refresh if that works. Azure app service deployment, let's select that. Okay, I want to deploy on Linux, and over here this is my application, so I have selected this. And what will be the working folder? So it will be inside dist, as we know, and inside that there will be one folder called the project name. So we will put the name over here. So inside this, okay, and we will just add it. We have added this task, right? And we will just go and run it. If we will commit, you will see we have committed. We haven't ran the application, ran the pipeline, but over here if you come, I think it should run the pipeline as we committed the changes, but for some reason it is not. So let's run new. Let's run it. Going into the Kudu dashboard. So this is our Kudu for the application. I'll go to file manager and I'll see, okay, I want to see the sites, and inside the www root I want to see there is a hosting start.html, right? And over here we have this, it is installing, then it should deploy something. So if it is saying successfully deploy web package to app service, it might take some time to complete. Let's see. So basically this one is for Angular, but it is really easy for, like, I have tried it for .NET, I have tried it for Vue.js, for React.js, and for my lot of database projects I do have. So I have used this pipeline for that. Yep, we do have. So I might miss something over here for Azure. So basically if you'll see, we have done all the process over here and we are able to deploy our packages over here, right? So it is correct and it is working perfectly. For some reason I might have missed something for Azure setting. That's so it should be running. Yep, let's see, like as we did the changes and we just committed this check one, right, from here in a Visual Studio Code, and over here this pipeline is running. We haven't clicked anything over here, and now it will deploy new changes over there. For some reason we are not able to see the new changes, but like for it is something we can add over here in our pipeline. How we follow over here, when you deploy manually each and everything, just plan it out whenever, like write it somewhere. Okay, this is my application, this will be the first step, this will be the second step, and write all the steps over here how you do over when you do manually. So when you do something like that, you would be able to create this pipeline, and this will be a bit effort. Like for the first time it might take I guess couple of hours for you to understand how YML works, why or things aren't working, you might be missing something. But after that, like trust me, you would be able to get whenever you want to deploy changes, whenever you want to deploy any changes to a particular environment, it would be really easy for you. You don't have to come again over there. Okay, now I want to deploy on dev, so that, and then I should build off with using these things. So there are a lot of things in DevOps, so I'm not sure if we can cover in this particular time interval, but yeah, definitely you can explore. I would be putting some more videos about that, so just connect with me. I will be sharing more articles and related to this. And yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you so much everyone for listening to me, and hope to see you in future too. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Thank you, Srasti. Vicky, can I go ahead with the presentation?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so next presentation and our last presentation for today is about Power Automate and SharePoint tips and tricks, which will be done by Geeta Sivasialam, and she's a Microsoft MVP in business applications. So without further ado, let's move on to the session. Over to you, Gail.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining my session today, and I hope you're having a great time learning from all the amazing speakers and sessions so far at the event. So today we're going to be looking at a few quick tips and tricks that would be helpful when you're working with Power Automate and SharePoint. And we all know process automation with Power Automate is a game changer, and its integration with SharePoint has been rapidly evolving. So we walked through a few best practices and things that you should know to get full benefit of the connector, which is the SharePoint connector in Power Automate. And we'll also learn how you can go beyond the standard SharePoint actions and how you can power up your flows. Now, before we do that, a little bit about myself. I'm Geeta Sivaselam, and I live in Dallas, Texas in the US, and I work for a Microsoft partner, RS Consulting, that's based out of Dallas as well. And I am a Power Addict, passionate about all things Office 365, SharePoint, Azure, and IoT. I frequently blog and tweet about my learnings and experiences with the platform, so feel free to follow me at my Twitter handle and also at my WordPress blog, which is Swag Hub at WordPress. I'm also the co-founder for the Dallas Fort Worth Power Apps and Power Automate UG, and I'm also an MVP in the business applications domain. Well, today's agenda is all going to be fully demo. This is going to be a very heavy demo-specific session, so we're going to be looking at 8 tips and tricks that you can use when you're working with Power Automate in combination with SharePoint as your data store. And so let's take a look at our very first tip, which is updating items. So the update item action in SharePoint has its own way of how it works. So for example, let's say your list contains about 30 plus fields. Now, when you have to make an update to just a specific field, you've probably noticed that it's very tedious that you have to set each field to its previous value, because that's how the action is. By default, behavior for that action is that it lists all of the fields out for you. And then even though you just have a specific field to fill, you have to fill in some of the other fields that are required, or maybe you have to set the previous values for those. But it'd be awesome to just specify just a specific set of fields that you want to update and not having to go through the entire list of 30 plus fields that you don't necessarily need to be updating. So that's what we're going to take a quick look at, how you can do that. So I'm going to go over to my tenant, and we're going to take a look at how the default out of the box action looks. Now, in this example, I have a SharePoint list in my tenant, and it has a bunch of fields. Now, let's say I don't really need to be updating all of these fields. There are just 2 specific fields that I want to be updating, the coordinators and the location value. This is basically an events list, and I'm trying to track a list of events that are being submitted by requesters, and then who the coordinators are for the events and the dates and things like that, and then where this event is going to be held at. So these are the only 2 fields that I really want to fill, but by default, this is how it works. Especially if you have required fields, it forces you to fill them out, which may already have a value for them, for example, like the title field. Now, there are a couple of ways to do this. One bonus tip is you can either mark your fields to be not required if possible, so that way you don't have to fill them in and Flow wouldn't force you to do it. Now, and I can understand there might be some use cases where you have to mark certain fields required because they are used by other processes which are looking at the same data store, and you want to make sure that those are required. So that's okay. Now, the tip here is to make use of views. So what I've done here is in my SharePoint list, I have a view created specifically for Flow. Now, here are all the bunch of columns that I've created. And this is my events list. Now, I'm going to go ahead and show you how my Flow view looks like. Now, this Flow view has just 2 columns, the coordinators and the location. And so I'm going to try and use this view, and we'll see how the Flow reacts when I change it. And how you can specify a view within an update item action is go click on the Show Advanced options. And when you do that, you'll notice that there is a new option that you see there that you can configure, and that actually lets you limit columns by views. So this also helps you overcome any threshold issues that you might have within the list as well. Now, in this case, I can go ahead and pick the view that I have created. And then now you'll notice that all it really needs me to fill out is just these 2 fields. So this actually makes it really efficient in cases where you don't have to be filling out a whole bunch of other fields when they're not needed, and you only need to be filling out just the ones that you really want to be updating as part of your business process. So that was our tip number 1. Now, let's get back to our second tip. This is another tip around an update item action, but this is very specific to the picture tag column. If you have a SharePoint list with a picture tag column and you try to make an update, you'll realize that the picture tag column doesn't really show up in the update item action. That's the default behavior. So in this example, I have a picture tag column, but it doesn't really show up. So what are the different ways that you can work through that? But if you want to be updating a picture column via a flow, then you want to be able to see that in the list. Now, I've seen a couple of other ways to do it. So one option is to use your HTTP request, which is the SharePoint HTTP REST API action. So you could use your REST API endpoints to post the picture, and you don't necessarily have to use the out-of-the-box action. Now, if you want to use the out-of-the-box action and you want to go the really low-code route, then there is an option of creating a multi-line text column, and then you have Flow populate that multi-line text column with the actual URL field. And you use JSON formatting in the list to format that URL and to show you an image. So that's one way. Now, there's another really simple hack that I want to walk you through. Now, remember, it's a hack, but we'll still take a look at what that does for us. Now, let's go back to our list here. All right. I'm going to go over to my list here. I'm going to go to the list settings to just show you what I have. Now here I have a picture column called promo image. I'm going to click on that, and this is set to be a picture. Now let's go to this flow that I have. We're going to close out our first tip here. This is our second tip. So I have all my flows lined up here just so it's easy for me to walk you through them. So this specific flow is a manual trigger flow just because I want to demo a test. And I have a hard-coded URL for my picture from my Office 365 tenant to show up. And I want to create an item with that picture going in to my picture field. Now, if you remember, this was the picture column, promo image. But in the create item action, I do not see it. That is the default behavior. It doesn't let you see it. So one thing you could do is flip this to be a hyperlink column. And then you hit OK, right? And then now you could come here, refresh your flow. You're basically tricking Flow to think that there is a column that exists and you wanted to use it to pass your picture value. And yeah, now I see it. So what that tells us that if it's a hyperlink field, it can see it. But if it's a picture type, for some reason, the flow action doesn't really understand what that is, and it decides not to show it. Now I could choose to put that in here and save, and then go on and then forget about it. But what's going to happen is the next time you want to make a change to your flow, this is going to still show up because it's still a hyperlink field. But end of the day, you want that column to still show up as a picture column because you want to see the picture in the list. So what you would do is go back in to that field and change it back to a picture field. So you're basically just tricking Flow for a second there to say, hey, I had a hyperlink column and I'm passing in this value, but I'm going to flip it back to picture. It will work, but the next time you want to be making a change, because this, and remember, this is still a hack is always a hack. So when you go in and make a change again, it is going to blow up. The flow is going to call you out with a big red flag error saying, hey, this field doesn't exist. This is not the format that it expects it to be. So what that means is that every time you make a change, you have to remember to go and flip the type of formatting URL or type of field that is. So I'm going to show you another better trick. So what we're going to do, I'm going to go ahead and hit OK because we don't want to follow that hack. And because I added this, I'm going to go ahead and reload my flow here in a bit. Well, let's give that a minute. All right, now we're back to where it was. So let's forget about that hack. Now let's go back in here. I have another column that I have just for our demo purposes. Now this is set to be a hyperlink field. The tip here is to leave that as a hyperlink type, but then have your JSON formatting, column formatting for that, to display that URL that you post as an image. So right now, what this JSON schema over here is just creating a div tag and then plugging in an image tag. And for that image tag, it's passing in source attribute. And the source attribute is really pointing to the current field, the value of that current field. So this is how SharePoint knows how to format that column and then display an image. So this is another way to do it. You can still have a hyperlink column, but have it display a picture and still use Flow to be able to pass in and update values. So now let's take a look at a quick demo to see how that works. Now I already have the JSON in there. All right, so I'm going to go ahead over here and I'm going to go right now. Here is my picture URL. I'm going to be displaying my own picture there from my tenant. And let's go look at the actual field, which is a display promo image. We have the outputs over here, and I'm passing in the field. This is the field. This is a hyperlink type that we've set it to. And I'm going to go ahead and test that. So what this is going to do is still going to consider that field as a hyperlink field and pass in the picture URL. And it's behind the scenes, it's still stored as a picture URL. But when you visualize it, SharePoint is going to do that column formatting to show you the actual picture. So that is a trick there that you can use if you want to work with picture type fields and at the same time work with Flow to update those URLs. So this flow ran successfully. So let's go back to our list here. So here is the new one. I just created that. And there you go. There's my image. Behind the scenes, it's still a URL. My Flow can still update that URL and it can be part of my business process automation. But in the front end, I can still choose to display an image. So that was our tip number 2. Now, let's go on and look at our next tip. This next tip is one of the most common use cases, date time formatting. There's always a use case where you have to format the date and time format that comes in. Now, the way date time format works in SharePoint and when Flow reads it and how Flow looks at it, it's a bit different. So we're going to take a look at how that works and what you have available to actually work with it. And it's pretty simple. So let's get into our tip here. So I have a manual triggered flow just for demo purposes. And I'm going to go to my same events list and I'm going to be pulling in my first item. And what I have here is a compose action. And in this compose action, I'm just going to read whatever date I get back from SharePoint because I just want to know the difference of how it looks like. And then what I'm doing is I'm actually going to be formatting. And when I format, there is an expression within Power Automate that lets you format your date time. So you can call that expression, pass in the value from your source, and then you can actually pass in the format that you want. This is a string format of your date time that you want your Flow to be converting it to, so it's in a more friendly manner. And then you can use it to either convert it to a different time zone or maybe use it to populate some other data source or use it in whatever business logic that you would want it to. This is a pretty simple expression. And what I have here is this is just another quick Flow tip. This is a great way to store your expressions because the way expressions appear here are pretty restricted. You can't really read the whole thing. You can click on it and then you can look at it. But even then, it's not that big. There is an experimental feature. If you go into your Flow settings and turn on experimental features, the expression builder is now a lot more bigger and you can work with it. But right now, I just have it. I don't have the experimental feature turned on. But I like this much better because it makes it easier for me to read through what was really sent and what was set. And also it's easy when you are transitioning or you have multiple Flow owners or people who are taking over your Flow and working with it, or you share your Flow for somebody else to use it. They can look at it at one spot and know immediately what that specific action is doing. Now back to our tip. What we're going to do is go ahead and test it so I can show you what really happens. Let's go do that. Oh, before we do that, I wanted to show you one last step here. So just for the sake of testing, I'm getting the datetime as SharePoint sends it to Flow, and then I'm formatting it in a more friendlier format, which is the date, month, year, hours, minutes, seconds. And then I'm actually using that to convert it into a UTC time zone. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and test that. And then that way you can see the different ways you can work with date times, especially when working with SharePoint and even any other data source. So here is our successful flow run. So we have our item here. So let's take a look at this. Let's get back down to our read date time. So this is the value that it actually read from the field, from the date field. So this is in a format that isn't really user-friendly format. But because I had my format expression, I was able to format it in the month, date, year, and hour, minute, and second format. So this is much more friendlier, right? And now what the very last step was that I passed it on to convert it into UTC, and this is my converted UTC time format. So here, this is just a simple tip here, but just something to keep in mind and the different ways you can actually format it. And we were able to see how easy it is. Okay, so now moving on to our next step. Hopefully that was easy enough to capture. We will have a good mix of like really simple tips and some quick tips and tricks. And I'll be interested to know if some of these tips were things that you already knew, or maybe some things were completely new to you that you didn't know you could do something. So be sure to share with me, call me out on Twitter, tag me on with my Twitter handle, and I would be very interested to know if, or even if you have some tips to share, maybe you have a better way to do than what I'm showing you. I'd be very interested to know how you've been working with things. So this is our next step, tip number 4. This is about creating and updating your multi-choice columns. Now we've worked with single choice fields, and you can pass in data set, you can pass in values to update them. But what if you have a multi-choice field, specifically a person field, and you want to be able to use Flow to update that field? So by default, I'll show you how the action looks like. So here's our tip number 4. We have our create item action. All I'm doing is just going to create a brand new item, and I'm going to pass in a bunch of multiple coordinators or values for the coordinators field. So remember, this is my events list, and this has a bunch of different types of columns of different data types. This is a person type field, but it allows multiple persons to be populated. By default, it doesn't give you a way to add multiple people. But the tip here is to use an array. You can prepare an array or create an array right before this action and pass in the claims for those users, and then drop that array as a value for that field. So let's see how you can initiate that. This is a pretty simple format for an array object. You have an array and you have the individual items here, and I'm passing in the claims property with the value, which is the actual email ID, and I have 2 of them. And what I'm going to do is show you how that actually looks like. So P code is just another way for you to go in and look at the actual code behind the scenes and just how JSON's formatted. So you can see this is what the JSON looks like. This is the value that it actually did capture. And this highlighted part is what we are telling this action to update the coordinators field with. So I basically pasted that output of my initialize variable action, which holds this value, which is hard-coded. And in this case, I hard-coded it, but you don't have to hard-code it. You could be pulling in emails from another process, or maybe as part of looking up another list. But this is just to show you a quick example of how you can update multi-choice fields, specifically person fields, using the create item action. So that's what we have here. So we're just passing in that value. And so I'm going to go ahead and test that for you and see how it creates it. There are some things that they may not be available out of the box, like for example, this one, but there are ways that you can work with, little workarounds that can make it much easier for you to work with. So I've created that. Let's go here. So here's my recent item number 25. And you can see that here are the two values. Here it actually did drop in. All it needed was just the claims, which is the email ID in an array format. And it was able to capture that value and save it and post it back to SharePoint. So that was the end of our tip 4. Now let's go ahead and take a look at what our tip 5 is. Now this is one of my favorite ones, because this is one of the most common scenarios where you use Flow to set custom permissions on your items within SharePoint. Right? A lot of times we want to automate processes and you want to secure your items, your SharePoint items, by a specific user or maybe by a specific SharePoint security group. Now there are several ways that you can do it. There are different types of actions that are available. And I really want to just walk you through the different types of actions that you can use to either stop sharing an item, in the sense you want to remove all access, direct access to the user, or if you want to grant a specific user access, or if you want to grant a specific user group access. Until recently, there wasn't an action to do to give access to user groups. Sorry, for users specifically, because it had to be through SharePoint HTTP requests. But recently, they've included an action where you can pass in individual users and actually share the item with. But in order for you to provide access to a specific SharePoint group, you still have to use the SharePoint HTTP method, and we're going to take a look at that. I'm going to go back to my tip here. So first, let's go back to our list, right? And I have this item over here. Let's go take a look at this item ID number 22. And we're going to take a look at the different permissions we have here. So I have all of this set. I'm going to go to the advanced view because I just like looking at it at a more granular level. So right now, this item is inheriting permissions from its parent. In the sense, whatever permissions have been set up at the site, let's say collection level, it's actually inheriting all of that. Now let's say I want to stop sharing, in the sense I don't want it to inherit permissions from the parent. I want it to have unique permissions, which is basically you want to stop sharing that item the way it is. So there is an action available within the SharePoint, with the SharePoint connector, which is stop sharing an item. And that action allows you to remove all direct access except for the owners on the site. So when you run this flow, it will rip off access for every other user except for the owners on the site. So let's go back to our permissions here. So you'll notice our Power Apps owners are the ones who have full control. So they are really the owners. The rest of them have, other access. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and run this flow. But before doing that, I'll just show you. I have a couple of other things in here, and I've dropped them in a condition set to 1 is equal to 2 so that this would never run. But we're going to be running that pretty shortly just to show you the differences. Now, first, let's run this. This is a pretty simple action. You just have to pass in the site address, the list name, the library name, and then you have the item ID. So let's go ahead and say test. So right now, I am just going to stop sharing that item. And so this ran successfully. Now let's go ahead and refresh our permissions for that item. And now you can see that the status on this changed. Now it says this item has unique permissions and only the owners have access, because owners have access to everything. But then all of the other groups that had access have been wiped out. So that's a way to stop sharing access, right? Now, what if you want to grant a user, a specific user access, and also if you want to grant a specific user group access? So let's take a look at that. So we'll come back over here. Here's another flow that I have. Grant access to an item or folder is a new action that's available within the SharePoint connector. All you have to do is just pass in the site address, the list, the ID, and then you can also pass in the email ID or your recipient, the specific user that you would want to be adding. Now you can also provide multiple recipients here, but you just don't have the ability to provide a SharePoint group. The roles, you have edit and view. So I have the can view picked out. Now this action is out of the box, right? But what if I want to be assigning a SharePoint group access? You can do that with this action. So you have to rely on the SharePoint HTTP request. So here, if you notice, this is a SharePoint HTTP request that I've used. You have the site address, and I'm going to be posting it. So that's the method. And then here's the URI. Click close attention to the URI here. This is the SharePoint REST API endpoint. This is getting the list by title, which is my events list. And then you're also passing in which specific item ID, which is 22, to be changing the permissions for. And then this is the endpoint. All right. Now that's done. And let's look at our permissions. I'm going to refresh this, and we should see 2 new items here. So this is what we had before. And now we have service admins that have the contribute rights, and then we have the user with read rights. And so this is how you can assign a specific user or a SharePoint group access. Now, one last step. What if you want to reset it? There might be times when you are securing access, but then based on how your business process flow is, you may decide to reset access, in the sense enable for everybody to be able to see it. So to do that, we're going to try another action. Let's go look at this flow here. So basically, we wanted to go back to a state that it was before we started all of this, which is start inheriting permissions from the parent, which is from the site. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this. This is the action that we really did, that we just looked at, ran a couple of minutes back. I'm going to move this over. This is another SharePoint HTTP request action, and we're doing a post just like the other one. Now this is the URL that you want to pay attention to. Everything is the same up until here, where you're passing in the event, the list name, your item ID, but then this endpoint is what really does all of the work. Reset role inheritance. This in the sense you run, but you don't have to actually perform the action behind the scenes. Just output it as being run. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And when you enable that, you'll see this little icon over here. So that tells you that this has been configured to produce static results. Now I'm going to go ahead and run this. Now what's going to happen is it's going to reset the permissions, because we've told it to do so using the endpoint, which is reset role inheritance. And then this action wouldn't really do anything. Let's go ahead and save that and test it. That's one way to do it. Another simple way to do it is to use another special SharePoint REST API endpoint. And this endpoint will enable you to send emails to a SharePoint group directly. And what this does is also helps you batch up those emails to SharePoint groups instead of sending multiple emails to individual users, or maybe by trying and looping through the members. And this specific endpoint that we're going to be looking at, this is part of the SharePoint utility, the SP utility REST API endpoints. It's a client utility that exposes a method for you to access SharePoint and you can get information about your sites, your users, and the email functionality as well. So let's go and take a look at how that action looks like. So here's the tip number 6. So this is an HTTP request to SharePoint action. You have your SharePoint site address. You are posting it, and here is the URI. This is a REST API endpoint, sp.utilities.utility.send email. So that's the specific endpoint, and I am just setting the content type to be verbose. And the body over here is what really matters, right? Other than the URI. You want to make sure that you're specifying the metadata to be of type email properties. and then you pass in a to address because you want to be passing in the SharePoint group. And here you can pass in multiple SharePoint groups if you want to. So that way you can batch up a single email to be sent as a blast to multiple groups. So you don't have to do it multiple times or loop through it. So this is a comma delimited array of group numbers and send the email to them in the to address. So that was our tip number 6. Now let's get back and look at our second last tip for the day. Work are that the flow only runs when a condition is met. In the sense you're saving API calls. So, there is a 2000 API call limit per day for your Office 365 seated plans. So trigger conditions actually help you lower that burden. And with these filters, the one drawback is that you cannot tell if the column was changed since the last flow run. What it does, it really just only checks the current value that's written from the trigger. So these are some things to know or remember when you work with trigger conditions. And one other thing that you want to remember is that when you use trigger conditions, you want to make sure that you don't end up in an infinite loop. It's often possible that you have a trigger condition based off of the value of a field, but then let's say while that's triggered and somebody goes in and makes an update and the value is still the same, you end up getting your flow triggered multiple times. So you have to make sure that your flow has some kind of a conditional check in it to look at another flag or a field to identify, hey, this trigger condition triggered, I'm saving my calls, but at the same time, is this really the update that I want to be working with? Or maybe there are concurrent updates happening, not really concurrent, but consecutive updates happening, and you want to avoid that. So there's a couple of things to run. And what I'm doing here is an enumeration of all of the changes. So basically, I'm just trying to get the value for this specific output has column changed. So that's what I'm collecting here. I'm just doing a select action within flow to get me the value of that specific output attribute. So this tells me, okay, anything that says true are the fields that really changed and the ones that have false haven't changed. Now let's go ahead and take a look at how my conditions have fired. Now, the way I had it set up was if my date value or my status value changed, then you want to follow through your branch. In this case, this is false because none of them changed. The only thing that really changed is my title and the modified. So now let's go ahead and close this, and I am going to go over and show you the last tip. All right, our last tip for the day is how to get distinct column values from the list. So for example, let's say you have a list of, I have an events list, and I have a list of coordinators that are submitters or requesters. But there can be multiple events that the same requester has put in. But I want to be, end of the day, I want to be sending in want to get a list of values from your SharePoint list. So I'm going to show you how you can do that. The way to do that is to use the union expression. And that's what we're looking at here, where you can pass in arrays or collections and do a union so that it returns a distinct list of objects or items for you. So let's take a look at that. It's a pretty simple flow. What I'm doing here is I'm just having a variable initialized called requesters, and then I have a get items action. You have a list name. I'm pulling in some of the items. I'm actually pretty much getting all the items in my list right now. And then I'm going to be looping through the items so I can get all of the requester names, right? And if we actually go to my list here, let's go. Right now, this is the column that I'm really looking at. I have 2 entries by the same person, and then I have 1 entry by myself. So ideally, I don't want to be sending duplicate emails to John. I just want 1 email to go out to me and to John. So that's what we're going to try and do. We're going to try and guess the distinct list of submitters in my list. So here I'm looping through the output of my get items action, and I'm getting who my requesters are. So the output of this for loop, or this apply to each loop, would have 3 values, 2 Johns and 1 myself, because that's how the data is. But then in the very end, here's where I'm going to do my distinct requesters. This is a union expression. I am doing a union between my array of requesters and my array of requesters again. So I have 2 collections and I'm trying to do a union. So in the end, I only get a distinct list of requesters. So let's take a look at how this really works in action. Take a look at that. Oops, looks like I broke something. Let me go back and pull one that I had run. All right, this is something that just ran a couple of minutes back. And so let's see. Here are a list of items. And if I actually click on this, you'll notice this is just a dump of the JSON that it got back from the REST API call for all the items. And then you'll notice that this actually ran 3 times, which is right, because I have the first item that with my name on it, the second item with John's name on it, and then the third item as well, where the requester was John again. Now, this is the most important last step. So it actually did do a union of my array of requesters, which had 3 items each, and then it pulled out the distinct values. So right now it only has 2 of them. So now I can use my distinct requesters to either send an email or maybe send approvals or however I want to process that data or use that data for. So that was the last tip of the day. And I hope you found them helpful, and I hope you find them helpful in your journey of using the SharePoint Connector and Power Automate. And those were the list of few connectors and actions that I wanted to, tips and tricks that I wanted to walk you guys through. And I hope you enjoyed my session. And if there are tips that you found helpful, or maybe any new tips that you'd like to share, I'm very happy to see if you can tag or tweet about it. And I would be happy to learn more from you as well. And I hope you have a great rest of the week. Thanks again for joining me today at my session.
Okay, thank you, Geeta. And with that, we have come to a conclusion of the very first day of MCT Summit 2021. And let me take this moment to thank every speaker and every presenter who was with us to give very informative and inspiring presentation throughout today. And also all the attendees who's being with us throughout. Thank you very much, and hope you benefited from this entire program today. And going to have our next session tomorrow, and see all of you tomorrow as well. And until we meet again, take care. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Shavani. Thank you, Harshana, and thank you, Fahad. Okay, so we'll meet on tomorrow at 3 p.m. IST time.
IST.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye.